Good morning! It's morning! Wow, 11 a.m. Crazy. Also, art being influenced by floor vibration? What? Maybe? I don't know. Is music really that powerful? But yeah, good morning! So plan is that I think perhaps the rest of the game will take at most again like 5-ish hours. I think it'll be another 5-ish hour stream, hopefully. Um, because after the intro and then like the prologue and chapter one were both around an hour-ish, so big stretch. Yep. Oh man. And like I thought about it more and I've officially concluded that I'm very sad that art is gone. Man. What else was it? Oh right, and I made a comment on the other video too, but basically, because during the trial I was complaining, I was like, oh, I didn't see any foreshadowing. This kind of came out of nowhere. But then I was like, no, it didn't come out of nowhere because when Art was talking to Lyle, right? And then Lyle was like, oh, Art, you're so cool, you made our schools merge or something, and then like that's amazing, you can do all that with like golf skills. And Art was like, yeah, okay, let's move on from this topic. And I was like, okay, well that would have been foreshadowing. It wasn't, I just couldn't see it, my brain too small. There's a distinct lack of cute. There he is. Yes, it's mystery solving time with the best mystery solving penguin. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, so there was foreshadowing. I was just dumb and I couldn't see it. But I still think that what do you call it? Like the jump to killing was a bit threw me off a bit. But well, whatever makes a person snap. Yeah. Alright. Let's not dilly-dally because if I spend more time thinking and thonking, it's gonna be like 5 a.m. Alright. Oh wait, no, not new game! Shit, no, I didn't mean to do that! No, 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 I was gonna load my save! Okay. Chapter 1 is over, Chapter 2. Oh, as a summary, also, I should do that. So, what happened if you weren't paying attention, which... How dare you? But basically, it's like, okay, well, so if you've played Danganronpa before, it's 10 students, 9 ultimate students, 1 regular guy, which is us, trapped in a mansion for the preservation project. And what the preservation project is that all these ultimate students all signed up to be a part of this preservation project, which is to sort of lock down ultimate students and keep them safe from natural disasters. But like how it was explained was kind of seemed like nothing currently was happening, like the world outside isn't currently, you know, dying and burning to the ground. It's that like potential natural disasters like an earthquake or whatever, right? So it's like a lockdown area to keep them safe, just in case some meteor or the nuclear bomb destroys civilization. Ultimate students will be left, and then they can sort of preserve their talent and like live on to be humanity's hope or whatever they want, whatever you want to spin it as. Yeah, and then, so we were all part of this preservation project except for Echo, who's like completely out of, like, he has no idea, or they have no idea that they're here, why they're here. And then, so the preservation project got like hacked into by this other malicious group, which is controlled by Eve, which is this low-key Monokuma Gajinka guy, who's also like the host of the killing game, right? So he hacked into the system and it made everyone start the killing game. All the rules are similar to Danganronpa. Kill someone, don't get caught. If you get caught, then you get executed. If you don't get caught, you get to leave, blah blah blah. And then there's some ultimate prize at the end, but they didn't really explain like what it was. It's just an ultimate prize. And then, so for the first chapter, the motive was a question, like a existential crisis question, which I brushed off initially because I was like, what, we have those every Tuesday, why is this suddenly a murder motive, right? But it turned out to be like sort of like a jealousy, envy situation where Art, who felt like his talent progressing made him hate his talent, where it's like he got really good at golf, but like his golfing skills were used for like business deals, and he was like, this is so boring, I hate golf, right? So, but he wasn't really necessarily good at anything else, so he was just at this weird like dilemma where it's like, golf is the only thing I'm good at, but I also don't like it, you know? And then that contrasted with Pandora, who is a baker, and obviously she's good at baking, but she also really loves baking, and she's like, I'm gonna use this to like change the world, and and she's like, you know, this sort of generous saint person, right? And then that led to Art killing Pandora. Yes, our hacker was Zero Kuma, yes. It's a mixed, their name is Zero, and they look like a Monokuma Gajinka. But yeah, so, right, and then we talked about how, like, Art's decision to kill Pandora was kind of, like, out of the blue, because, like, you can disagree with someone or dislike someone, but that doesn't necessarily lead to you disliking them so much that you kill them, you know? And so I feel like the incentive was, like it's there for Art to not like Pandora, like, I can believe that, but I was like, it's a bit of much of a jump from not liking to I gotta kill her, you know? So I don't know, but there was also in addition to the question motive, the fact that if nobody dies at the end of a day, then everyone dies. There's like a wristband bracelet thing, and then the bracelet there's a toxic gas. And if no one dies at the end of the day, the toxic gas gets released and then everyone dies. But then like when they talked about the gas, they were like, yeah, you know, that chemical doesn't exist, and everyone like was really nonchalant about the gas killing them. They're like, yeah, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. And yeah, I don't know if it's real or not, the gas, or maybe it was just like a hoax, but it was never brought up as actual motive as to why Art killed Pandora, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. Floor vibrations! Yes, or he decided to kill Pandora because he heard the floor vibrations of the music, of the Let's Kill music going on outside. The room was soundproof, but the floor vibrations. If the music was perhaps loud enough. Yeah. Alright, and then at the very end of the trial, so basically the person in charge of the preservation project, or at least, you know, the voice talking to us that's from the preservation project, is called Eve. And so basically Eve is like our good guy, and Zero is our bad guy, and they have like a weird like tension rivalry thing happening where they like also something's happened, I don't know, they know each other. And so Eve was saying that at the very end of the trial, Eve said that our main character, so Echo Pine, they have the skill of ultimate memory. And I was like, okay, cool. I mean, like, makes sense. There were like these thonking sessions, and like, you know, I would not have remembered that. So good job on Echo. So yeah, sure, Ultimate Memory. And then, in addition to that, Zero was like, oh yeah, that ultimate charisma guy, what's his name? Cyrus? Cyrus, yeah, Cyrus is not what you think he is. He's a con man, he's tricking you all, and then he left it at that. So that's all the important stuff that happened.
Good recap, She.
Thank you. So, chapter 2! And, alright, so after chapter 1 was over, basically at the end of the trial we passed out, so cool. And I'm guessing this is us waking up from passing out. A deep pulsating darkness filled every crevice and fold, bleeding through razor-thin cracks. Drifting unevenly between a nauseating black sea and a stifling, destitute vacuum. Obscurity murmured and bubbled beneath the heavy velvet pall. Competing vibrations through the void pounded and shook the air with a stiff, rich chord. The staccato hum echoed, threatening to break the eclipsing shadow. Echo. Echo? Echo! Ow! I opened my eyes as a swift and sharp pain struck my face. Hey, what gives? Missy was standing over me, her hand poised in a way that suggested she was the one who had firmly woke me up. I'm sorry, Echo, but I had to wake you up. I shook you, but you didn't react, so... I blinked several times as I rubbed my left cheek, my vision adjusting to the surroundings. What? Did she slap us? It seems I was in either Missy or Ashley's personal room. I sat up in the bed to see Ashley sitting at the foot of the bed, just in front of me. Missy was on my left in a spare chair. Ashley, Missy, what happened?
Well, for starters, it's about 9:15 p.m. You seem to have passed out after the trial earlier this evening. Ashley and I were concerned, so we've been monitoring you to make sure you were safe. However, I was worried. You stopped breathing in your sleep.
Oh god. I stopped breathing?
I can't have you leaving us so shortly after we lost our two other friends. I hope that your newfound title of Ultimate Memory does not begin to fail you.
Wait, no, I had auto on! No! Ultimate Memory. No, I didn't want to... Stop moving! Okay.
Your newfound title of Ultimate Memory does not begin to
fail you so soon. It's Ultimate Memory, that's right. Okay, fair.
Just yesterday, I thought that I was an ordinary student with no extreme talents or skills, and yet, in the courtroom, a revelation came to light, and I was given the unique title of Ultimate Memory. But whatever that entailed, I wasn't too thrilled. Because despite that revelation, it wasn't the strangest thing to occur.
No! I bit back my words in tears, thinking about Pandora and Art. And the truth was hard to swallow. Throughout the trial, many of us struggled to find footing in the discussions. None of us wanted to believe any of it. The murder, and following it, the execution. The three of us sat in silence, haunted by the dark happenings of the courtroom. I looked solemnly at the other two. Missy and Ashley's faces told all, a tapestry of remorse and distress.
Well, what's important is that you're alright now, Echo.
Yeah, thanks, you two.
I'm relieved.
Ashley's voice was a whisper. First the door trap, then this. Door trap. We exchanged a few words, but we knew from emotion alone how heavy our hearts weighed. Missy breathed a tense sigh. Just the other day, Missy was so composed, but now... A voiceless iron curtain hung over us. There were so many things to address, but fear choked our dialogue. Ellipses. I looked up to meet Ashley's tearful gaze. And just looking past her, I saw something bright sitting on a cabinet in the corner of her personal room. It was a helmet. Ash?
What is it, Echo?
That helmet over there? When we first met up, I remember you saying you didn't have any personal possessions, but...
Oh. Yeah, I didn't mention it on the first date. I didn't want to talk about it then.
Sorry, you don't have to.
No, I think this should be brought up.
Ashley's face sunk. She turned to face the cobalt blue item.
I'm sure you can recall what I told you about the person this helmet belongs to.
I nodded gently, and Ashley sighed deeply. Missy was quiet, politely listening.
I got in a fight with my friend, another ultimate student, Silva Prower, race car driver. That fight was about the very preservation project we're involved with now. The project was but a low whisper among ultimate students. Word was that we would be offered state-of-the-art living and protection, seeing as our talents would be of great worldly benefit. As soon as I received my offer to join, I couldn't say no. I asked Silva if he accepted as well, but Silva declined, wholly disagreeing with the offer vehemently. He doubted the validity of a private group that only existed in the hopeful hearsay of strangers. But what position was I to deny safety when it had been offered so graciously? With our differing opinions on the matter coming to a clash, he eventually gave up on me entirely. Yet, against his wishes, I made attempts to get his name in. And look at where we are now.
So did she bring the helmet with her? Or... Ashley began to tear up and buried her head in her hands.
I'm such an idiot.
Her voice trembled.
Ashley, you're not an idiot for caring about a friend's well-being. I was foolish for thinking the killing game would go away if I removed Echo from being involved in my troubles. Being involved with ultimate students only leads to ultimate levels of trouble. But I was wrong for thinking I could shoulder tragedy on my own.
Ashley looked at me with pleading eyes. They were filled deep with sorrow and regret.
I'm sorry, Echo. I realize now it's more important than ever that we stick together.
She grasped my hand firmly, but her own hands were shaking from fear. It was only natural. I felt a tear fall from my face, onto the back of Ashley's hand.
Missy's voice slipped in. Why don't we get something from the dining hall to unwind? Everyone seems rather tense, and I think taking a beat could help us with stress.
Huh? How could you think of getting a snack at a time like this? I heard my voice cry in desperation. Pandora and Art's lives are just taken away!
Sorry, but I don't think we're of sound mind right now.
That's right, we shouldn't waste time doing nothing.
Then what do you suggest we do?
We need to escape. Missy, you're the ultimate tactician. I'm begging you. Come up with something. Anything. Any sort of plan to get us out of here. What's the point of ultimate talents if we can't do anything with them? Missy flinched. She looked away, attempting to hide her reaction. I realized what I had just said. I'm sorry. I went too far.
Echo, it's fine.
However, Missy's words betrayed her emotions. She must have felt tense after everything as well, but she tried to retain her composure nonetheless. I let out a deep sigh. I'm sorry for losing my temper. You're right. A snack would help clear my mind. Or my head.
Missy.
Missy's expression eased, but she said nothing. Rather, she slowly got up and offered a hand to me. She helped me out of bed and we quietly made our way to the dining hall. Okay. Ooh, night. The halls were eerily quiet, as if even sound were draped underneath the shadow of the evening lighting. In the dining hall, we saw Forte sitting in his lonesome. Evening, folks. Forte's voice was a low mumble, his posture stone. He sat with his hands clasped on the table, resting just before the dining table centerpiece, Pandora's basket of pastries. If we eat all of Pandora's pastries, will hope be at the bottom? This is the thing I was thinking about. I was like, why is Pandora's name Pandora? Is it after Pandora's box? And if so, was Pandora hope? Or is her death supposed to be symbolizing Pandora's box opening? I guess, wait, actually that makes sense, doesn't it? Where it's like, oh no, all the horrible things, all the killings are happening, but then at the very end, there's still hope. I see. Writing.
Missy's idea to get a snack was quickly dashed when we were met with the memento of Pandora. My stomach was twisted. She released despair in death, but her spirit isn't.
Yes, exactly!
Are you alright, Forte? The answer was plainly painted on his face. No one was of sound mind after what we just witnessed. Even though he didn't answer outright, the question alone gave him a bit of comfort.
Indeed, it will be a while yet for me to come to terms proper, but... Bro, I don't know. What?
Always rise after a fall.
Always rise? Pain exists so we can grow and learn from it. What we do with this feeling of misfortune is what will motivate us to move forward. We learn from tragedy and grow forward. It's really all we can do. I must imagine art was deserted. Regardless his generous fixings, being driven into a companionless corner like that would make anyone miserable. And being here now with our friends Missy and Ashley, as well as the others, should teach us that we have friends all around us who would feel anguished without one another. Alas, it's hard to think clearly when your mind has been clouded by despair. I feel terrible for Art, his swirling, desolate emotions pushed too far. I wish to make it known that I care for you all deeply. Forte's melancholic voice stunned my heart. Missy and Ashley themselves had a wistful look in their eyes as they nodded in assent. We hardly knew each other, but I could feel the bond of our adversity bringing us closer together, our camaraderie knit together by taut strings of fear. If I may, as a precaution, I suggest no one travel alone. It's too dangerous to be without a witness in the event something were to happen. It's not a thought I wish to entertain, but such steps may be necessary if we're going to be at the forefront of the killing things unpredictability. I agree, and not only that. Cyrus's intense behavior could pose a potential problem.
Huh? What happened with Cyrus? Well, after the trial, you recall what Zero said.
Yeah? Cyrus, sir, is someone to be wary of. Ultimate charisma is a terrible cover talent.
After you collapsed, he started acting suspiciously.
Seems I've garnered distrust among you all. No thanks to that lousy Zero.
Cyrus, what is Zero talking about?
There's no use hiding it. I think a reintroduction is only appropriate. What? What? Cyrus Zurich, ultimate confidential informant for the Preservation Project.
You're with the Preservation Project?
Of course. I rallied you all here after all.
So, what's with the facade? You're in this game too, after all. Do you think you could keep up the niceties all the way through?
That's for me to know. And all you need to know is this. You're all doomed from the moment you set foot here. I know for a fact. Nothing you do will save you from this game. Okay. Okay. To be honest, I was pretty sure he was gonna be with Preservation Project, but I didn't think he'd be like against us. Okay. Here's the thing, I want to like Cyrus, and the reasoning because he looks like Rantaro Amami, and I would like Rantaro Amami. I'm like trying to separate the two, but it's not working out. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will separate them.
And then he crept out from the courtroom, leaving us all confused to say the least. After that, Missy and I rushed you to my room so you could get some rest. Say and Cannon have been unresponsive all evening. I don't know how Lyle is faring, but he is likely in a similar despondent shape. They've retired to their rooms as far as I know.
Bad luck. Yeah, I should have known the green hair! It's always green hair!
However, if anyone would like to explore, find a partner to keep yourself safe. I cannot guarantee everyone's safety, nor can I force everyone to follow my lead, but I hope you know I wish for everyone's safety.
Missy was strained. She wished to protect everyone, but it was difficult since none of us knew what could happen next.
I'm awfully curious about something, though. As we were returning to the foyer from the courtroom, I noticed that there was a button on the 3rd floor lit in the elevator.
Oh wait, there was a button... What? Wait, no, that's not it. There was a button for the 3rd floor lit in the elevator. 3rd floor.
I saw that too! Missy, did you want to investigate the 3rd floor? It's late, but I did want to make a brief round to see what was in store for me. I'll come with you. Echo, did you want to go back to your room for some proper rest? I imagine you've been quite fatigued lately.
I mean, technically we slept for the whole day, so... My stomach was in a knot. I didn't want to leave Ashley. No, it's fine. I'll come with you. I feel kind of restless anyway. Walking around could help.
Okay, but don't push yourself, alright?
I nodded slowly. If you folks are going to explore, would you mind seeing me off to my living quarters? Missy and Ashley obliged, and we all left the dining hall together. In the foyer, we saw Forte off as he retired for the night in his personal room. Entering the elevator again, we traveled to the 3rd floor that had recently opened up. After a low rumbling, the elevator stopped, revealing the new area. Oh. A digital kiosk was just outside the elevator, displaying a map of the grounds as we approached. The 3rd floor landing hall led towards a single main hall that split into 4 rooms, 2 on each side. Screenshot time! I got it. I have the previous screenshot of the 2nd floor too. Oh wait, and also let me get the itch.io. Oh wait, Yes. Okay, now the map is in my hands, and no one can stop me. Okay. The 3rd floor landing hall led to 2 single multiplayer performances. Okay, so casino, garage, smokehouse lounge, and art gallery. More living quarters? Yes, lesson learned.
More new activity and amenities are available to us. On the left, there's a smoking lounge connected to a casino. On the right is an art gallery connected to a garage. But of course, they're closed to us from 7 AM to 7 PM. Or 9 AM to 7 PM. I know times.
However, Missy's voice trailed off. I followed her gaze to the smaller hallways that surrounded the perimeter of the main activity rooms. Familiar doors dotted the hallway. An unknown school emblem decorated the door, but Missy's eyes were transfixed on one. That's... And Ashley herself was looking at another door that bore a similar emblem on it that I had seen on the race car helmet earlier. Huh? There was another set of full personal rooms on the 3rd floor. Missy and Ashley looked at each other with astonishment. They swiftly ran to their respective doors, but before they could do anything... Cyrus, you were here the whole time? I see you've met the rest of your classmates. His flat, disembodied voice sent a chill up my spine. Huh? The two of them swung around to see Cyrus in the dark corner of the hallway. Cyrus continued, disregarding Missy and Ashley's grim faces. Oh, he's doing the pose, the hand pose. It's too late. Silva and Darling? They're out of the picture. Ashley and Missy reacted to their respective names. I remember Ashley telling me about Silva, so the other unknown was in relation to Missy. The atmosphere was suddenly heavy, with paralyzing glares sent every which way.
Why do you know this? What exactly do you plan to do with these threats?
Hmm.
He shrugged indifferently, unconcerned with answering the questions tossed his way. Cyrus, who are you?
I'm the Preservation Project's informant. I was chosen to handpick the class that appears for this game. His leering eyes pierced the very air between us. But, I opine, they're different. I was immobilized at the sudden mention of my name. I didn't even know if I was breathing.
The three stood at a stalemate, a palpable dread radiating from their deadlocked eyes. Please, stop your facade.
Facade? You all heard Zero in the trial. The Cyrus you knew before wasn't the real me. He blew my cover, so I'm here in full form.
Cyrus let his threat linger. The astringent potential for disaster amassed a lead weight at the bottom of my stomach. Missy and Ashley closed in on either side of me, bracing themselves against his possible machinations.
Okay. But he just walked away! Cyrus's husky low laugh melting into darkness. Alright, bye! I was dizzy with fear, but Missy's firm voice kept me grounded.
Hurry, let's return to the living quarters.
She grabbed my hand, leading me through the dark towards the elevator that was some ways behind us. We hustled into the elevator and rode back to the main foyer. Cyrus just left without a fight. In the foyer, soft light from the chandelier glittered, delicately lighting the main hall. He said bye. Bye! There, we crossed paths with Cannon, who was isolated in the foyer once again.
Cannon?
Ashley's voice was a whisper that didn't seem to reach Cannon's ears. Wow, angsty thonk. Sorry. We slowly approached her and saw her cold expression. But her face gave off a different demeanor somehow. Rather than the icy gaze, we were met with a stony, soulless stare.
Cannon, are you alright?
I saw her come to, her eyes softening as she turned towards us. She murmured a quiet affirmation. Her cold exterior melted into a brief moment of vulnerability. Then, my curiosity got the better of me, and I capitalized on the brevity of silence. Cannon, I have to know, why did you run away when I collapsed from electrocution?
It's only natural to feel fear when you see someone get hurt.
Huh?
I was frightened. It's odd. I wanted to leave this mansion as soon as I woke up, but something stopped me.
She gripped the instant camera she had hung on the short wrist strap.
When I woke in my personal room with only this camera in my possession, I couldn't help but feel unnerved. So I stood in the foyer wanting to leave, but felt unable to due to a mysterious bad feeling. As it turns out, that feeling was right. After I saw you scream and collapse, my suspicions were confirmed. But I didn't know what to do. I waited for anyone to come and see you so they could handle it.
Your turn.
You know what happens from there. I left someone else to help you because I didn't want to deal with that event.
Although her face was no less intelligible from before, her voice was shaking. She was just as scared, if not more, than I was. She desperately wanted to protect herself from being the one who would point out the culprit as long as possible, knowing she couldn't delay the inevitable revelation. Cannon sighed heavily.
Excuse me, I'm going to bed.
Cannon briskly walked towards the living quarters. Missy and Ashley gave Cannon a soft goodnight each as she retired for the night. With nothing left to do in the dark of the night, we followed suit to our individual rooms. Ashley stopped me for a moment in the living quarters hall.
Echo, let's take care of each other, yeah? Of course. That doesn't need saying. I Ashley mumbled something but cut herself off. Instead, she just gave me a hug. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to be swathed in the comfort of her embrace. Good night, Echo. Good night, Ash. Entering my personal room, I felt more alienated. This personal room, the comfort and luxury must have been fabricated, creating a false sense of comfort. And behind that sense of comfort, a facade of terror and malice was hiding, a killing game with no remorse for the participants. I shook the nerves out and collapsed on the bed. I want to go to bed for a long time. Exhaustion overcame me, and another day would come to pass. The moon! Maybe there's an ultimate werewolf and it turns into... Shut up, she. Day 4. Every fire is a lesson learned. Oh boy. Knock knock. Who's there? Banana? Banana who? Aren't you glad I didn't? Okay. I opened my eyes at the sound of knocking. Huh? Pardon me, but good morning. Oh, it's Missy Vesper, outside for Echo. I looked at the time, 7:29. Good morning, Missy. I'll be right out. Take your time. I stopped the alarm before it rang and made myself presentable. I stepped outside of my personal room to greet Missy. I noticed she was clutching a small item folded in cloth. Before I could ask about it, she started through the halls, and I followed alongside her. What's going on? I'm gathering students for a personal announcement. I'll elaborate when we arrive in the foyer. She raised a small item, indicating it was going to be the subject of her meeting. You're the last student I approached. Those who won't be present did not answer when I knocked. However, when I approached Sei, she replied through the door that she wasn't going to move at all. She said that if she was going to die, it would happen regardless of what she did. What? It was a shockingly fatalistic thing to say, but I wasn't going to force that out. A shockingly fantastic thing to say. Come on, she. That girl. Sei worries me. Do you think she'll do something dangerous? I'm sorry, I meant that I worry for her well-being. I don't wish to be too demanding in any case. She may be offended or take it the wrong way, but... Missy shied. She seemed upset that she couldn't do anything to help Sei. I'm sure Sei appreciates the sentiment. I'm sure Sei appreciates the sentiment. We just do what we can, right? I apologize. You're absolutely correct. Missy's expression eased as we finally arrived in the main foyer. That's the thing I thought about Sei was that, yo, what if Sei, because Sei is very meek, very shy, soft, etc., right? Faint of heart. But like, what if she turns out to be batshit crazy? Like, I was like, what if I just did like what if you just did like a 180 flip on Sei and she turns insane? Like, it probably won't happen because I think she's pretty genuine in her fear. But like, who knows? In the foyer I saw the small group of students Missy gathered. The group composed of Forte, Canon, Ashley, Missy, and myself. So Lyle, Cyrus, and Sei couldn't make it. I'm not surprised Cyrus is absent given his behavior last night. And Lyle should be a person of concern as well, since he was so distraught from the conclusion we came to, discovering Art was the culprit behind Pandora's death. Right. That's the thing, like, Lyle... At least, like, I think so. Lyle and Art were, like, good buddies, at least for the short time that they officially knew each other. And they kind of knew each other. Well, at least Lyle knew Art before the whole game started, right? So Art dying. This is Lyle's villain arc. This is how it starts. Breaking down. Oh, wait, you're right. There could be a 180 with that idea.
I see. Okay. Lyle's villain arc, right.
I just wanted to protect us. It's not his fault Pandora had an incredibly suspicious note.
Wait, what? I thought... Okay, hold on. Maybe I framed this the wrong way. Was the reason why Art killed Pandora is because of both him not liking Pandora due to all the things we mentioned before, but also because he thought Pandora was suspicious because of the note? So did he discover her having the note? In that case, it must have... because she kept it in like her apron pocket or something like that. Right? So like... Wait. Wait, hold on. There was only one note, right? It was not like there were two notes? There was only one note. Right? I don't know. I forgot. No, I'm not the ultimate memory. And then... Okay. Yeah, he threw the note in the spa. Which means he did find it on Pandora. And he knew it was weird for Pandora to have it because Lyle had showed it to Art earlier, right? He was like, hey, look at this weird note I found in the pantry. And then he saw Pandora have it. Wait, yeah. So are there two notes then? There has to be two notes. Or otherwise, because in the pantry there was one note that eventually Lyle took out because he had it with him. And then Pandora had a note on her in her apron. And it didn't, like, would she had just left it in the pantry? That doesn't make any sense. She would just keep it in her pocket, right? I'm just gonna assume that there were actually two notes. Because they didn't explain about anything. Because if it was just one note, then Lyle must have had the note with him until the time Pandora died, which wouldn't make sense for it to be in the pool then. I don't know. Right, so... Okay. I don't know. Maybe it was like... Oh, Pandora's this, like, nice, generous person, and yet she's still hiding things from us. She has this suspicious note with her and she never told us. How dare her! Throw it in the pool, kill her. Yeah? Okay.
I don't imagine seeing her with the note. Seeing her with the note helped. What with his head being so full of distress. That note is fairly damning. I never would have thought she would be in possession of such an oddity.
But despite that, I feel like she had good intentions behind it. She specifically pulled me aside the night before to ask if I knew anything about the contents. That doesn't seem like something a mole would do, right? We pondered the source of the note, but we couldn't presume much about it without the strange item in our hands. Our morning was already off to a rocky start.
Ah, that brings me to what I have gathered you all here for.
Missy had the floor, taking place facing the elevator at the centerpiece table, while the rest of us circled the opposite side. Yeah, I mean, we'll just leave it up in the air, in the cloud. It'll make sense as we go.
Please, don't be alarmed when I show you this.
She placed the small cloth-wrapped item she had been carrying on the wood table. It's a gun. Oh wait, it actually is a gun! What? It was a revolver with a note. The note's like, you gotta play Russian roulette. Missy, what's the meaning of this?
I told Echo before, but I'll reiterate for the rest of you as well. I had plans to contribute my skills to the preservation project prior to the events I'm writing here. However, upon arrival in my personal room, I found this revolver. Read the note tied to the handle.
Hannon looked over and carefully read from afar.
As a student interested in working with the preservation project, one must attempt their hand in a single round of reverse Russian roulette.
So it is. Oh my god.
We believe every ultimate student should they be fuck.
We believe every ultimate student, should they be destined to live and challenge the world, will surpass the incredible game of chance, no matter the odds.
The fuck? Reverse Russian roulette? Yeah, that's where you only take out one bullet and you spin the thing, and you have a 1 in 6 chance of living instead of a 1 in 6 chance of dying. Sure, why not?
A game of unbelievable chance. 5 out of 6 chambers in the gun are occupied with a bullet. The player is to spin the chamber, lock the chamber in, place the gun barrel against their own head, pull the trigger, and hope to survive. Without the knowledge of whether or not a bullet was fired, your life is in the hands of fate.
What? That's absurd.
What are the possible odds of someone surviving that? Is it far too high to take a chance on? One would have to be inconceivably fortunate.
You didn't play, right?
Who would dare risk such a gamble if they were not certain they could survive?
Missy's jaw clenched. You like horses, right? No! Did she really not play the round? Of course she didn't!
That said, I'm showing my hand because I want to suspend my disbelief.
Huh?
I sincerely want to trust you all, though I hope you can trust me as well after I've revealed this wretched thing. I wish for you to believe that no danger is to be contrived from me, as I have no intention to harm any of you.
She carefully folded the cloth back over the revolver.
Have any of you heard of a concept called the Stockdale Paradox?
I can't say I have.
I'll explain. It's a philosophy of duality. Named after a vice president's candidate, the Stockdale Paradox is a concept in which one must never lose faith that they will prevail in the end, while still confronting the cruel facts of their reality. It's a paradox of the self. An individual has to be able to balance the horrors of reality with the optimisms of success to truly be able to overcome the worst situations. This mindset, the acknowledgement of two opposing sides, is paramount in achieving one's goals. One mustn't get so hopeful they ignore the gravity of their grave surroundings. In our case, we must balance the hope that we will escape the clutches of this place against the despair of ultimate death within the walls.
Whoa, she said it. She said the 2 words. The 4 of us were petrified. Hope? Despair? Sorry. I can't take those 2 words seriously anymore. It was hard to process. Thank you for placing trust in us, Missy. We will not let you down. Cannon remained silent, but nodded in agreement at Forte's statement.
Thanks, Missy. You're risking a lot, but if none of us plan to kill, then there really shouldn't be anything to worry about. Of course there shouldn't be anything to worry about. We're all reasonable people, but fear is a powerful tool. By showing you this item and telling you my intentions, I hope to dispel any fear among us.
Amogus. I see.
Thank you for your cooperation and understanding.
I couldn't believe how bold Missy was being. She could have easily left the gun in her room, out of sight, essentially out of our realm of existence, where no one could cause harm with it. But she was venturing with high hopes that our group truly had no ill will. Everyone agreed. No one would dare fire the gun. Even so, in a game of killing, a weapon presented itself seemingly out of nowhere. Stranger so, it seemed like some students were left some sort of item in their rooms upon waking up. First Cannon remarking upon her camera, then Ashley having Silva's racing comment, and finally Missy with a revolver. But I also recall Forte having something that was seemingly out of place in the mansion. When he took care of me after I was shocked, he had... Oh, sheet music. That's right. He was leafing through some sheet music. I wonder, what was the meaning of this? Crash! Oh, as I pondered this strange trend, the sound of glass shattering filled the room. Crash, clang! Our group glanced at each other for a moment before running off to the source of the sound. Uh-oh. Through the dining hall into the kitchen, the sound persisted louder and louder. Oh no. Lyle! It is his villain arc! Lyle, no! We found Lyle and the kitchen itself in a state of disarray. Broken glass and battered metal littered the floor as Lyle crushed a metal pipe, aiming for the oven.
Lyle, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm testing the rules. The rules state that we are not to damage major assets. Yet here I am, breaking everything. And so far, nothing has happened. Don't you understand? The rules aren't enforced. Art wouldn't have had to kill Pandora. He wouldn't have had to die by our vote. In the circumstances of a game, rules are placed to create restriction, and yet there's no arbiter or custodian or mastermind here to punish us for breaking the rules. So why should we be following the rules in the first place? We thought our lives were threatened since we were trapped by that electrocuting door. Does that even actually happen? What do you mean? Of course that happened. Why would I lie about something like that? You were the only one who was affected by it. For all I know, Echo, you're the mastermind behind this. What? You collapsed and Forte in his good-natured heart. Oh, you collapsed and Forte in his good-natured heart came running to your aid. That collapse could have been entirely fake. Because of that, we were simply trapped by our own fears.
Be that as it may, the fact remains that the door was armed and is currently barricaded. There can't be no reason for that.
It's not total madness, yeah. And I feel like, yeah, like it's not like, yeah, you'd be punished, but like, it probably isn't immediate punishment. I don't know. Despite Forte's observation, Lyle ignored him. He was completely absorbed in his thoughts. Art didn't have to die. He didn't have to die. He didn't have to die. He was muttering to himself in his grip, as his grip tightened on the pipe. Lyle's eyes gleamed with threat. Those enraged eyes locked onto the mine as he dropped the pipe, the metal crushing the glass debris into dust. I'm not gonna die. Not after him. No custodian. Right, Zero is technically here. Right. Well, he is a hologram, though. So, I don't know. But, like, with impeccable timing, an announcement rang through the halls. It's now... Oh god. Wait, give me a sec to cough. It is now 9 a.m. And welcome to day 4 of 7! We're already halfway through. How exciting! However, there are far too many people alive right now, and we need to fix that. Today's force motive question is...
Oh boy, another existential question. Oh, I can't wait.
Do you believe your talent can benefit all of humanity? Yes, as an ultimate student at the top of your field, society will expect you to contribute yourselves and your respective talents to the world as a whole. Ponder this question as we set up our next motive for you all. Coming soon to ultimate students everywhere. Wahaha!
I listened to the announcement best I could, but the rest of the group paid no attention. Instead, they were trying to calm Lyle after his spiel.
Lyle, we have to leave too, believe me. But we should put our heads together and come up with a plan instead of wrecking everything.
No, you'll only get in the way. Lyle aggressively pushed his way through us, leaving the dining hall for the foyer, with Missy giving chase. Lyle, stop it! Stop following me! I alone will piece together the secrets of this awful killing game, if I'm not the ultimate puzzle master. Cyrus is right. If I don't act now, nothing will get done.
You spoke to Cyrus?
I ran into him this morning in the kitchen. He doesn't concern me in the slightest.
With how Cyrus is behaving now, there's no telling what will happen next. You really ought to be careful around him.
Lyle ignored Missy's plea and marched over to the elevator, slamming the buttons. He turned around and held up a fist with a crumpled piece of paper in it. I swear I will find the other person who knows the secrets of this note. That's the only clue Art left me. Damn it, I will do whatever it takes to get to the bottom of this. Killing someone due to jealousy and existential crisis. Not again. That's the thing, but that's like no one paid attention to the question, you know? So if anything, no, Lyle didn't even hear it. Lyle gave us one last parting glare before entering the elevator. Click. The elevator's door closed, leaving the rest of us in a state of bewilderment. Bro, like, the elevator's here and he's gonna show up right here. So Art's like, bye, see you guys, click,
And then door closes. And then we wait like a couple seconds, and then he shows up again at the top of the balcony, and we're like, oh, there he is. Makes eye contact with us, and then stomps off. This elevator's door closed, leaving the rest of us in a state of bewilderment.
With Lyle on edge as it is, a talk with Cyrus seems like a recipe for disaster.
What do you think he's going to try now?
You can only surmise Lyle might be going to the 3rd floor to scour the area for other students. It's a new location that needs to be turned over after all.
Forte and Missy sighed in unison. Let us hope he doesn't do anything reckless. But just after Forte said that, I heard footsteps at the top of the stairs.
Cyrus.
Oh, Cyrus replied in a nonchalant manner, but his face was different. In the light of day, Cyrus's expression was twisted into something disconcerting. Missy and Cyrus exchanged fierce looks once more, only this time the two of their emotions were catalyzed. Before we could react, Missy moved swiftly to pursue Cyrus at the top of the stairs.
Missy, wait! What are you doing?
Ashley went to chase her, but Missy's firm voice stopped Ashley in her tracks.
Don't worry, I'm confident nothing will happen here. I'd like a word with this informant.
She announced her vague plan as she arrived at the top of the stairs and forcibly grabbed Cyrus by the arm. Cyrus didn't say a word. Rather, he just made a disgusted face at Missy and pushed him as Missy pushed him into the jazz club. She slammed the door and silence befell the group. Should we be concerned? Missy has a plan. I have faith she will carry it out to execution with the least casualties.
Yeah, Miss Ultimate Tactician probably has some cards up her sleeve. Let's just leave her be.
Cannon made a rather snide remark, but that said, it seemed like everyone was confident that Missy had a plan, seeing as no one went to pursue her.
Ugh. I hate it in here. Why don't we carry on the investigation ourselves?
Investigation of what?
The mansion. We still haven't found a way out of this place.
I agree. The 3rd floor opened up to us last night, so there could be an opportunity for escape. Cannon, would you like to join me? Missy proposed traveling in pairs to protect herself, so if I may.
Sure.
With a stern reply, Cannon briskly began escalating the foyer stairs. Excuse us. Forte followed suit, which left me and Ashley in the foyer.
We should check out the 3rd floor again now that the amenities are open. And hopefully we'll find those other students.
Her voice was low. Ashley was pale with worry. There were signs of her friend Silva being here as well. The helmet in his personal room on the 3rd floor. But the fact that we hadn't run into anyone for 3 days was cause for concern. I didn't want to say anything though. Ash, I'm sure we'll find Silva and the others. Ashley's eyes softened.
Thanks, Echo.
She gave me a smile once more before starting towards the stairs. I began to follow, but something was tugging at me. Hey, Ash, should we take the gun? Ashley hesitated.
I think we should trust Missy. We should trust everyone.
It's ridiculous, though. I mean, trust? It's such a lofty, intangible concept. Who could say whether or not someone will uphold it? I mean, we could just take the bullets in the gun, right? Like, if we take all the bullets, it'll just be like, oh, a gun, but it's like, there's nothing, it's not loaded, right? Plus, having the bullets on us isn't really too implicative of anything. It's good practice. I believe you should do that.
Echo, are you saying you won't?
Of course not, it's just...
Then that's that.
Huh? Actually, you're a little too trusting. I don't think we should leave a gun outside in the middle of the foyer. It's like, what if just someone walks by? It's like, what's this? Oh, more biscuits? Oh boy, I haven't had biscuits since Pandora died. And you open it and it's a gun. Unless you lose a bullet. That's true. But like, we got pockets. Well, actually, Ashley might not have pockets, but we have pockets. Huh?
Missy wants to believe in us. And I'm guessing from our observed behavior during the trial last night, she has no reason to believe any of us are malicious. In fact, the one person she thinks is the most dangerous is Cyrus, and she's dealing with him personally. She placed her trust in us. Now we just have to trust her. It's give and take.
I see. Trust. I pondered the concept as we made our way towards the 3rd floor. Blind trust isn't good, though. If you blindly trust everyone, that's just stupid. No! Like, when we saw the gun, I was like, oh man, cool, our next murder weapon, you know? So, I'm not surprised that it's gonna be in this situation, but like, the fact that we could have prevented it. Well, actually, the real shocker is if the gun is not the murder weapon. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, Ashley and I saw Canon and Forte just entering the garage. Ashley herself revisited the door with silver school emblem and tugged at the doorknob. But trust everyone? That's big difference. Yeah, exactly. I guess what they're saying is if we're trusting Missy, then we're trusting everyone, but... Yeah. Lyle and Informant dude. Yeah, the previously known as Ultimate Riz, but apparently has no Riz.
Locked. Figures.
She knocked lightly a couple times, but to no avail. Her eyes were dark.
Hey, maybe those other students are just gathered somewhere else in the building. It's a pretty big place. This whole floor was hidden from us for a while after all.
Yeah, friendly reminder to not leave a gun outside. Oh my god. Especially, like, loaded. You know? Bro, what if it's like, bum bum bum, body discovered, and then it's just someone in the foyer dead with a gun, and then the truth is revealed that they just tried to play Russian roulette and then failed? That would be so sad! He got de-rizzed.
Ashley snapped out of her trance. Her concerned gaze met mine.
Yeah, we'll see them soon enough.
She lightly caressed the door before returning to my side. Well, let's see if we can't find anything on this floor. Canon and Forte just went to the garage, so why don't we check out the other rooms in the meantime?
Let's see. Okay, let's just go down the list.
Smoke lounge. Let's see what the smoke lounge is.
Also, wait, aren't we high school students? Isn't smoking bad? Don't smoke. If you've learned anything from your turn to Zai, it's that cigars are bad and you should not smoke. It's not cool to drool. Okay. We entered the smoke lounge, a large room with a rustic design. Among the room pairs, this room was connected to the casino by a set of double doors on its right wall. Immediately upon entering, we were met with a heavy, ashy odor. Blech. I covered my nose to block the smell, but the air itself felt thick and suffocating.
Nico, you okay?
I'm fine. I just wasn't expecting the air to be so dry. Let's try to make this quick.
What kind of group would allow students to access a smoke lounge? That seems irresponsible.
Yeah, what kind of ultimate talent would utilize this room anyway? The ultimate smoker? The ultimate nicotine addict? No!
Who knows? Let's just take a quick look for some sort of exit and move on.
I glazed over the room from one end to the other with a single sweeping look. It was a decadent-looking set. The leather seating and fine wood craft tables were cozy, each table housing a small candle for a comforting effect. The far wall had shelves upon shelves of fine beverages locked behind a glass case, with a bar to match on the opposite side. The ultimate smoke ring blower. It was a highly refined atmosphere overall that felt rather unwelcoming to those of us who didn't indulge in this sort of recreation. Also, is this alcohol? Bro, we're all under 21, come on. I poked around in areas I thought may be suspicious, but didn't really know what to look for. Ultimate lung cancer? No! Hey. Ashley seemed to be out of sorts. I wanted to talk and take her mind off her worries a little bit. Or I wanted to talk and take her mind off her worries a little bit. So I suppose I did have an ultimate talent after all. What do you suppose I meant to do with it?
Well, it helped during the trial.
That aside, I'm not even sure what kind of practical uses it has. Ashley fell quiet, instead of focusing her attention on investigating the room at hand. Okay, never mind. Not much for conversation. At a loss, we decided to move on. Casino. Let's visit the casino. We did have an ultimate gambler, so... Casino is plausible. Can we play slots here? Like we can do it in the other Danganronpa games? I also like the chicken leg feat that's happening. Okay. We visited a casino, a dim room with an expensive design. Among the room pairs, this room was connected to the smoke lounge by a set of double doors on its left wall.
Casino? I suppose it pairs well with the smoke lounge.
I guess some kind of ultimate gambler would thrive here, but still. This, along with a smoke lounge, seems a bit out of our depth.
Well, we're not here for the recreation. Let's see what we can find.
We split up and searched between the rows of slot machines that lined one side of the room, and the card tables that occupied the opposite. The slot machines spun listlessly as they sat idly by. The card tables themselves looked rather lonely, no chips or cards adorned the felt. I paced through the room twice over, but didn't spot anything of note. I wanted to try again. Lyle probably has some trick to memorizing different puzzle block patterns. I could ask him, right?
Yeah, I think there's usually some kind of math involved, so there's that.
Cool, not much for conversation. Finding nothing fruitful of note, we moved to our next location. Art gallery. Let's visit the art gallery. Crossing the third floor hall, we came upon the spacious art gallery. Among the room pairs, this room was connected to the garage by a set of double doors on its right wall.
It's very picturesque and modern.
Yeah, the whole environment is really inviting.
Would some kind of exit or clue really be hidden in a place like this, though?
I guess we'll find out.
The art gallery was situated in a warehouse-style room. The high open ceilings adorned with bright lights gave way to several painted canvases that decorated the walls. Large, colorful work tables were lined up in the center, facing a small stage that held a sculpture up for the artist to see. Off to the side was an inset closet, stocked with shelves chock full of supplies. We kept coming up short in our investigation, shuffling the lengths of the rooms in silence. I stopped peppering Ashley with questions pertaining to my talent. She clearly wasn't in the mood to address it.
Oh, Echo.
Ashley sighed.
Oh, ultimate debacle. Such a thing has no bearing on what we have. You don't need to find any sort of use for the talent. I couldn't tell you what all a jockey could do for the future. Was it too much to simply wish for safety? That, in return, we must contribute everything in our power to get something so basic?
Oh, but
Was it too much to simply wish for that, in return, we must contribute everything in our power to get something so basic? I wish the project wasn't so incessantly utilitarian about our talents.
Another heavy sigh. Pandora said something like that on the third day in response to the force motive question. That baking was simply her passion. Sorry, the talent assignment was so weird and out of nowhere. To be honest, I'm not even sure I believe it. I just wanted to take your mind off. I let the sentence hang. I didn't know where to go from there.
Thanks, Echo.
We kept looking. Sorry.
The 3 rooms we visited were stocked with a decadent display of recreation, but the fact that we couldn't find an exit nor any signs of life were cause for concern. Our entrapment felt more and more isolating with each discovery.
There's one more room to check. I wonder if Cannon and Forte have finished their investigation. No reason not to join them if they haven't.
Whoa, what the heck? Cars! Ashley and I entered the garage through its heavy double doors. There weren't any signs of Forte or Cannon in the room. The garage was another warehouse-sized room that housed a large collection of vehicles. Vehicles of various makes and models lined the warehouse like a row of soldiers. The luster of each steel body gleamed proudly under the beams of display lights. A car collection? Huh? I turned around to see Ashley shaking.
Is this a joke?
Ash?
Some kind of sick joke, isn't it?
I went to Ashley's side, but was shrugged away as she stumbled towards a cobalt blue race car. She laid her hands on the hood of the car and stared a hole through the windshield.
This is Silva's car.
The look on her face was filled with mixed emotions. Oh no. I gripped her shoulders firmly and shook her out of her daze. Ash, snap out of it! Ashley blinked and took a step back, but her head was hanging low.
Go, this is a sign. It can't simply be a coincidence, can it?
Her voice trailed off. It seems we came to the same conclusion. It was entirely possible that Silva was also captured, made to play a killing game. But she would never want to hear that. Ashley, all these signs must be set up to get a rise out of you.
Huh?
Think about it. The mysterious group infiltrated the preservation project and kidnapped us. They must have known about your fight with Silva and are using it against you, using it to vex you, to motivate you into doing something horrible. They're playing mind games with you, Ashley. You don't have to worry about Silva. I told her these things, but they were all a lie. Even so, I couldn't stand to see her in such despair. Ashley rubbed her eyes and I saw her body relax.
Yeah, you could be right.
She sniffed out a voice of gratitude.
Thanks, Echo.
What are friends for, if not telling lies to make your friends feel better? I gave her a small hug.
I'm going to step out into the hall for a bit, if you want to keep looking.
Oh, alright. I won't be long then. I let Ashley gather her bearings outside as I gave the garage a brief walkthrough. Unsurprisingly, I found nothing. I left the garage, disgruntled at the lack of clues for escape. Outside the main hall, I spotted Ashley in the midst of conversation with Missy.
Echo, you may want to hear this.
Huh? What is it?
As you know, I had a conversation with Cyrus.
Yeah, that was kinda scary. But I'm glad to see you're alright.
Worry not. I'm here in one piece. I wanted to bring our attention to his strange behavior. You see, I tried to reason with him, to talk to him from one person to another, but it's almost as if, after he was exposed, he's been putting on a facade.
Oh, after he was exposed, he put on... okay.
I'm sorry, it's difficult for me to explain this gut feeling I have about him, but I have my suspicions. Zero said ultimate charisma wasn't the real Cyrus, but could it be the other way around? Other way around? What do you mean? I was thinking, when Zero uncovered Cyrus's false talent, revealing his true title, Cyrus's behavior became stilted and insincere. Perhaps charisma truly isn't his talent, but his behavior under that title seemed organic.
Just full of despair. No. No more despair and hope.
Apologies. My apologies. I'm just thinking out loud. Although to see for myself, I wanted to talk some sense into him, but he remained steadfast and stubbornly irksome. If he continues to behave strangely, we might have another tragedy on his hands. I agree. I didn't want to be too hasty, but might I suggest we try to extract information from him with force?
With force? Missy's expression sharpened as she made a definite decision. I could see her eyes glazing through a plan of action.
I will use the gun to threaten him into talking. Make no mistake, I have absolutely no intention of firing it, but Cyrus doesn't need to know that. In that case, let me help you.
Bro, we're gonna go downstairs and the gun's gonna be gone. Just saying.
I'll get rope from the climbing center to bind him in case he thinks of doing something funny.
Excellent. I was shocked, but Ashley and Missy were both in agreement. Okay. Alright, cool. Interrogation time, if it happens.
Actually, quickly, let us make preparations and rendezvous here promptly. You mustn't wait any time with Cyrus roaming around freely.
Ashley nodded. Okay. The three of us sped down the stairs and split up at the second floor landing. Missy continued further down. Ashley and I took a sharp turn towards the climbing center. I was struggling to keep up, but eventually closed the distance between us as she dug through the lockers in search of rope. Isn't this too extreme?
Look, it sounds harsh, but it's necessary to prevent further killing. The last thing I would want is to not keep an eye on Cyrus and have you killed, Echo. No single soul is exempt from death. There's no gray area about it.
I understand that, but... Bang. Didn't expect Ashley to be totally on board. Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, something about pressure. Bang? Shit. Before I could finish my thought, a shot was heard ringing through the air. The shot sounded like it came from above.
Missy? She could have encountered Cyrus before us.
Ashley wrapped a bundle of rope around her forearm, grabbed my hand once more, and darted up the stairs toward the third floor. Oh no. She stopped me at the foot of the stairs and cautiously looked around the corner at the main hallway. The sound of another shot exploded through the air. It sounded like it came from the smoke lounge. What was going on? Before I realized what was happening, I felt my body move on its own. Why are we in the art gallery? Ashley had thrown the art gallery's door open and forced me in. Ash, what on earth are you doing? She slammed the door between us as I stumbled in.
Echo, take cover here and don't move a muscle until I get back.
Oh, okay. She commanded me from the other side of the door as I tried to steady my footing. In my state of dishevelment, I stayed put, not knowing what else to do. I heard her footsteps soften as she put further distance between us.
Missy?
Slam! Oh! Bang! I was shaking. I hurled towards the door. I couldn't help but fear the worst, attempting to pry the doors open. Clatter, clatter. But the doors wouldn't budge. Upon closer inspection, the doors had no keyhole or latch that would keep them locked. Huh? Wait, what? Had no keyhole or latch that would keep them locked. Well, locked? How? I looked around hastily for something to help get me out. Oh yeah, the garage is connected to the art gallery. I can leave through there. I ran to the double doors that led to the garage and tugged. Clatter, clatter. But the doors were similarly blocked. Looking again, these double doors had nothing preventing them from being opened. Somehow, both sets of double doors had been blocked. No way. How could this be happening? I gasped, collapsing to the ground at the inexplicable situation I found myself in. Missy! It's possible Missy was out there with a gun. What? Another? That's 4! Confronting Ashley, I felt a cold sweat forming on my face. Missy, you asked us to trust you. I can't believe how stupid I was for believing in trust. I should have picked up the gun when it was in the foyer. Yeah. Trust. Imagine we open the door and everyone's okay. Footsteps. I heard footsteps from the main hall side. From the main hall side of the doors. Lyle, you must be a raving madman if you can think you can run around the building alone. Huh? I'm not doing anything suspicious. I'm doing everything I can to get us out of here, unlike the rest of you. And what were you doing poking around in one of the third floor personal rooms anyway? How did you even get in there? That is none of your business. Voices. I heard faint voices from the main hall side of the art gallery. I sprung up from the floor and banged on the door from inside the art gallery. Hey, whoever's out there, let me out! I hammered on the door until my fist fell through the air. Oh, Echo? Say was on the other side of the door, holding a bundle of rope. There's no time to explain. I was falling all over myself, running towards the sound of the shouts. Everything was a blur as I dodged across the hall to the smoke lounge and threw the door open. Oh god. We should have taken the bullets! Oh my god! Oh! Okay. Cyrus, no! Why'd he have to go before he explained stuff to us? Especially after we were going to try to believe in him too. Cyrus's body was lying face up, blood staining his torso and hands. I sharply inhaled and trembled at the sight. Ah! Shay shook out a small, startled response before disappearing from the smoke lounge entirely. I stood rooted in place, fear and confusion paralyzing me. Didn't expect him to. Yeah, right? Like, I thought he was gonna stick around for a little while since he survived the first chapter, but. Oh my god. The smoke lounge was in a complete state of chaos, with Cyrus's bloody body drawing my gaze. Furniture was strewn about, glass cabinets were shattered, and fabric sprinkled the messy floor. My head stung. The miasma of alcohol rushed through my senses, mixed with the thick odor of smoke and metallic scent of blood created by an awful nausea-inducing headache. Bro. What is that? What is this? Is this gasoline? Yeah. The music. Well, at least they didn't have to do that again. The double doors that connected the smoke lounge to the casino was ajar. A morbid curiosity took hold. I cautiously approached the slight opening. I pushed slowly and... What? 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 No! Ashley's body was strewn on the floor, blood staining her hands. What? All my instincts escaped me and my mind went completely blank. White noise filled my thoughts. I crumpled to the floor beside her, but my hands couldn't go anywhere near Ashley's body. A slam intruded my daze. Cannon and Forte closed in on Ashley's body and were voicing their concern, but I heard nothing. My senses were scrambled. Yeah, was not expecting. I guess, I mean, there were like 4 gunshots. What? I knew Ashley had like death flags, but not the suit. Oh. My senses were scrambled. The only thing I heard above the murmur of their voices was, "A body has been discovered." The eerie chime indicating, "A body has been discovered. You will get granted." Okay, yes. Please accept this generous gift and special report. How the Monokuma file. Okay. I could feel my whole body shaking. I couldn't take my eyes off of Ashley's body. The body discovery announcement in Ashley's body. Did that mean? I heard footsteps approach from behind. Missy crouched down beside me and rested her hand on my back, lightly shaking me. "Go, Echo." I couldn't respond. I just sat on the floor staring. Missy reached past me towards Ashley's body. Missy, could it be? Life moved in slow motion as I tried to connect what I heard outside the gallery to the horrible scene at hand. Missy carefully moved Ashley's hair and gently played 2 fingers at the side of her neck. Missy, don't you dare touch her! Oh wait, is she still alive? She just passed out? Oh, girl. Girl. She's alive. She's alive? My heart was pumping and I felt a new life breathed into me as I processed the revelation. Look, her bracelet is in neon pink. Her pulse is extremely weak, but Ashley is alive nonetheless. Isn't there an infirmary anywhere? She needs attention, quickly. Check the casino kiosk for a map. That was spooky, yeah. Cannon swiftly left us as the rest of us gazed in astonishment. Is Ashley hurt or is she, like, passed out? Like, cause the blood could just be from Cyrus.
My stare remained on Ashley's bracelet. Missy was right. It remained the same light rose code color as mine, unlike when Pandora's turned neon pink. Even if that was the case, what was wrong with her?
I searched for an infirmary on the kiosk, but it only displays the floors that we've been to.
Then, does that mean there isn't one?
No, there is an infirmary, but the infirmary is connected to the courtroom.
My body kicked into action as I sprinted out of the casino towards the third floor elevator and slammed the button.
Let go!
I need to get her out of here! Take me to the courtroom! I shouted at nothing as the elevator doors refused to open. I continued to hit the buttons fruitlessly. The elevator's like,
please do not use the elevator in the case of an emergency. Let go, please. I know it'll be difficult, but it seems we must investigate in order to gain access to the courtroom.
Missy had followed me all the way out here.
We wouldn't want to enter the trial without preparing ourselves. Therefore, we must work quickly if we're going to bring Ashley back. Please.
I slammed my forehead against the elevator door in defeat. Damn it. Ashley. I let out an immense, heavy sigh. My chest heaved, and I felt my breath escape in shaky, broken pieces. I'll do whatever it takes. I dragged my feet as Missy and I made our way to the crime scene. We're doing this again. This horrible, horrible thing. Searching for the culprit behind the sickening scene, only to put them on a chopping block for the game to continue anew afterwards. The cycle was torturous. If only we took the bullets out of the gun! Ugh. Despite that, Ashley was alive. I tried to clear my head. Yes, Ashley was barely hanging on by a thread of life, but she was alive regardless. I need to figure out who did this. Someone took Cyrus's life and threatened Ashley's. There's no gray area about it.
Danganronpa.
Right. At least, I mean, like, in this case, well, I don't know if we're going to be able to search outside of these two rooms again. But, I don't know. Forte propped open the double doors that kept the smoke lounge and casino separated so we could move freely between them. In the smoke lounge, Lyle stood, looming over Cyrus's body. Say was in the smoke lounge as well, gazing at the body from a distance. In the casino, Forte would put Ashley in a recovery position and was monitoring her. Cannon was standing between the rooms, glaring at the trail of debris. Missy went to investigate the smoke lounge, and I was left to look out on my own. Investigation commence. Oh wow, there's so many things. Go to casino. Wow. Okay, so let's check all the stuff first. Fuel canister. Where did they get this? The garage? An overturned gasoline container. It's almost empty.
Yeah, it smells in here.
Yeah, the smoke lounge wasn't really a pleasant place to begin with, but this...
What do you mean?
Well, when Ash and I visited the smoke lounge for the first time, the air was heavy with cigar smoke, I'm assuming. So to see the liquor and gasoline spilled all over the place and adding to the smell, it's not helping much, I'll say that.
I see. I didn't visit this place beforehand, so I can't really say, but I'll take your word for it. But gasoline seems out of place here, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if it came from the garage. Gun! Wow. Should have taken it with us! Missy's revolver, the weapon that took Cyrus's life. The gun handle is covered in blood. 4 shots were fired, leaving 1 bullet. Quite a few people knew about the gun, so it might be difficult to determine who went to retrieve it. It was also out on the foyer for anyone to walk past and see it, like... It wasn't like a kept secret. Okay. Blowtorch.
It's blowtorch. So that's what he was getting from the kitchen earlier. Huh? What are you talking about?
Was Cyrus going to, like... Wait, was Cyrus gonna set fire to the smoke lounge and possibly the whole area? What? What are you talking about?
You recall I crossed paths with Cyrus early in the morning, a bit before I started testing the rules by destroying the ovens. It was a brief meeting, but I was curious as to why he was in there as well. He must have smuggled the butane torch out.
And you didn't say anything?
Should I have?
I mean, you could have stopped him far in advance from whatever he was going to do with it.
He's dead and clearly didn't get the chance to do anything anyway.
Okay, kiosk on the ground. The kiosk has been knocked over. There's a faint streak of blood on the screen.
It appears to be broken.
How do you figure?
Because there's a giant crack in it, Echo. Come on, use your brain. I was just taking a shot in the dark, but I think the Monokuma file was printed from the casino kiosk, because this one wasn't operational. Canon has the victim report if you want to take a look. Probably some technology involving proximity or some such. I couldn't say since that sort of thing is out of my depth.
I wonder if the kiosk being knocked over has anything to do specifically with what happened here.
I can't say. The streak of blood implies that it may have been interacted with. But to what extent is beyond me.
The kiosk being knocked over may have just been a casualty during whatever struggle occurred here, but the streak bothered me. Glass. Long shot prediction, Lyle's going to be executed for this oven smashing in the court. They're like, oh, welcome to the courtroom. Okay, before we start the trial, Lyle, you broke the rules. Execution time. And you're like, bro, we lose. I was gonna say we lose 3 people, but I didn't remember Ashley's not dead. Broken glass and torn fabric littered the floor across around and underneath Cyrus's body.
A struggle occurred here, that's for sure. It took place before Cyrus fell. The display case must have broke during the altercation, and he was killed sometime after, falling atop the fuse.
That makes sense. It seems like the only way the room could have gotten so messy.
Oh, of course. No one's going to be cautious about their surroundings when their life is on the line. Luckily, the blowtorch didn't ignite. Otherwise, we might have come across a fire-consumed scene with nothing but destroyed evidence.
I guess it's lucky. Not dead. Yeah. No! Stop jinxing! Okay, Cyrus time. The gun wound was front and center in Cyrus's chest. Blood had soaked through his shirt. The deep pigment inundated the cloth and oozed onto the carpet. The gun was very clearly told his cause of death. Oh, the gun very clearly told his cause of death. But my eyes were more curiously drawn to Cyrus's blood-stained hands. The blood could have only come from one source, his wound. He must have tried in vain to stop the gun wound from bleeding out. I trembled at the thought of what ended up being a futile act. Okay. Casino. Oh, this is to go to Smoke Lounge. Okay. I don't think there's anything else in here other than Ashley. Ash, hang in there. Hand? Oh, is she holding something? No. Ashley's hands were covered in blood. She didn't appear to have any sort of wounds, so the blood on her hands could have potentially come from only one place. Did Ashley try to prevent Cyrus's death? If that was the case, whoever shot Cyrus could be the same person who took Ashley out, so she wouldn't reveal the assailant. I think it's like, because Ashley probably heard the gunshot and ran into the room after she pushed us into the art room, right? And then, I think by that time, Cyrus was already shot. And then she saw him shot and then like tried to stop the thing. But then the person who shot Cyrus, I feel like it'd be too easy if Ashley saw who it was, right? Or like whoever Ashley saw like wasn't actually the killer, because then it'd just be too easy. But like whoever killed Cyrus then like ran out of the room or ran away, but like before Ashley got in and saw them, right? So which explains why no fire occurred, because they were probably gonna start, you know, lighting it up, and then Ashley ran in. So probably. And what? What? Wait, what? Hello? I just realized I can do this infinitely. Yeah. Boy, am I confused right now. Help. Confused. Okay. If Ashley woke up in time, she could pull a cannon and only reveal at the end. Oh, this is true. Yeah. But I feel like Ashley is like the type of person, like if she knows something, she'd say it immediately, too. So either she's not gonna wake up until the very end, right? Or it's like, or whatever she saw, or whoever she saw, is like, not it. Also, wait, did we not find anything in our hand? Like, what? Hello? What was that? Discuss. Oh. Cool, it depends on the room. The scene is quite unruly. I'm uncertain whether it will be more or less difficult to determine the culprit in this scenario, considering the many questionable items lying about. Yeah. As opposed to what happened to Pandora, this is a bit jarring. Where were you, though? I remember seeing you go to the garage with Cannon earlier, when we paired off to search for the third floor. Yes, and that is precisely where we ended up. Huh? The two of us were investigating the garage as thoroughly as possible, but found nothing of note. When we then went outside to investigate the other personal room doors at the end of the third hall living quarters. Wait, at the end of the third floor living quarters hall. So wake up at the end. Oh yeah, probably. What if it's like we do it's like she doesn't wake up until after the trial. Like we do the whole trial and we're like, this person's guilty, and the person gets executed. Ashley wakes up and we tell Ashley what happened, and she's like, wait, but that's not who I saw. And we're like, wait, what? Oh no, we executed the wrong person. There's no way. But as you may have figured out already, these personal room doors are locked. Whatever that means. Huh? I heard him mutter something under his breath as he raised the blue butterfly pin on his scarf, but I couldn't quite understand what he said. Where was I? Kenan and I then heard the first shot of 4. We rushed into the garage and barricaded the doors from the inside. You barricaded the doors? We thought it would be best course of action to protect ourselves. Neither of us had the gun, so it had to be someone else. A reasonable conclusion, is it not? After the first shot, and through to the 4th, we hid away in the garage until we heard a commotion in the 3rd floor halls. It was quite frightening hearing all 4 of those shots in such close vicinity. I doubt it. Get it wrong, everyone else died. Yes, but that's the thing. Wait, this is spoilers! Spoilers for V3, but one of the turning points is that we actually did get someone wrongly executed. It was crazy, insane. And it was like a whole thing, but yeah, it could happen. It was quite frightening hearing all 4 of those shots at once. Okay. I never thought we would come upon this gruesome scene. Forte sighed and mournfully looked at Ashley. So, Forte and Cannon blocked the doors. That explains why the garage side doors didn't open. Or that explains why the garage side double doors wouldn't open. Okay. Cannon.
I approached Canon as she overlooked the two scenes from the doorway opening between the rooms.
Probably wondering where I was this afternoon after we departed to search the third floor. I was with Forte in the garage for a large portion of the afternoon, as well as during the duration of the 4 shots fired. He can vouch for my alibi. You and Ashley came upstairs after us, right?
Yeah, we did. Didn't run into you two at all, though.
We spent most of our time in the garage. It seemed to have the most potential for something useful out of the 4 rooms.
Canon silently surveyed the state of Ashley's body, then across the doorway at Cyrus's distant figure.
Oh, here's the Monokuma file. I got it from the casino kiosk.
I was wondering. Victim, Cyrus Surik. Cause of death. The victim's body was discovered in the 3rd floor smoke lounge. Victim was fatally shot above the heart. Estimated time of death is 12:03. Shot through the heart! You're too late. Okay.
Like Pandora's file, this file is just as purposeless in telling us what happened to Cyrus. As for Ashley, I can't say.
Do you think she might have been attacked? Like, hit over the head or something?
I guess. It's not impossible, but she's pretty tall considering. It would be hard to say what she was attacked with, though. There's nothing on the casino side of the doors that could be used as a weapon.
Our discussion fell flat. You seem a little more open today.
Forte and I had a small parley in the garage. In short, he told me I shouldn't try to forego attempts to escape this game.
She grumbled under her breath and exhaled sharply. Despite Canon's frustration, she ended up providing more open conversation today, likely as a result of wishing to avoid being caught in the same voiceless situation she was in during yesterday's trial. I see. That's not like one of the only basic things. Yeah, it was wacky wild. Yeah. Basically it was, well actually I won't talk about it. That's all spoilers, not this game. But if it does happen, I'll talk about sort of what it implied, but like otherwise we don't need to know, it's all speculation. Lyle looked particularly aggravated.
This place is a mess. There's no mistaking the fact that a struggle occurred.
That seems to be the case.
It's a shame I wasn't closer when this took place. Even after I swept the 3rd floor earlier this morning, I managed to miss something as big as this. What bad timing.
About that, where were you this afternoon, after the fact?
Are you suspecting me?
Well, no. It would just help to know where you were so we can say you're in the clear.
I was with Say.
Say? But didn't she keep herself locked up in her room all day?
Beats me. All I know is that after I heard the second gunshot sound from somewhere upstairs, I saw Say poke her head out of the room. I dragged her out for my safety and hauled her around with me to find out where the shots were coming from. Sorry. We were on the 2nd floor by the time the 3rd shot went off.
So you two can vouch for each other's whereabouts?
Yeah? What of it?
Nothing? So Lyle has an alibi that can be verified by Say. Shit. This means, I mean, like, I already knew this was gonna happen, but Missy is gonna be, like, the most suspicious. Because she was the only one alone. I think probably what's happened is that she went downstairs to get the gun and then saw that the gun was gone. And then that deterred her plans. You know, and she went to look for it or try to find who could have taken it. You know? But if everyone else was with someone else, then that no good. Then it's either Missy or Ashley. I should talk to Say to see if their stories line up.
What puzzles me the most is where did a gun even come from?
Well, I don't expect you to believe me, but it was in Missy's possession. She brought it out to boldly state that she would not be firing it. She even recommended we travel in groups in any case something bad happened. So even if by the off chance someone did fire it, we'd be in groups, able to witness alongside our partner. Lyle was astonished.
Really? What kind of tactician would reveal their hand like that?
I mean, it was a symbol of trust in a way. I certainly am not going to use it, because I certainly am not going to use it to cause harm, And I don't really think Missy would. Besides, it seems like she was micromanaging everyone's expectations and locations by doing so. Or it almost seems like she was doing that.
Really surprised if it actually could. Yeah, right? Because she's. Because it's always the most obvious killer means that it's not them. Okay. Hi, Missy.
So, 4 shots were fired. 4 out of the 5 existing bullets in that gun's chamber. 4 shots. I noticed, however, that there are 3 holes in the wall of the smoke lounge.
Then those 3 weren't the ones that killed Cyrus.
Okay.
Yes, 1 bullet is lodged in his chest. The problem is finding out in what order these shots were fired. Which one was the one that hit him?
Missy furrowed her brow. Her voice was a hushed whisper.
I sincerely hope this hasn't tarnished your view of me.
Huh?
It's very clear that this crime has my name written all over it. I was the one who willed the gun to be in my possession. I was the one who left it out in the open, and I have no partner to support my whereabouts during the time. And despite that, I cannot tell you my alibi.
Huh? Why not? Missy, what would you have me think after you said all that?
Please, trust me.
I don't know if I can, she sighed.
Cannot argue with that. We'll just have to let the trial discussion command our judgment. I must try to procure a compelling enough argument.
Missy. What could have happened?
Oh, Echo.
Zay's hands were trembling.
I'm so sorry about Ashley.
It's scary, but I'm trying to pull through. It was a relief to see her still breathing, but I still need to find out who would have such ill will towards her.
That's very noble. If there's anything I can help you with, let me know.
Actually, yes, there is.
What is it?
I was stuck in the art gallery when the crime was going on across the hall. Couldn't open the doors whatsoever. I heard some footsteps and voices after some time, so I banged on the main hall's door.
That's right.
You were the first person I saw. Do you know why the doors were blocked?
Yeah. The double door's handles were bound together with rope. I'm guessing it was from the climbing center. So when I heard your voice from inside, I unbound the rope and you came running out.
She demonstrated how she found the rope by replicating the state on the smoke lounge doors. Oh, okay. So, shit, what's his name? No, what's his name? Forte, yes. So Forte and Cannon blocked the art gallery doors. Like, they blocked the garage to art gallery doors. And then the rope was probably from Ashley. Ashley tied the art gallery doors that go into the main hallway shut. So that's how we couldn't get out. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Rope. I went with Ashley to the climbing center as she got rope to bind Cyrus. Did the culprit steal it from her and instead bind the doors to lock me in the art gallery? No, Ashley did that. That's strange. I was also wondering where you were earlier this afternoon. I know Missy tried to call out to you this morning, but you declined. Say's worried brow furrowed deeper.
Well, I just thought after the events of yesterday, if someone was going to kill me, it doesn't matter what I do.
What was she saying?
And what I wanted to do was stay in my room. The killer could break down my door.
Oh, wait.
The killer could break my door down or whatever, but if it was going to happen, fate would find a way, so be it. You know, after I heard the second gunshot ringing outside, I peeked out of curiosity. Who even had a gun in the first place? But it was pointless. Lyle had to drag me out and run me all over 3 floors just to find a bunch of nothing. Ugh.
Say mumbled a train of thoughts to herself, but it didn't seem like she wanted an answer for her ponderings. I see. Well, thanks, Say. Say seemed to possess a half-hearted reaction to the recent events. Regardless, Lyle confirmed that he and Sei were together when they heard the gunshots, and neither of them were even aware someone had a gun in the first place.
Yeah. Like how it is turning out is that it's either Missy or Ashley, which is not cool. Oh my god. It's probably Ashley. Wait, but is it? I don't know. I don't know. What would Ashley do that though? Like, because what I'm guessing is that Cyrus had the gun, and he was in the smoke lounge. So, well, actually, no, because Ashley heard the gunshot, right? Wait, I don't know. Cyrus was trying to set fire to something, you know? He had the flamethrower and he could have gotten the gasoline, I don't know, right? He was trying to set fire to something. He had a... But, like, why would he take the gun? You know? That's my question. Well, only should wake up just in time for the execution. Bro, that's why I don't want it to be her. But it's... But, like, unless someone is lying about... Like, unless it's, like, some double team tactic, because they both, like, both Lyle and Ray and Forte and Cannon are vouching for each other, right? They were both of the, like, they were both in pairs during when the shots occurred. And, like, if they're not, like, scheming together, like, we're gonna lie and say this or something like that, then they're all telling the truth and they're all paired up together. So, like, so that doesn't mean that it's either Missy or Ashley. No! Oh my god. Okay, trial time, I guess. Ellipses. Hello! Welcome. It's kind of wild. Deep sigh. Conducting an investigation was harrowing. I was exhausted beyond belief. Our group was already so small, yet given everyone's paired alibis, it became difficult to say who was behind the crime. A lot of shots though, maybe it'll be one of the pair attacked actually killed Cyrus. Maybe. Attacked Ashley? But that, okay, right? Like, there's no reason in my head that of like why Cyrus would take the gun for what he was trying to do, which was probably set fire to that area for whatever reason, right? Because he had like a flame torch and gasoline, that was all he needed. And so, like, then if a pair took the gun, right? Then that would have to be Lyle and Ray, because Forte and Cannon were locked inside the garage. Like they did that. They weren't outside, you know? So yeah. So and Lyle and Ray were the ones running around, so they could have seen the gun on the desk if it was still there. But they both were clueless about having the gun, so either that was a lie or, but like it doesn't seem like they would lie about that. Uh, okay. The spirit of trigger happy having. Well, I never played the first game. I went through the second and third game and I watched the anime for the first game. Wow, that was me. But I we'll see how it all plays out. Yeah. We'll see, because I don't think it's Missy. It's like very obviously Missy, which is why I don't think it's her, but oh man. If it actually is Missy, then damn, I'm wrong. What was Missy thinking? Has she been lying to us the whole time? No, I couldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. It wouldn't be fair to Missy. Regardless, I had a bad feeling about all this.
Okie dokie, you know what time it is. It's time for the class trial. I hope you have enough ammunition to shoot down the culprit.
Okay.
If not, then I guess you're all out of luck.
Get me to you. Okay. This is the same.
Don't drag your feet.
I rubbed my forehead in distress. The vicious cycle we couldn't see the end to continued once more. Yeah, it's probably not this. Also, the timer for your bracelets to release is cocked set for 10 minutes after this announcement ends. What? So there's basically saying like, oh, you have to come to the trial no matter what. So we have to drag Ashley in there then. The vicious cycle we couldn't see the end to continued once more. Why? I went over to Ashley's side and sat next to her. I gently placed 2 fingers at her wrist and felt the faint pulse. It was such an eerie feeling knowing Ashley was alive but still so close to death. Forte laid his hand on my shoulder. Echo, we really ought to get going, lest we find ourselves in danger from Zero's ways. Yeah, you're right. Forte, would you mind? Not at all. Forte lifted Ashley from the knees with ease, carrying her to the elevator. I followed behind him, trying to keep a close distance to Ashley. Okay, nice. I would hate for it to be like, oh, and then we just left Ashley there, and then after the trial is over, we're like, what? Ashley's dead? And he's like, well, I did say everyone had to come to the trial, you know, and Ashley was alive, so she had no reason to not show up. That would suck. Okay, good. Once again, our group apprehensively sauntered into the elevator. Yeah. Good thing we have muscle on our team. Our community had shrunk by 3. Yet in the elevator cab we were divided further. Lyle and Say, Kenan and Forte with Ashley in arms, myself and Missy. Distrust hacked away whatever threadbare remaining connection we had. But this time, damning signs pointed at one person in particular. Missy Vesper. Missy provided nothing to disprove those signs. Cyrus had been removed from the picture. Ashley was at the cusp of following. I was confused, hurt, and alone. What was I going to do during this trial? I was confused, hurt, and alone. The doors opened up and revealed the circular room once more. Oh cool, it's a different shade of color. I rushed in and raised my voice, calling at the expanse nothingness in the room. Zero? Eve? We know there's an infirmary connected to the courtroom, so please help Ashley! With a flash, the symbol for the other announcer, Eve, appeared. Okay. There is a cross button for the infirmary in the elevator. The doors will open on the other side of the courtroom, leading you to the infirmary. Nice. I turned around and the courtroom side elevator door opened. I hopped in and pressed the cross button, opening the doors behind me. Forte swiftly carried Ashley in and gently laid her on the infirmary bed. He stepped aside as I clambered to the bedside. Yo, why the infirmary bed look like a coffin? Ash, please be okay. It was impossible to tell if she was breathing. Every inhale and exhale was so small and weathered. A glass encasing lowered to cover Ashley, and the monitor above began displaying her vitals. Her heart rate had plummeted to 45 beats per minute. I will do my best to monitor her. Please, leave your worries at the door. There's a greater matter at hand awaiting you. Yes. Echo, we need to begin the class trial. Her health is out of our hands. We can only do so much. Oh, wait, that's Forte. The best thing we can do now is find the culprit. Our discussion will reveal what occurred. Yeah. I steadily stepped back.
Ashley, I'll figure out what happened to you. Sleeping Beauty. Only 6 people left, not 7. Well, 6 people with us right now. Yeah. But Ashley, well, no, 7 with us. Wait. Yes, it's 6 people in the courtroom. Ashley in the infirmary. 3 people dead. 10 people total. I swear on my life I'll find the culprit. Forte and I left the infirmary, crossing through the elevator that connected the infirmary into trial grounds. Heavy clouds hung over the domed glass ceiling. Everyone was already in their places as Forte and I crept to ours. Another murder. It was unreal. Cyrus's mild and unassuming demeanor made an 180 when his talent of ultimate charisma was revealed to be a ruse. He quickly suffered the consequences, his sudden aggressive temperament coming to a full stop out of nowhere. And Ashley's worrying condition. What could have possibly happened in the 2 rooms we found them in? The 7 dwarves trip. Who's? Oh wait, because Ashley's Snow White because she's sleeping. She ate an apple. That's how she passed out. Man, here's the thing. I'm thinking about this more because I'm going off the case that it probably isn't Missy. But if it's not Missy, then it's probably Ashley. And I think the reason why Missy isn't telling us anything is because Missy knows that it's Ashley. And Missy's like, I don't want to tell Echo that it's his best friend or their best friend, you know? That's I feel like it's pretty likely. I don't want it to be that. However, despite the behavior Cyrus displayed, it was still shocking that someone would actually retaliate. Somehow, it felt like a nasty overreaction. But wait, no. See, now that I say it's Ashley, then I'm like fact-checking myself and like, no, but it's not her because, well, like, it would be really hard for it to be her because we didn't grab the gun, right? Which means that the gun had to be with Cyrus. And back to my confusion. Okay. Shut up, she. Do the trial. You'll figure it out. Essentially full of despair. No, not the despair word. But then again, a hasty reaction was what essentially pushed Art to bring Pandora's demise. It was difficult to call Art the culprit after the lack of black and white intentions. Man. But in the grand scheme of things, the rules of society were set to deliver retribution to those who commit crimes. Who's to say this place operated under the same conditions? The courtroom was eerie silent as we waited for Zero to appear. The atmosphere was justifiably tense. Lyle and Say shared a similar dark vibe. Cannon and Forte both looked unnerved. And Missy managed to put up a poker face despite the situation. Okay, Zero's here. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Hi. Yes, it's about time you guys on. It's fine. I don't really care about Zero. Why does chewing take so long? Okay. Yeesh, it's about time you guys got here. Sorry, I had to take a piss.
And again, I have to say it, it's so weird how quiet you bunch are. No one is amped up for another class trial. I put a lot of work into these, you know? Of course I'm not excited, you mean? Missy is so mean. It's a shame no one's excited, but this ball is gonna keep rolling whether you like it or not.
Also, I don't like the voice I gave him, but it's too late now.
Let's start with a basic explanation of the class trial. I mean, let's go over the rules, shall we? You're all on trial to figure out who the culprit is of today's heinous crime. The rules are as follows. Discuss, discover, and determine who the culprit is among your group. Majority vote.
Okay, this is all the same. I can skip it.
Our victim today is Cyrus Zurich, the ultimate charisma. More like the ultimate nonsense, with no one suspicious of his name and talent.
A little bit.
I would be. It really shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that charisma is not really his talent. Regardless, I called out his dribble last night and look at where we are now. You all were quick to take what I said to heart, huh? Well, I'm glad. Saves me from having to get a notif set up and all that. So without further ado, discuss away!
Don't mind if I do. Well, Missy.
You think you know what I'm going to say, huh? Then say it for yourself. You think I'm suspect.
Ooh, gold star.
Point is moot. I'm not the culprit, and that's all I'll say on the matter.
Why do you expect me to just roll with that?
Because if you all vote incorrectly, then we will all be in danger. Prove my innocence or take my word for it.
Missy, what's going on with you? Don't you think that's a bit much to ask, given the circumstance?
I have my convictions. I'm refusing to share my alibi for my own reasons.
And yet you don't fear the consequences? You're ridiculous.
I'll lay it all nice for you.
I'll lay it out all nice for you, okay? Talking is hard. And then we can discuss whether or not holding your tongue is the wisest thing to do in this scenario. Consider the facts. You were not partnered with anyone. You refused to share an alibi. And you were the one who had the gun in the first place. Do you know what killed the victim this time? A gunshot. You likely proposed traveling in groups so you could operate on your own. Isn't this all too damning not to be true?
Well, if she proposed that we travel in groups, and then acted on her own, that just makes her more suspicious. Despite her dangerously challenging Lyle, I held my belief in Missy steadfast. I wanted in all sincerity to trust everyone involved in this horrible game, but considering two people had been murdered, one executed and one attacked. That's not murdered, Echo. You had me concerned for a second there. It was becoming difficult to justify my stance. I didn't understand what was there for Missy to hide.
You know what? Forget it. I'm taking charge of this discussion. Once again, I can only rely on myself. Echo, you're a walking record of events. Tell me why I shouldn't think Missy was alone during the crime.
Walking record? I'm not some encyclopedia of evidence.
Or canon, if you have some sort of weird photo, fess up. Echo or canon, I don't care. One of you ought to pipe up with something we can work with. It can't be possible that neither of you two saw anything.
Lyle has his sights set on getting something out of me and Canon, but as far as I know, neither of us could have seen anything.
Shut up, Lyle. I have no photograph of the sword. But when we arrived on the 3rd floor, we didn't see anyone in the halls. I was in the garage with Forte for the majority of the afternoon.
Yes, as soon as we heard the first shot, I suggested we retreat to the garage. And blocked entry from the 2 doors, the main hall door and the art gallery door. As for me, I had 2 shots. After 2 shots were fired, I found myself stuck in the art gallery. Ultimate memory has a lot of responsibility. Yeah, we just become like we're just this. We're the history log of the visual novel game. The 3rd floor activity rooms can't be locked. Cannon and Forte blocked the garage side doors.
And the main side doors were just inexplicably locked?
Of course not. Cannon, Forte, and Echo are sharing the same story. This proves nothing. Miles says, but as far as I know, neither of us could have seen anything. Okay. And the main side doors were just inexplicably locked. Hold on, Say, can you recall what happened when we met earlier? Before we discovered Cyrus's body, that is.
When we met, you came tumbling out of the art gallery when Lyle and I arrived on the 3rd floor.
Yes, but I couldn't leave the room from the inside.
Oh yeah. Lyle, when we arrived on the 3rd floor, there was a banging coming from the gallery. I couldn't check to see who or what was inside until I unwound the rope that bound the double doors together.
Confluence. See, Lyle? There's no way either Cannon or I saw anything that happened during the crime.
If anything, Say and Lyle's whereabouts ought to be grilled as well, since they could have more questionable actions than us.
That's right. Say, Missy said you were alone in your personal room for a portion of the morning.
Yes, she declined an invitation in my morning announcement. Yeah. But later, after I heard 2 shots, I poked my head out, only to get dragged out of my room by Lyle.
I was investigating the mansion. I figured if anything fishy was going on, I'd have a witness to back me. I had a witness with me to back my testimony. And while nothing happened to us in particular, at least I had Say there to support my alibi during the gunshots. Despite that, you were still acting suspiciously this morning, smashing the ovens and all. Lyle, don't you think you yourself warrant an explanation for what you were doing? I don't need to justify anything I'm doing. I'm the ultimate puzzle master. Put in this evil game to solve it inside out. If you all have any faith in your ultimate talents, you'll have faith in mine and my goals as well. I don't care if I break the rules, it's all part of the plan. I'll avenge Art. I'll stop the killing. And I'm solving this killing game on my own, come hell or high water.
But didn't it occur to you that I'm on that same agenda?
What? There aren't any stakes for you, Missy. Art was the only person I've ever encountered that made my talent worthwhile. I can only trust myself. I'll work alone until I grasp the situation with my own hands. Only then will it be real. Everyone involved, you're all just pieces of this puzzle.
Oh, what is that guy even saying? You're an oddball, Lyle.
I'm gonna change his voice. What if he just steals Art's voice?
You're an oddball, Lyle. But thanks for reminding me.
Reminding you of what? Also, don't steal Art's voice, that's weird. Not too late! I don't have much power inside the courtroom, believe it or not. Eve mostly controls the monitors, all that outside boring stuff. Eve mostly controls and monitors all that outside boring stuff. But I knew you'd all eventually end up back here soon enough, so I just have to wait. Wait, what? Ah! With a snap, the trial ward slammed open to reveal a large metal hexagon adorned with a cruel-looking W. Or M. Wait, that's an M. Oh, it's an M? No way. It's just Monokuma's eye, but oh damn. Punishment time? Well, some kind of punishment. Lyle crumpled to the floor as we all backed away, astonished at whatever invisible pain was being inflicted upon him. It's a sonic weapon. It's a sonic weapon. High-powered sound waves from me personally to Lyle. This is what you get for fiddling with my door trap. Ah! I think Lyle's brain has been fried enough. There's no fun or suspense to be had in killing you myself unless I'm executing a culprit. Don't mess with my stuff. Ugh. Somehow Lyle remains standing.
Please, we must move the discussion on. Unless we face a similar dangerous fate, we need to discuss the kit.
Shut it, Missy. We're here because of you.
Lyle was livid, fighting back against collapsing by will of sheer force.
I'm taking control of the discussion this time.
You said that before.
Echo, I need you to recall as much information as you can about the murder weapon, the gun.
What? Who do you think you are, demanding such things?
I am Lyle Termina, the ultimate puzzle master. Need I say again? I'll solve this case like I've solved all the puzzles that have come my way. Your memories are a tool for solving this, and I'll be damned if I don't use something as instrumental as that. Get to it, Echo! I don't have all day.
Alright. I'll try to rely what I remember to you all. Lyle might have it out for Missy, but going over the timeline could help us put her in the clear. I think it would be best to start from when the murder weapon was revealed. Maybe then we can trace who had it in the final moments. Who was originally in possession of the gun? Missy. Missy Vesker was the one who initially revealed the gun this morning. She says she woke up in her personal room with the gun given to her as a test to see whether or not she belonged with the preservation project. Missy called me and some of the other students to discuss her possessing the gun. Who were the other students in the group? It was Ashley, Missy, Canon, and Forte. Canon, Forte, Ashley, okay, yeah. Missy assembled a small group for a meeting. There, she brought the existence of the weapon to our attention and discussed her intentions with the gun. She would not cause any harm with it. The group consisted of Forte, Ashley, Missy, and Canon as well. Everyone at that morning meeting agreed to place an implicit trust in our peers. Missy left the gun in the foyer. After the meeting, Missy left the gun on the main foyer table, wrapped in the cloth she'd been carrying in it. After discussing the existence of such a weapon, something happened. Lyle destroying the kitchen, Sue was cooking in the pantry, What? Lyle was destroying the kitchen? I thought Lyle destroyed the kitchen before we talked about the gun. Wait, so it was after? Oh wait, no, yeah, it was after, because we all met up after, like, when we woke up. Missy was the one who woke us all up to talk about it. We discussed the existence of the gun, among other things, until we were interrupted by a loud sound coming from the kitchen. Our whole group went over at once to see what was going on, and there we found Lyle destroying the kitchen destroying the kitchen oven as a means to test the rules. Pantry was yesterday, yes. Pantry was yesterday, and Canon never photographs finds. Lyle announced that he would solve the killing game and went to... where did he go? His room? Wait, did he go to his room? No, he went to the jazz club, because he went to the elevator. I remember this because it was awkward because we would see him coming out of the elevator. No, it's not! It's for the other students and where they resided. Oh, he went to the 3rd floor. Okay, wait, then the joke I did earlier didn't make sense. No! Lyle said he would solve the killing game and absconded to the 3rd floor to look for more clues, all while clutching the secret note from yesterday. He left the kitchen and took the elevator up as the rest of us remained in the foyer, confused. Shortly after, Cyrus appeared at the top of the 2nd floor stairs, causing someone to act. Canon, right? Wait, what? Oh no, Cyrus appeared! Oh my god, Cyrus, not Forte. I'm a dumbass. It's Missy. I'm not the ultimate memory at all. Shortly after Lyle departed from the 3rd floor, Cyrus made an appearance at the top of the 2nd floor stairs. Right. Missy went up to confront Cyrus by having a conversation with him in the jazz club.
The rest of us went to investigate the third floor for an escape route. I believe it's worth mentioning that Cannon and Forte went up first, with me and Ashley following afterward. None of us took the gun. From the looks of it, Missy and Cyrus's conversation at Jazz Club is a gray area that none of us were privy to. Care to explain yourself why we shouldn't be suspicious of a private altercation moments before his murder?
I was attempting to extract information from him. As you all know, he was acting intensely suspicious yesterday. However, rather than avoid him, I thought to take action and confront him headfirst.
You mentioned this before, but can you explain why you think he was putting on a facade? I mean, for all we know, every word out of his mouth could be a lie.
Body language.
Huh? Body language?
It seems Cannon noticed it well. Cyrus's body language gives off the impression that he's tense, as if he were being pressured or under stress. Actions speak louder than words, after all.
It's true. I did think he looked a little more foreboding than usual. After all, he did that hand pose where both his hands are out. That's always a bad sign. Ultimately, did you get anything from him?
Fortunately not. He was just the same stubbornly cryptic person as he was last night.
So that's it?
In Echo's recollection of people involved with the murder weapon, whose name came up several times. Missy?
So you don't think your course of actions would heavily imply a murderous intent that led to this circumstance?
Yes, signs are strewn pointedly towards me being the one behind it all, but I don't wish to divulge the reasons behind those actions.
I didn't want to admit it, but I was beginning to have my doubts about Missy. But if this discussion was worth anything, it had to be a test, whether or not I could really trust Missy. She revealed a gun after all, and asked us to tacitly trust her. Should I even trust her to begin with? What if she was just goading someone on to be incriminated so she could get away with it? Should I trust Missy? What happens if I choose no? Hold on. Eager curiosity. No. As of now, we have had nothing tangible to gain from trusting her. Trust is only a concept that has to be tested over time, and to be frank, not enough time has passed to show Missy has trustworthy intentions. She planted the gun to frame someone into killing. She's just perpetuating this killing game cycle. Oh shit, we're going forward like this? Wait. Okay, well I have a save, but... oh. I guess we'll see where we end up. If it goes... okay. We're getting... okay.
Exactly. By refraining to do so, she's just asking for us to dart around the subject of her disappearance.
There can only be one answer for the crime at hand, and it boils down to Missy's gun.
Then we're in agreement. There's no proof of anyone else's involvement, and since Missy refused to deny our claims, we have our answer.
No, you're making a mistake.
What do you want, Missy? You're not giving us any options, yet you continue to deny your involvement. If you refuse to contribute to the case at hand, then this is the only conclusion.
Oh. Wait. Oh no, this reeks of bad end. Yo! Oh boy. The vote was unanimous. It wasn't even up for debate at that point. Yeah. This reeks, yeah.
Oh, the vote is so close! Haha, not. Missy Vesper, you messed up big time. And even now you won't say anything to dispute the majority vote? Even if you knew somewhere in your heart that it was wrong?
I know it's wrong. I never killed Cyrus.
Then where were you when he died? I know where you were, but why don't you tell others yourself?
I can't.
Or Echo, do you think this is right?
Missy's suspicion overshadowed that. What? Why wouldn't it be?
Oh, huh. Alright, well then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to respect the rules of the vote and put you through the ringer. The ringer being punishment time.
Wait.
Missy's still dying? Hold on. Huh? Wait, huh? Trapdoor beneath Missy threw the ground out, instantly swallowing her into a descending void. Once again, her whereabouts were isolated from ours. She had fallen into a small claustrophobic chamber, square onto what looked like a restraining chair. Her arms were raised, suspended in the air by thin wire. They're cheating again! A small table unfolded on her lap. A single sheet of paper and a thin pen were provided. Missy tried to stay still to avoid finding what was to come. Her passivity was futile. The wires jerked her arms around, cutting through her skin as the friction puppeteered her actions crudely. Help, help, help. The wires dragged Misty's arms through the manic motion of writing a plea for help. It was useless. The single sheet fluttered to the ground. The floor was the canvas, splattering her splattering blood the ink. Help wouldn't be coming. Instead, the sides of the small chamber walls began to close in on Missy as her arms frantically tried to fight against the wire control. It took all her remaining strength to reach past the slim, constricting walls, when what— Yo, why is it continuing? Whoa, what's happening? How they just ignore one when it becomes real. Right, exactly. Why aren't they saying that it wasn't Missy? Why aren't we all dying? What's happening? After witnessing the brutality of her demise, I felt stone cold. I could feel the color drain from my face, but my consciousness was still and hollow.
He was executed?
Ashley finally emerged from the infirmary, but her tall frame folded in other the fragility her pain caused.
Bingo! Congratulations, you got what you wanted, right, Echo?
And everyone's eyes burned through me. What? What? Wait! No, wait! What? No, this is good.
What are you talking about?
The others stood by in pin-drop silence, their eyes laying civil judgment upon my shoulders.
A majority vote will seal the individual's fate, and determine and vote incorrectly and an entire class is executed, with the culprit alone being able to walk free and win the ultimate prize. That's the ideal endgame for the culprit. Even after all that, you still don't get it.
Vote incorrectly. Echo! A fist collided with my jaw as Lyle threw me to the floor. What? Wait, did we kill Cyrus? What is this? Or did, like, Ashley kill Cyrus and is this us protecting Ashley because we figured it out? But that wouldn't make sense in the current state of the trial where we said no. No one stopped him. I laid on the floor, unmoving, staring blankly at the silhouettes that made up the other students. The taste of metal soaked the back of my throat. Correct, but Ashley could never— Wait. I think I accidentally fell.
Listen to you! You still insist Ashley couldn't be the culprit? You're delusional!
Oops, I think I went too far.
Zero spelled it out, plain and simple, and now the rest of us are going to get executed.
Oh, maybe I'll spare— Oh wait, I forgot I gave him— Oh, maybe I'll spare Echo the execution and let Lyle do the work for me. Lyle sprang up and stormed off. I couldn't hear his fist pound the wall of the courtroom.
No, we'll get out of this, wait.
Lyle's outburst fell silent. The collapse of his body filled the rest of his sentence. I could hear the others' gasps overlay attempts at darting to escape scuff the floor. I thought back to when I first saw Ashley's unconscious body in the casino. Ashley descended upon me, her face dark with contention and weakness. Her hand— I saw something in her hand. Oh!
Echo, you knew.
Right! There was the thing in her hand that we saw, but we didn't say! It was like she read my mind. Yeah, of course I knew. I coughed. I just didn't understand why. She was shocked.
I can't tell you why. Fortunately, it's pointless now.
Ashley rose and shuffled off. My eyes widened. I gasped, tried to pull myself up and chase after her, but my head began to sting. Ugh! Oh, I do not like that sound. My vision grew red and bleary. A high-pitched ring shook my head. Pointless? It felt like my head was splitting into two. Ashley's alive, so it wasn't pointless. It wasn't pointless, right? So we still don't know what was in her hand, right? But Echo does. And that's why it became like this. Bad end! Let's go! Oops. Ashley Westbridge won the ultimate prize. Wait, hold on. Here's the thing. That means whenever I hit a bad end... Wait, oh, what's this? What's this? Wait! No, I don't want a new game. What is this? Ashley, like, is this... Oh wait, it is actually her horse riding. Yo, okay. Well, let's load it back. Anyway, tools clear history. What? What happened? I don't know, but we're just gonna trust Missy. Yep. I want to believe in her. Maybe it's probably an achievement, yeah. Maybe for seeing the bad end. There might be like, yeah, maybe like 2 bad ends specifically, or a bad end and the good end was the other one. But that whatever. Shut up, she. That meant scrutinizing her actions to free her from suspicion. We couldn't afford to jump to conclusions. If I may, I think we need to turn over as many questionable facts as we can to lift suspicion. I agree. The evidence is unmistakably painted with Missy's name, but I'm still not convinced she would have the malicious intent to kill Cyrus. Missy was the one who suggested splitting up to find things that could threaten Cyrus into talk. Sorry. Missy was the one who suggested splitting up to find things that could threaten Cyrus into talking, but she made it clear that she never had any intention of firing the gun. Is that so? It was after she had her conversation with Cyrus in the morning. Our morning group of Canon Forte, Ashley, and myself paired off to investigate the 3rd floor for an escape route. After some time, Missy met up with me and Ashley outside the garage to talk about Cyrus's weird behavior. It was then that she discussed with Ashley the idea of threatening Cyrus to talk. This was just before the shots began, and it's clear that she used that opportunity to act alone and retrieve the gun herself to shoot Cyrus. How would bringing that up lift suspicion from Missy? If anything, it's more damning proof. Oh, argue? Whoa, wait, actually? Just a minute, please. What I don't understand is this. Why would Missy kill Cyrus if she didn't get the information she wanted? I can only assume the following for her case. She made an attempt to have a civil conversation with Cyrus, only to walk away empty-handed. The motivation is lost, and there shouldn't be any reason to threaten him further in that case. Yeah, argue. Missy would rather let everyone else die than saying what she was doing. I think Missy, not that, like, what she was doing, she can't say anything because I think she knows that Ashley killed Cyrus. And she didn't want to say it because it'd be horrible for Echo. Probably. Or something else happened, I don't know.
Oh sure, make something up in her defense, will you?
I can't doubt Missy now. She's the one who made the bold move of bringing the gun to our attention. Now I have to trust that she didn't do anything wrong. There's no telling what transpired between Missy and Cyrus. Seeing as all of us witnessed her continuous interaction with him in the jazz club, or contentious interaction with him in the jazz club, It might take some work to get Lyle on the other side. The Brokuro echoes Kokoro.
Missy could be lying about not getting information, just like how she's withholding her alibi. Give it up. Why should we be protecting the culprit? Missy is the only with actions. What? Missy is the only one with actions of glaring noteworthy suspicion, and if you can disprove it, then by all means. This could be part of her plan, to lead us in circles during the discussion with her lofty ambitions.
Wow, it's all Lyle. Okay. Okay, you can disprove it. Oops, wrong thing. Hang on just a moment. We need to discuss every aspect of this case before jumping to any conclusions. I believe that there's something at the crime scene that can clear Missy of suspicion. An outlet there. Oh, shit. Kiosk. No. The gun. Wait, actually. It's the only thing I can think of, but I need to spin this into argument somehow. Bro, can we leave? I don't think this is right. Although, it has been noted several times that the gun puts Missy in a dangerous situation. There's something strange about the gun. What? Like Russian roulette? Contest? Lyle, say, there's something I want you to recall for me. Before discovering the body, you two ran into Missy in the 3rd floor main hall, correct?
Yeah. It was right before I helped you out of the art gallery.
Oh, okay. So, wait. The gun, I think, well, it should have one bullet left. I think Missy mentioned that when we were investigating. Because 4 were shot and there were 5 total. Before discovering the body, you two ran into Missy in the 3rd floor main hall. Okay, right. So that was the voices that we heard was Missy, Lyle, and then Baby Say too, but I think it was mainly Missy and Lyle. But there were question marks, so I wasn't sure. Anyway. If that's the case, I want to ask, did you see blood on her hands?
Blood on her hands? Nothing of the sort!
So you didn't see blood stuck to her hands, but there was blood stuck to the handle of the gun. If Missy really did kill Cyrus by shooting him, why didn't she have blood stuck to her hands when you saw her? You wouldn't be able to forget seeing something shocking like blood-stained hands. Simple answer. Missy could have washed her hands. When Say and I approached the 3rd floor, I saw Missy exit one of the personal rooms. Right. She refuses to share her alibi because she must have been plotting the crime with an accomplice on the 3rd floor.
But that's why she was acting fishy when Lyle and I ran into her.
Huh?
Thought I heard something like that outside the garage doors.
Oh yeah, that conversation. I heard parts of the conversation just before I called for help. Now that I think about it, I think I can figure out who was speaking at the time. Okay, so... Right.
Oh, you must be a raving madman if you think you can run around the building alone.
I'm not doing anything suspicious. I'm doing everything I can to get out of here, unlike the rest of you. And what were you doing poking around in one of the 3rd floor personal rooms anyway? How did you even get in there?
That is none of your business. So you heard that?
Yes, Say and I caught Missy in the act. She was poking around in one of the 3rd floor personal rooms. And how do you suppose she entered the room? She entered that room using the residence bracelet. Oh. How else would she have gotten in? The door was still intact, so it's not like Missy broke it down. The resident room bracelet. How could she have acquired such a thing? I can only assume whatever Missy and Cyrus talked about earlier might have to do with the fact that she acquired something she couldn't that couldn't possibly belong to her. You think it's like... Do you think Missy actually played Russian roulette? Because I don't remember exactly what the card said for Russian roulette, but obviously if you play and win, and somewhat like prove yourself that you can be whatever, like it'd be natural for them to be like, congrats, here's a prize, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. But like, that'd be kind of crazy because, like, really? The chances of winning that Russian roulette are very, very small. Or it just showed up in her room. Or it's... Actually, I don't know. You know what? I don't... It's her twin. Her twin sister? No. No. Or, oh yeah, like a master key. Yeah, I can only assume that whatever Missy and Cyrus talked about earlier might have to do with electric. In fact, the idea alone of her entering someone else's room is cause for concern.
But that's true. How did she enter someone else's room?
The mechanism for room entry lies in her personally assigned bracelets. Similar to how the bracelets grant access to kiosk functions, the door must default to being locked and only unlock when we're nearby with the corresponding bracelet. There, the bracelets on our person can't unlock doors that don't match, so Missy entering a room that is not hers implies she gained access through alternative means. What alternative means? What else? She was witnessed speaking to the only other student here that has revealed to be associated with the killing game, Cyrus.
Fine, I'll yield. Cyrus offered me the bracelet of a student was closely acquainted with. Out of morbid curiosity, I was told to visit her room.
Okay, never mind. She got the bracelets from Cyrus. That makes sense. Missy withdrew a small rose-gold-shaped bracelet similar to the ones we all wore ourselves.
So yes, not only do I have the bracelet on my person, but I do have a bracelet that does not belong to me. As for what I discovered in the room... Well, that's as much as I'd like to say.
And that's more than enough. There we have it. That explains how she gained access entering into the room, as well as lists of reason for her to retaliate against Cyrus. If that doesn't pin Missy down for a motive, then I don't know what will. She has such a thing on her the whole time? How was I supposed to defend something like that? So much evidence stacked against Missy. But if she was in the room, like, you know, in the personal room, that means she couldn't have been meeting with Cyrus to kill him, right? Despite the overwhelming number of incriminating facts against her, Missy remained unflinching. It's like she's just waiting for what? For us to act on her behalf? Out of trust? Remember.
I have to use the gun to threaten him into talking. Make no mistake, I have absolutely no intention of firing it. Cyrus doesn't need to know that.
If Missy's being withholding about her alibi, then there must be a reason behind it. I'll have to try to work with it rather than against it. I have to trust Missy's intentions, therefore I should try to construct an argument that doesn't involve her. Is there another angle I can approach this by? Before we learned of her activity in the room, we were in the middle of disputing the bloodstained gun. Lyle has been aggressively using the connection between Missy and the gun for his arguments. But let's say we take her out of the picture and say she never came in contact with the gun. Perhaps we can tackle the argument from a different side. With just the gun solely in question, we can ask, who really handled the gun?
Who handled the gun?
Fine, why don't we entertain the thoughts? Given that Bloodstain handled the gun, whoever held the gun must have stained their hands in the process. There can only be two people who handled it. Cyrus and Ashley. So there we have it. Echo. Do you think Ashley is capable of killing? What? No way! Ash could never. After all, I'm certain she knows of the danger of killing someone. Her own life would be on the line. So what?
This is the only explanation plausible if we take your position of Missy's innocence into consideration.
Sobs.
If Ashley's life were threatened, don't you think she would retaliate? Anyone would fight back. Fight or flight, Echo. There are clear signs of a struggle in the smoke lounge after all.
That can't be it.
Besides, you confirmed it yourself. We recognize that everyone has an alibi, and we've been neglecting talking about Ashley since she's unconscious.
From an alternate timeline.
But wait, no! So if you really want to stand by Missy being trustworthy, then you have to realize that there must be someone else within our group that killed him.
No, Ash doesn't have a motive either.
Yes, she does. Echo, think about it. Throw away your relation to Ashley and think logically. Just because she isn't here to defend herself doesn't mean she's immune to being suspected.
No. It was pounding. I began to feel dizzy. If Ashley had the rope when we were together on the second floor, and there was no rope to be found at the crime scene, she must have bound the double doors of the gallery. Say confirmed that the rope kept me locked in the gallery. Wait, no. Never mind. I was like, could Ashley have taken the gun before, like, when we were leaving? But no. Because we heard gunshots with Ashley, so she didn't have the gun. Ashley yelled out and left to confront something.
If you think about whoever handled the gun, it can only be those two people.
No. I don't want to think about it. Please. Stop this. They don't want to discuss Ashley's involvement due to their close relation, but there might be something important that we're missing. Something important that Echo only knows. Who is this? Echo is guarding something, but they've painted themselves into a corner. There's no clean way to get out of this mess.
Yikes! Oh, yikes! Echo, you good over there?
No. I can't accept this. If Echo refuses to understand that Ashley is the only person who is capable of handling the gun and shooting Cyrus, then I'll have to lay out all the pieces for them. Oh, okay. It's, Lyle's brain. Okay.
Puzzle pieces as always. Echo, allow me to discuss the facts. All of them. Even the unsavory, trifling matters that will come to play, just like when you were the one who noticed art slipped out. If you insist on protecting Missy, there's one person whose actions remain to be scrutinized. And Ashley is the culprit in question. Do you have any objections?
I apologize, Echo, but this topic cannot be ignored.
Yeah, this is pretty important.
The rest of the class remained silent as Echo glared a hole in me. Or that's... right, that's Lyle, right.
Again, let us begin with the weapon, the mysterious gun that came from Missy's possession. Seeing as the gun candle was stained with blood, we can surmise only two people were in contact with it. As we found on the crime scene, both Cyrus and Ashley had bloodstains all over their hands, which naturally leads us to believe one of them fired the gun.
I can concur with that assumption. As for how it came to appear on the third floor, just before the gunfire occurred, Ashley and I hashed a plan to confront Cyrus. I was to use the gun as a show of threat. However, when I went to retrieve it from the foyer, it was missing before I had got to it.
It's plausible Cyrus got to you before you.
Regretfully so.
Then, at the speculated time in question, Cyrus is the only possible subject to have initially retrieved the gun, since Echo, Ashley, Cannon, and Forte were elsewhere. Now, I believe we can all agree based on the sounds heard. There were 4 shots fired in total. In that case, we need to determine the order and relevance of each shot.
Cannon and I boarded ourselves in the garage on the 3rd floor after the first shot. After the first shot rang out from the smoke lounge. We sheltered ourselves inside from there on out.
And Niall and I partnered up after the second, but we were all the way on the first floor.
So we can determine these first 2 shots were not the life-threatening ones, since no one was within the vicinity of the smoke lounge, and there were 2 gunshots in the wall. However, between the second and third shot is where Ashley's alibi becomes problematic.
Refute. What, argue? No, that's wrong. There's nothing wrong with Ashley's alibi. I can verify it for her.
I was with Ashley when she went to the second floor to climbing. I was with Ashley from when she went to the second floor to the climbing center, as well as when she went to the third floor. I never let her out of my sight the entire time we were traveling up and down the stairs. No clue proves Echo and Ashley were separated. I mean, Rope, Lyle, and Say's account. Oh wait, what? Missy's? No. Okay, fine, Rope. Argue! You're missing a piece in your argument. But didn't you say Ashley shoved you in the art gallery just before you heard the third shot? The rope binding the doors proved that there was a moment that you two were separated from sight. It's possible that she entered the smoke lounge in that time frame. Ugh. In that case, the fourth and final shot ought to be the one that killed Cyrus. The only person left without an alibi, given Echo's testimony of the culprit's last movements. The only person left is Ashley. Can't be it. No, Ash yelled Missy's name. It's possible Missy was within the vicinity of the smoke lounge. Anything that proves Missy was not within the vicinity of Lyle and Say's account. Wait. We just admitted argue.
Wait, that's not possible. Remember, Lyle and I saw Missy exiting the personal room.
She had just come out of the personal room when we arrived and only then began to act suspiciously.
I suppose I ought to surrender holding my tongue. Yes, I was withholding my alibi earlier, but the point of secrecy has passed now, that my whereabouts have come into direct question. I kept my alibi secret to prevent beginning today's deliberation with immediate worry and disillusionment. I confessed Cyrus bestowed upon me a terrible gift, this bracelet, and allowed me access to a room that was not mine, a room belonging to a close personal acquaintance, one I hold in my thoughts often. I entered the room upon Cyrus's taunting instruction that I see for myself what's become of this person. I discovered nothing, save for my fears becoming reality. My alibi is simply as follows. I did not leave the third floor personal room I gained entry to after I heard the second gunshot. Therefore, I did not see Ashley on the third floor at all.
Took long enough to get that testimony out of you. But in that case, Ashley really is the only person to have encountered Cyrus in the smoke lounge. Therefore, we can assume from the appearance of the room that Ashley and Cyrus fought in the duration of time between the third and fourth shots. No way! Refute! The smoke lounge was in a state of disarray, but the casino wasn't. Ashley's body was found in the casino, so it's possible she never even set foot in the smoke lounge. No, there's no visible evidence of the two fighting. The two being separated means they didn't get into a strife. Echo needs to see the truth. Turning a blind eye is doing the more harm than good. Argue, refute, argue, yes!
There's a clear answer. We just need to bring the truth to light.
The smoke lounge was in a state of disarray, but the casino wasn't. Oh wait. She never even set foot in the smoke lounge. There's no visible evidence of the two fighting. The glass. We argue! Is that the horrific secret she was going to die for? That the room was empty? Maybe it was the secret, maybe it was the fact that it sort of implied that the people in those rooms, like, and Ashley's friend too, the racer guy, Silver, what's his name? Silver? And Missy's friend, were also all passed away, dead, drinking, or something like that.
Echo, your judgment is clouded, and I think you know that. There was glass and blood littered near Ashley's unconscious body in the casino that could only have come from one place. The casino itself was spotless, free of signs of struggle. The treatise leading from the smoke lounge to the casino, however, tells a different story.
With all these facts in mind, let's review.
We've discovered everyone's paired allies, Missy's room activity, and Echo's entrapment in the art gallery in relation to the gunshot timeline.
Wait, what?
Missy's room activity and Echo's entrapment in the art gallery in relation to the gunshot timeline frees them from suspicion. We also determined Cyrus was the one who was initially wielding the gun, and that Ashley had plans to counter Cyrus's scheme.
Okay. See ya. Thanks for stopping by though.
In the small period during which Ashley and Echo were separated, a struggle occurred between Ashley and Cyrus in the smoke lounge just across the hall, resulting in the disorderly state of the room. And yet, at the end of it, one person came out alive at the end, and the other dead. You have to see that the culprit is behind this plain as day. What? No. Ugh! Face the facts! There's only one possible answer.
Hey, I refuse! I don't even recall Ash considering Cyrus a threat, so what motive would she have to kill him anyway?
Echo, why are you lying? Couldn't be further from the truth.
There must be anyone else involved. Anyone but her.
Jeez. Oh, you really are a stubborn one. Don't you understand the danger we're in? Please, Echo. I understand this is a painful realization for you.
We are just as mortified that such a dreadful thing has happened.
It's awful, but there has to be a reason, right?
No. There is a reason. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why would Ash endanger herself like this? Throwing her life away like this? It seems so careless.
Based on Ashley's suggested actions, it's hard to believe she was negligent about facing the danger, but...
There's something else that needs to be brought to Echo's attention. Gasoline? Oh, maybe it was because she realized that Cyrus was trying to set the thing on fire? No. The kiosk message. Oh.
Allow me to widen your depth of field. I believe I have the answer. Or rather, we all do. It seems Echo didn't see the kiosk message.
Kiosk message?
Remember, the digital kiosk can deliver dictated messages across other kiosks in the building.
Oh, that's correct. Ken and I saw the message as we waited out the gunfire in the garage. The message was dictated from the smoke lounge sometime after the third shot was fired.
I recall it read, "Kill Echo." Yep, yeah, that's exactly right.
Wait, what? Really?
No one asked you. Oh, I remember now. Lyle and I saw the second floor kiosk light up while we were running by. Come on! You heard the gunfire too, right? So far there's been 3 shots. But where the hell did a gun come from? How should I know? Hey, slow down, I can't keep up. We can't take our sweet time in a moment like this. Lyle, look! The kiosk, it's displaying a message.
Oh, and it's from Cyrus.
The smoke lounge. That's on the 3rd floor. I never saw such a thing, but it's awfully damning in what it's implying.
I concur, it's quite a pointed message. In that case, we can assume that
Echo might have actually been Cyrus's intended target. Echo, Ashley didn't endanger herself out of carelessness, but for your sake. She threw her life away. Oh, she threw her life into the fray to keep yours safe.
then there should be little to doubt that the 4th shot must have been the one to kill Cyrus. The shot fired after Ashley left Echo's side. I don't understand. Why for me?
Not like the rest of you. I'm no ultimate student. Can't survive this strife between ultimates. I don't have skills or talents to offer the world. It should have been me, at the opposite end of the gun. Pardon me. The voice of Eve interrupted the looming courtroom silence. I have an update on Ashley's health. She is steadily recovering at the moment. She's okay. However, I discovered traces of Complex 53 in her system. Complex 53? Is that not the very substance Zero threatened time and time again to release? Yes, I examined the bracelet in her possession. It appears the glass vial has been shattered, allowing the liquid state to enter the system via absorption through the skin. Shattered. It's plausible it broke from some kind of impact from Cyrus and Ashley's fight. Just a moment. Bracelet in her possession? It's not her own bracelet? It's not. She had in her possession the bracelet of Silva Power. Ashley's bracelet is still intact. Wait, so did Cyrus give Ashley Silva's bracelet too? If she had Silva's bracelet, then there's no doubt. She had a clear motive. It's possible she was goaded on by Cyrus with the bracelet of an important figure, just as Missy was. No way! Cyrus probably just broke the vial himself and administered the liquid to Ash during their fight. Or Zero could have unleashed it to harm her. Zero's Killing Game announcement always talks about toxic gases, so it's plausible he's the one behind it. Damn it, Echo! I'm tired of this. You still refuse to accept the reality of this case. Zero can't have done it, and I'll tell you why it's simply not even up for debate. I was testing the rules earlier this morning, right? Rule 4 states that breaking major assets is strictly prohibited, but nothing happened all day. Well, it happened here, but okay, anyway. It was only until the beginning of the very trial I suffered defects from Zero's sonic weapon as punishment for breaking the rules. If he waited until we entered the trial grounds to punish me, why would he unleash the Complex 55 toxin if there weren't any signs of Ashley breaking the rules? Zero, did you or did you not release Complex 55 onto Ashley? What? I'm only the arbiter of this game. Answer. Nope, didn't do it. No, this can't be. You still don't get it. We've been running around in circles in this trial because you vehemently refuse to face the truth. Don't you have any value in your life? Your lapse in judgment is what will get us all killed. Lyle, have some sympathy, won't you? But I have to agree with you. Echo, please. The trial is difficult enough to participate in, but it's necessary to determine the culprit for our safety. Allow yourself to be selfish and act on self-preservation instead of on the well-being of others. Don't concern yourself with protecting me. Don't concern yourself with speaking for Ashley. You'll only end up hurting yourself if we judge the case incorrectly. Just follow the truth and you can protect yourself. I know we're asking a lot since the truth isn't what you want to hear, but please. Protect myself? What does that mean? I thought I had to protect Missy on behalf of Trust. She placed her faith in us after all. And I had to protect Ashley because she's my closest friend, but... Self? Felt stuck. I know Missy didn't kill Cyrus, I just know it. And it was impossible for anyone else to have killed him, so... The answer was clear as day. I just didn't want to accept it. But by doing so, I was drawing out this trial for my own self-indulgence, and dragging everyone else through this hell. I've forgotten the reason we're here, to save ourselves. And I've purposely suppressed the fact that there was something on the crime scene that solidified Ashley's involvement. The hand! Oh wait, oh. Hand! Oh wait, maybe- oh, so maybe she was holding the bracelet then. I saw the damning thing. I chose to forget it. Yes. The weapon was undebatable. The culprit had a motive. The struggle showed traces of her involvement. The person who fought Cyrus and eventually won was...
Gee, I wonder who it is.
Ashley Westbridge killed Cyrus Zurich. Ashley. Oh!
I'm gonna take this lull in the conversation to assume you're all discussing the case, yeah? After all, it was pretty obvious from the start. Well, whatever. This is your space anyway, so without further ado, it's voting time! Oh gee, I wonder who we're gonna vote. It has to be the one that... yeah. Guilty. Man. Ding ding ding! Wow, Damon Gant claps again. Yes, the culprit responsible for the murders of Cyrus Zurich is none other than the ultimate jockey, Ashley Westbridge. And almost all of you voted correctly. Luckily, majority rules, so it's punishment time.
Almost all of us. Did Ashley not vote for herself then? Because we did vote for Ashley.
Hey. Oh, sorry. Wait, what do you mean that almost all of us voted correctly? Well, I guess it's my fault for not mentioning that not voting is a big no-no. But voting should be common sense. You have a responsibility to make your voice heard. Lives are on the line. Or something like that. Missy would know.
Don't run me into this asinine argument.
Think of it this way. You're voting for the lesser of two evils. Punish one person for committing a crime, or punish everyone for being ignorant. But I can see in Echo's face that they figured it out, so I suppose I'll call it a vote. Aren't I just the nicest, most flexible judge ever? Hahaha. Echo, you didn't vote?
Could I? I thought you did.
Unbelievable. Everyone's lives are at stake. And you still have the audacity to protect the culprit? You're a hopeless case, Echo. I don't understand how you fail to recognize the weight of our actions. The truth was glaringly obvious, yet you continue to run away. You have no perception of the consequence. How dare you refuse to give your all in order to save yourself?
Why are you attacking me? The thing just happened to be my best friend. It's awful. Don't you know how I felt too, lad? We've already lost 3 friends. Why does the cycle keep turning?
Of course I know how you feel, but it's pointless to let things spin out like this. That's why I'm trying my best to solve this killing game. I don't need you turning your cheek away from reality. That will only make things worse.
Damn it. I looked over to Ashley, who recovered enough strength to join us in the courtroom at the last moments of our discussion. Ash, I don't get it. To protect me, you threw yourself into danger. And look where it got you, at the foot of the execution. Ash, you're such an idiot! How could you do something so careless?
Echo, I thought about nothing but your safety.
Huh?
All I've ever wanted is the safety and health of my friends. Look what rotten trouble I got everyone into. First Silva, and now Echo. Maybe it's better like this. Echo, you don't have to worry about me anymore. Thank goodness, right? If I was in that trial, you wouldn't have budged and you might have voted Missy off instead.
Yeah, we saw the other ending.
At least you know you can trust her.
What are you saying?
I thought that if I could remove a threat from this horrible brain, my actions would have all been worth it. But it turns out Cyrus was just asking for this. Cyrus used Silva's bracelet as a show of threat. That the reason he had it and Silva didn't was because Cyrus had said that he had eliminated him, isn't that right? He said the same to me when I received my additional bracelet. Cyrus, ultimate confidential informant. New things we would soon rather forget. And he used that information to get under our skin.
Told you, he's someone to be wary of. So... Oh wait, sorry. So Ashley essentially lost us. The preservation project's mole? What if he had information that could have gotten us out? Oh, he had information, alright, but he would never tell.
Theo's right. When I confronted him to inquire about his facade, he kept dodging my questions. He was acting so odd. And as it appears, his strange behavior went all according to plan. He was acting suspicious to invite someone into attacking him. And I completely fell for it. But I felt terrible after because when he collapsed, his aggressive facade faded and laughed. He was glad. Yes, Cyrus fully intended to take down someone with him. Cyrus fired those initial 2 shots to draw attention. I arrived at the 3rd floor with Echo. I ushered Echo into the art gallery and bound the doors with rope from the climbing center. I confronted Cyrus in the smoke lounge, and he fired right away. The 3rd shot was a near miss. Cyrus!
A step closer, Ashley. Unless you'd like to end up like your friend Silva.
What do you know about Silva?
Oh, I know everything there is to know. Financial records, personal records, etc. After all, I am the ultimate confidential informant. My job is to seek information about the preservation project's subjects. I personally saw to his removal. And you're next.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Yeah? I'd act fast if I were you. You wouldn't want to go down in flames without getting the information you want, would you? How did his racing helmet end up in your room? Why, by yours truly, of course. And his personal vehicle is a 94 Lister Storm, the very vehicle that is in the garage right now. Oh.
Cyrus threatened me with an awful trinket and a time limit. He prepared split gasoline and had a blowtorch ready to burn the room down if I didn't act. I fought to keep him at bay. He eventually dropped the gun. I retrieved the gun and gripped the handle fiercely, but Cyrus remained completely cool. He noticed my hesitance and silently tossed a tiny rose gold bracelet in my direction. I snatched it out of the air, turned it over in my hands to reveal the name engraved into it, Silver Prowler.
What'll it be, Ashley? Silva did... You speak too fast. Silva didn't have long to live anyway, so why not just expedite his demise?
Quiet! This isn't right! Why put us through this awful game? For the sake of the future? I'm not an ultimate student!
Let's play a game. What? There are two more bullets somewhere in that chamber. You fire and I live? You fire and I live. I'll let you walk away scot-free. Your hands would be clean, and you were meant to be an ultimate student. What? Your hands would be clean, and you were meant to be an ultimate student, born to benefit the world. If you fire and I die, then...
Of course, you know what happens. But in his last moments, he just let out a chuckle and sigh of relief. He looked relaxed. He looked as calm as when we first met him. I was confused. Why wasn't he fighting back at all?
You're a tough nut to crack, you know? What are you doing?
I'm trying to save you! I know I took a chance with that shot, but there has to be another answer.
The Preservation Project is a miserable organization that I contributed to. I rallied this group of ultimate students, compiled all the information I could about you all for the project. The project in their game. It's a cruel experiment, all for the sake of the future.
Why are you telling me this?
So you won't feel guilty about killing me.
How can I not feel guilty? There could have been some other way to get you out of this mess. Cyrus, I don't understand. Why did it have to come to this?
Because I thought I had immunity from the game. But when Zero called me out for my cover talent, I knew something was wrong. Why would Zero, an arbiter for the killing game conducted by the Preservation Project, wish to reveal my place in the game? Something was wrong. It was all wrong. This whole game is all wrong. I couldn't wrap my head around the thing he was saying. Oh, wait.
I didn't dare wish to know what he was talking about, but... What's wrong?
He coughed out a small chuckle.
I made you do a horrible thing. The problem with this game is that you become attached to the ones you're with. As time goes on, bonds are made with the strangers you eventually come to call your friends. I should have never involved myself with you all.
Couldn't meet his eyes. Knew it would be too painful.
And you might hate me for this, but it's for the best. For you and me. Winning this game is nothing but smoke and mirrors. I'm sorry, but thank you for helping me escape this game.
He held my hands in his own trembling grasp, weakly pushing my attempts at stopping his suffering away. After I shot him, I knew immediately what terrible fate I found myself in. I was tethered to meet the same end the moment I fell into his trap. I fled the scene, leaving it a mess, because I knew it would be pointless to conceal the truth. But even then, I knew the trial discussion would trace back to my incrimination. That's why I went so far to shatter the vial of Complex 53 in Silva's bracelet to take myself out of the picture.
Ash, why would you do such things to yourself? It's awful.
I know. Please don't hate me. And forgive me for making such a selfish request, but all I ask is that you live and survive. I did it all for you.
Aw, that's sweet. But too bad for you. That sickly sweet sentimentalism isn't going to save you from your execution, silly. Murder is murder. What's the thing you say? Oh, there's no gray area about it. No, wait. There's no stopping this freight train of despair, Echo. Ha, I said the word despair. 10 points for me. You are among the ones who sealed her fate, after all. So sit back and enjoy the show. No! Oh. Ashley's hand slipped through mine. She disappeared into the black as I collapsed over myself. All I could do to pull myself up was keep my focus squarely on Ashley as her horrified visage was projected for us to grimace upon. I tried to soak up my final moments with her, even though I knew they were going to be gruesome. Ashley was chained to a metal post. An industrial whirring spun in my skull as a set of arms began to wind up. Clenched at the end of each arm was a horseshoe. Ashley was bound in the direct path across the massive, glittering machinery 40 feet away. Ashley's expression was taut. There was only one way out of the game for her, and it was winding up in front of her, just a few paces away. The first pitch was thrown. Oh wait, is this what, like, horseshoes, like the game? Oh my god. The light clink as the arm released the horseshoes made my heart drop, and missed with a full thud on the dirt behind Ashley. The second, third, fourth, sixth pitches were thrown with wild abandon, as if purposely missing to prolong my own suffering. The anticipation was miserable. Ashley's grey, sorrowful eyes seemed to meet mine from within the projected screen. I couldn't look any longer. I felt sick. I turned away in agony and heard a distinct sound of pitch breaking bone. I'll have thoughts later, because I think I lost some. I can feel the life drain from my body. There was nothing but pain during her last moments. The pain that destroyed her body. And the pain that stung in her heart. Oh, it's so satisfying building up all this hope. I said the word, and cheered to eventually strike it down with a decisive kill. Hehe, ha. It's a little boring though, your participants killing for defensive reasons. We didn't even give a motive, which was a bit of a curveball, but interesting that a murder occurred nonetheless. Well, I mean, I suppose I did put Cyrus on blast for conniving with the Preservation Project group. He got in the way of the game after all, so I guess it was beneficial for me in the end. The whole trial made my head spin. I felt wretched. I stared at the floor, not a breath was heard from the others. They seemed just as stunned into silence. And in the depths of our devastation,
Eve's silvery voice crept in. Alright, okay, so apparently the preservation project is also bad. So we're bad surrounded by bad, and it's just bad versus bad, and we're in the middle. I beseech you all to keep the memory of your friends close. It's awful. I don't want to remember this. Remain strong. As I nursed Ashley back to health, she kept asking aloud, is Echo okay? Is Echo okay? She carried it for you into her last breath. Don't think for a second she didn't put everything on the line for you. But why me? Apologize. I cannot say for certain what she was thinking, except Ashley, without a doubt, cared for you deeply. As difficult as it is, cling to what remains of Ashley, her memory. Really? That's all you have this time, Eve? Some empty sentimentalism? You know Eve claims to be on your side, but look what she's done. Eve's a girl? Oops. Why not just leave Ashley to die at the Complex 53 poisoning, Eve? Oh, I know why. Because you love reveling in despair, reveling in despair too. She nursed Ashley back to health so I can kill her. Ugh. Ashley returned to us, only to be cruelly beaten to death. That moment, that shred of relief, it was so quickly quashed. And it was so quickly mutilated into twisted dark feelings. Haha, how pathetic. You'll never end the game like this. You'll fail once more. Despair will triumph over hope, yet again, Eve. And it's all your fault. Zero and Eve warped away, and the courtroom was engulfed in silent darkness once again.
Echo.
Missy's voice was a whisper. She laid a gentle hand on my shoulder.
Hey, let's get you out of here.
I listlessly followed Missy out of the courtroom. Everyone else filtered out of the courtroom at their own pace as well, dissolving into their own individual lost thoughts for the evening. Without a single word, Missy led me down the living quarters hall to my personal room. Before I entered, Cannon stopped me out of nowhere.
I realized that must have been hard for you, Echo. But here, just take this.
Cannon handed me a photograph. What? When did you take such a thing? It was a photo of the students gathered in the atrium. Everyone is in photo except me and Cannon.
I took this photo on the first day.
It was after the first Killing Game announcement. After the Killing Game announcement? I recalled the moment in time. I went to my personal room after declining Ashley's invitation to use the spa lounge with Pandora.
Art insisted that I work my magic and take a photo of the group since we'd be staying together as friends in the mansion.
With that awful announcement, he still wanted to take a neat, pleasant picture.
I'm a little embarrassed by it.
I don't often photograph groups, but
I hope this helps ease your pain.
No, I think this makes it worse. Oh fuck, I messed up. No. Never mind. No, I'm kidding. Why would you show me this?
What do you mean?
I don't want to see this. This idyllic scene of our friends who aren't with us anymore. The killings are too vivid in my mind for me to believe such a simple photograph. I hate this.
Ugh. Sorry, I was just trying to help.
What? Well, you didn't have to tear it in half. No! Cannon tore the photo in half.
Happy?
And spat her final remark with a huff before sulking off, her footsteps heavy on the carpet. Missy picked up the pieces of the photograph.
That was awfully cold of you, Echo.
What do you want me to do? I mumbled. I have nothing to offer the world as an alternate. I can't do anything. I feel like I lost myself in that trial. I had to detach myself from the people I care about. For what? The truth? I just scoffed. After all, it was Missy's fault a gun was introduced to the group. It was her fault the gun fell into the wrong hands. Her fault I lost to Ashley. Missy sighed softly. It was never my intention to get Ashley executed. I shrugged Missy away. I didn't want to listen to her. I went to my personal room. I sat on the bed. I sat and I cried. Kurt and Ashley, they did a horrible thing for their friends. When pressed, the two of them only thought to protect the ones important to them. What an interesting concept. It's completely idiotic, though. They disregard themselves for someone else. Selfless and stupid is what they are. Selflessness gets you nothing in return. In a game like this, you have to be selfish and act in self-preservation. Always look out for number one. Number one. 1 0 1 0 1 0. What binary? Don't do this to me. I can't. Where's the code decipher? So, this is the start of our villain arc. Art died. Lyle had a villain arc. Ashley dies. We have a villain arc. Oh, okay. But actually, though, oh shit! No, it didn't show up. No, I wanted to try to translate it. Despair. I am in despair. Okay. Well, what is it? Okay, so... wait, what did I want to talk about? Oh, right! No, I already touched on it, like, how... So apparently Preservation Project is always also bad, because there's also some, like, talk about experiments and stuff, but But that's the thing, is the Preservation Project, like, also the Killing Game? So are they not separate then? Because I thought that Preservation Project was, like, a thing, and it's separate from the Killing Game, which is what Eve is doing. But it seems like they're actually working together, because Cyrus knew that there was gonna be a Killing Game, right? But he was saying that, what was surprising to him was that, what is it? Zero had outed him for his fake talent, right? So that means that Zero isn't, and I don't think Zero is working with Preservation Project because Eve and Zero aren't working together, right? But they're both bad is the conclusion. So damn, we're in a fucked situation. Okay. And then the other thing was first of all, like, mystery-wise, Case 2 wasn't really like, oh, like, it wasn't really hard to figure out who did it, right? But I think it was pretty nice in the sense, in, like, the whole... I'm gonna talk like a nerd now, so please close your eyes for, like, or close your eyes, close your ears for, like, 15 minutes. Or not 15 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay. But, like, basically, I thought it was cool, first of all, the transition from Echo POV to Lyle POV. That was neat, very nice, interesting stuff, right? And it would make sense too because Echo is really good friends with Ashley anyway, right? So he wouldn't believe any of it and be the one to most vehemently fight against Ashley being the culprit, right? And like that whole process, that was all nice. That was good. I'm setting this up like I have a butt, but I don't have a butt. Okay. What else? Right, so I wanted to say that, like, even though, like, the mystery itself wasn't necessarily, like, super hard or super
puzzly, you know, right? Like the sort of character progression that we're having is pretty cool. So A plus there. Woo, let's go. Um, uh, the only other thing that I thought was kind of awkward was first of all the bad ending, um, which I know it's technically the bad ending, so like it's like you're not really supposed to choose that, you know? But it did high-key spoil what was gonna happen, which I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess Ashley is the killer. That's also my fault for clicking on the no instead, and I was like, let me just check this route first. Oops. Yeah, sorry about that. That was one thing, and then the other thing was that I feel like the turn from suspecting Missy to suspecting Ashley was really fast. But that's like such a small, tiny critique that it doesn't really matter, right? Because the overall whole thing was really good. So, yeah, I just feel like it went from Missy to Ashley really quickly. Like everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Ashley could have done it. Okay, yeah, let's go with that." And then Echo was like, "Wait a second, no," and then it went from there. But like the turn felt fast, but I mean, I guess it's not a bad thing. It was just jarring for me, I guess. Maybe it was because I saw the bad ending first and then I got messed up. But yeah. Anyway, that was all. It was cool. Good second chapter. Okay. I don't know how many more chapters there are. It's been 3 hours and 40 minutes? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I mean, there can't be that much more, right? Water.
I slowly drew open my eyes. My chest felt tight. I inhaled deeply and exhaled heavily, as if to expel my body from all the wand of fear that stirred inside. It didn't help much. My body felt leaden, my heart hollow. Rising from the bed, I shook the remnants of a trying sleep away. Looking at my surroundings, I noticed I had thrown the covers and pillows on the floor. It was strange. I had fallen asleep, but I saw no dreams or nightmares. My subconscious felt suspended in a null zone. The clock read 4:15. Morning or afternoon? I rubbed the exhaustion from my eyes. Feeling numb and listless, I dragged my heavy body out of bed and shuffled towards the door, but I didn't know where to go. That's not true. I mumbled to myself. There was one place I could think of. I stepped outside my personal room and saw Lyle down the opposite hall. He just scowled and stumped off. I went on my way. I walked through the living quarters hall, through the foyer and up the stairs to the second floor. Sniff. I saw Sei standing in the front of the spa lounge door, weeping gently. Sei, are you okay?
Oh,
Caught off guard, Sei wiped her eyes. As I approached Sei from the staircase, something gleamed in her hands. It looked like a closed pocket watch. Oh, is it? Oh, it's... Pandora's. Right. She stared a burning hole in the door, rolling the small object between her fingers. After a moment, she managed to croak out a stiff response.
this isn't how it's supposed to happen, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Can't do anything. No matter how hard we try. It'll still end like this. I had nowhere to go before I came here, but now... What do I do?
She was visibly shaking. It was horrible seeing her like this. Say, console her, say nothing, bro. Anyway, we're saying nothing. I couldn't say for certain what exactly she was going through. I don't know what to do either. So I left Say alone. I heard broken sobs fading out as I left. Asshole playthrough! Okay, we're going back. I don't think it's that huge of a choice. It's just like, whether or not, hey, are you a good person or no? I understand how you feel. You're in alone? But if it's any consolidation, at least we have each other. I let the words slip out, but in truth I wasn't confident of that sentiment in my own heart yet. She rolled the delicate disc in her hands a few times again. I wonder what the item meant to her, if anything. Sei didn't respond. Instead, she just wiped her tears and nodded. Damn, Echo, you don't remember? I thought you were the ultimate member. I spent some time with Sei in solitude. Passing through the atrium, I spotted Forte gazing at the delicate globe centerpiece. He seemed to be humming to himself, but stopped when I approached. Oh, evening, Echo. Hello, did I disturb you? Or interrupt you? No, it's a melancholic tune. I would really rather not bother you further with it. Oh. It's a bitter, unfortunate situation we found ourselves in, isn't it? Despite the heavy words, his face read differently. His shoulders remained relaxed as he looked up past the globe, at the dark, cool sky. He seemed calm somehow. Tell me, Echo. How are you? Are you alright? What? Am I alright? No. No, I'm hurt. The killing game and the trials that follow. No, this whole game. It's horrible and I hate it. We're losing people. Friends we've just met. And friends we've known. It feels like there's no end in sight. It's perfectly normal to feel devastation as we find ourselves cautiously navigating life or death situations. The game has instigated those with a spirit inflicted with distress and grief to ends unmentionable and trials heartbreaking. Right. Yes, my soul is stirring, but in my experience on stage, these sorts of feelings never last for long. We move people to tears with our performances about tragedy, the loved, and lost. Yet the audience knows the performance will end, and thus they'll move on with their lives. I can't help but wonder, when? How much longer until the curtains close on the story? I'm wondering the same thing, except it's in a meta perspective, and forgive me for bending your ear with your thoughts. I'll let you be on your way. No, that's okay. It's comforting to know I'm not alone in feeling afraid. Indeed, we are never truly alone. I stood in a moment of silence as Forte sang his words with clarity. Ave Maria. Okay. I made my way through the atrium and up the stairs, arriving on the third floor. I spotted Missy at the marble table in the center of the third floor. She was contemplating something. Missy?
Oh, Echo. Excuse me, I hadn't noticed you.
Missy looked unsettled. She might have been put off from what I did earlier. I closed the distance between us. What's that?
This is...
She moved to reveal a small decorated box. More guns?!
my revolver and a dagger.
The two weapons shone dully in the dim light of the hallway.
I discovered the dagger when Cyrus allowed me to explore the room of my associate. Needless to say, I didn't wish to take it with me, but There it is again, as if it was following me.
And the gun?
Leaned and posed for Mizu's. It looks like it was the only thing to emerge from the wreckage of the smoke lounge.
I see. Dangerous tools needed to continue the game were returned to the players. I stared at the weapons in her hands. I wanted more than anything to tear them out of her hands. And I didn't even know what I would do if I had them. Echo, please, your villain arc.
I suppose it's inescapable.
Missy snapped me out of my thoughts.
Where there is love, grief will be following close behind.
Missy seemed to harbor a great concern for whoever this dagger belonged to. Can I ask, who was this person? Missy hesitated.
Former love. I don't think I need to tell you how important, no, precious she was. So much that I foolishly endangered everyone. The traces and signs of our friends, I even placed to provoke us. This dagger is analogous to seeing Silva's helmet. Oh, they are items of close regard, and to see them away from their respective owner is distressing. I withheld this information because if everyone realized the truth of these items right away, we would all become distraught and lose our bearings in the midst of saving ourselves. But I just don't know anymore. I thought I knew what I was doing, but nothing makes sense. The more time we spend here, the less I know. Morbid curiosity, the desire to delve further and further into a dark well for a pinch of hope, has driven me to no satisfying end. And now, I'm making use of for my consequences.
Missy. Another heavy sigh escaped her lips.
I've never felt so aimless. Echo, I don't expect forgiveness from you for what I did. Simply put, I introduced a weapon to the fray which eventually caused Ashley's downfall.
Blame her, bro. I feel like there's definitely, starting from say, there's definitely a thing going on here where I can send Echo to the dark side. Okay. I'll try it later. I understood why she did what she did. Leaving the weapon out was a show of belief that we would do no harm. I understood in theory, but... Missy,
You don't need to indulge me.
Missy looked at me with earnest eyes.
It's easy to want to connect those two damning things together to find a reason within the tragedy, but it's merely not healthy. The truth of the bigger picture is this. Ashley meant to protect the ones she cared about. And she truly wanted to remove a threat from our group, having faith that we remaining students wouldn't do harm to each other after the fact. Despite that, regardless of the risks she took, we're still here participating in this seemingly endless game. Our predicament doesn't appear so black and white, does it? Ugh, I'm sorry. I can't seem to form my thoughts.
Missy's composure was fractured. She was shouldering the insurmountable weight of guilt. He didn't know what to say.
I assume you've come up here for the same reason as I. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time. I'll leave you be. And thank you for trusting me during the trial. I regret having to put you through all that.
I noticed almost invisibly as Missy made her exit down the stairs. I realized Missy was right. The situation was too complicated to make strict judgment on what was just or unjust. At the end of the day, everyone was in pain. Why should I perpetuate it by being so callous to them? I sighed. Arriving where my subconscious has urged me, I stood still. I stood in a casino, feeling phantom traces of what happened just hours ago exasperate my bones. Okay. Before we go to the casino, I'ma be a bitch. I'm sorry. Asshole playthrough time because of morbid curiosity. Say nothing. CSA. Cry on your own for all I care. No! So let's stay alone. Huh? Am I alright? Yeah. Yeah. I'm fine. Forte noticed my hesitance, but didn't pry. Instead, he continued to hum at a low volume once more. Sounds like something's wrong. Missy's at the table. Blah blah blah. Forgiveness? Blame her! I understood why she did what she did. Leaving the weapon out was a show of belief that we would do no harm. I understood in theory, but... say that, but ultimately a weapon was used to cause destruction. How can I not come to the conclusion that you're at fault? Missy's eyes fell.
It's easy to want to connect those two damning things together to find a reason within the tragedy, but it's merely not healthy. The truth of the bigger picture is this. Ashley meant to protect the one she cared about. She truly wanted to remove the threat from the group.
Okay. My mind wistfully wandered back to a time before this terrible game. A peaceful time before the despair. I feel like this might be the same, but I was just an asshole for no reason. No, but like, I feel like... or not. I thought that it was... okay. Thought process is that, like, I was gonna be a dick to everyone, and then that would make Echo, you know, solidify his villain arc, and then he'd actually go kill someone, or they'd actually go kill someone. And I was like, that'd be kind of interesting. That'd be kind of wild, bro. But I don't know. Maybe it's not possible. But we'll continue to be a dick and see what happens, and then I'll reload from the other point. But I'll go until this day is over, because I don't think it'd last longer than that. It was just the other night. Ashley and I were talking about nothing in particular, but we knew our time together would come to an end. The autumn season was coming to a close, just a few more months for our new phase of life to rise from the horizon. We were relishing the bright warm sun of the present before it set into a peerless night. Sitting in comfortable, familiar silence, we enjoyed each other's company. Damn, I know Ashley's tall, but holy shit, are we tiny. Okay.
Have you decided where you wanted to go?
No, not yet. I was thinking about taking a gap year to travel.
Traveling sounds like a dream. Seeing different people and expanding your worldview.
Yeah, but then I'd have to worry about my finances if I'm on the road often.
No, Fred, there's always other options. Maybe you could travel locally. There could be interesting sights in the next city that you never knew about.
That's a good idea. I've never really thought about that since I just walk everywhere in the city. What about you? Any interesting prospects?
Well, Papa wants me to help out on the ranch a little more. The new season's coming up and we're expecting some competitors to stop by.
Oh yeah, the races. You get pretty busy during those weeks, right?
It's hectic, but it's fun. And I don't mind helping. In fact, I was still unsure about what I was going to do after school anyway, so this gives me more time to think.
And some more time with Hyperion. I'm sure he would miss you if you left.
Of course, I would miss him too.
We laughed lightly. I don't think you should worry too much. If anything, you have a future at the ranch with your father. It's a good fallback just in case anything were to happen, right?
Yeah, a good fallback.
A pondering silence drifted.
I think you should travel, though. It would be wonderful to hear all about your journey. Nothing is really keeping you down, no?
Not really, but the idea's a little daunting. Learning new languages to get around, not to mention finding the money to do so. It's a little risky. And we're probably not going to have many chances to see each other.
There's always a million reasons not to do something.
Yeah.
Besides, if you ever get tired of traveling, I'll always be here.
Or I'll always be here.
Just don't forget about me, okay?
She flashed me that warm, comforting smile of hers. Don't forget. I felt my heart swell. I returned to the first floor after some time. Passing through the foyer, I saw Missy and Forte having dinner in the dining hall. hello again, Echo.
You well?
Yeah, I think I'll be okay. Missy, I'm sorry if I was unresponsive earlier. I just needed some time to sort out my thoughts.
I understand. We're all going through a lot right now.
Yeah. Even though we shared a mutual sentiment, our eyes never met during the exchange. Forte broke the silence. Echo, would you like to join us for dinner? It's been a trying day. You have to take a moment to unwind. No, thank you.
I have so many things on my mind and no appetite to feed the thought. Will you be alright?
Yeah, I just have a lot to think about.
Well, don't push yourself too hard. And don't be a stranger if you do end up wanting to join us.
Sure thing, thanks. I left Missy and Forte to enjoy their meal in peace. Huh. I wandered to the middle of the main foyer and paused. Something was bothering me. One concern I had involved someone I hadn't seen all evening. Should I visit Canon? Oh, to like apologize, right? No, we're an asshole. Leave her alone. If I haven't seen her all evening, she must have been actively avoiding me. No point in bothering her more, I suppose. Not that I'm expecting a warm welcome anyway. Now 9 p.m. I started towards my room. I couldn't help but feel guilty over denying Canon's help, despite her tried sincerity. I wonder if I can get the photo pieces back from Missy. The time had come before I knew it, and would have to ask Missy about the torn photograph tomorrow. I returned to my personal room and sat on the bedside. I felt sick and shattered. We just passed the first half of the so-called game and lost 4 of 10 students in our group. With 3 more days on the horizon, I feared for what would become of our already sparse community. I settled into bed and closed my heavy eyes. My thoughts were entangled in question after haunting question. The words, sights, and memories blurred together with no answer in the horizon. I let go. Images unwound and spilled into the night. Sleep would eclipse my mind as another night passed. Dignity. Diligence. Okay. Here I'm gonna make a save and I'm gonna go back to the one where we weren't an asshole. Okay. Okay, here. Okay. Boop. Load. Okay. I'm guessing it might have payoff later. Like, how because we were addicted to Missy, we didn't really talk in the dining hall, right? I guess. But if it's a long run, like, man, that sucks, then I'm not really gonna go for it. Also, did nothing change? Oh, never mind. Then it wasn't missing in the dining hall. Then it was really something long run in the long run. Or maybe it was just like fluff dialogue that I won't be able to see. I figured since I didn't run into her at the atrium or anywhere along the way, Canon must have been in her room. I went down the living quarters hall and knocked on the door engraved with her school symbol. Canon, are you there? I just wanted to apologize. There was no response. I knocked once more for good measure. Silence again. If she were in her room, she didn't want to be disturbed. There wasn't much I could do. I slowly shuffled off. Oh. Okay. Day 5. Something ached. Ugh. I felt my stomach turn over. Hungry. I slipped out of bed and went to the sink, splashing away another fitful night's sleep from my eyes, with the crisp water. Alert from the chill, I got properly dressed. It was disturbing how quickly I acclimated to the morning routine. Oh, 7 a.m. I was awake an entire half hour before the preset alarm went off. Rumbling from the habitual awakening, I sulked out of my personal room to grab a bite from the dining hall. The halls were quiet, nothing but my soft footsteps upon the carpet kept me company. I crossed the dimly lit foyer and sat myself down at the end of the dining hall table. I laid my eyes directly on the basket of pastries that still sat in the center of the table. 2 pastries remained, a lemon square and some kind of Danish with jam. I helped myself to the lemon square, the delicate bite of sweet and sour zest filling me with a flavorful flicker. As much as I enjoyed the pastry, I couldn't help but remember the melancholic feeling of Pandora's life being cut short. I finished off the lemon square, leaving the jam Danish in the basket all by its lonesome. Hope! I placed the snack in a folded napkin and stuck it in my pocket. Maybe I can give it to Cannon. Not much, but I didn't really know what I was going to do with it. Give it as a peace offering? I don't think she would accept it as a peace offering per se, but it would be a shame to waste it. I tried to recall whether or not Cannon had even tried one of Pandora's. Think you're doing? My thoughts were interrupted by a sharp exclamation. I rushed out of the dining hall and saw Lyle and Cannon arguing in the connecting hall between the foyer and living quarters. Zane was standing beside Lyle once more, watching the scene unfold.
Cannon, you're always running away and hiding, aren't you? Shut up! You think I'm gonna run headfirst into danger? I'm not going to be an idiot like you and Echo getting myself hurt for no good reason. Ugh.
Oh, Lyle seized Cannon's camera for her wrist. Or her waist.
Hey, hands off! I've had it with you and your secrets. I'll break this thing for good if you don't tell me what you're hiding. No, don't, please!
What's going on? Ruh-roh. I tried to intervene, but Forte stepped in from within the living quarters. Approaching from down the hall behind Lyle, Forte plucks the camera out of his grasp with ease.
You're all awfully lively at such an hour.
Forte returned the camera to Cannon as Missy approaches from the opposite side of the living quarters. Lyle and Cannon stepped back in a few paces from each other, the space now singularly occupied by their glares. Cannon wraps the strap around her wrists and grips the camera tightly. Good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning to you all. Although I would hardly call shouting and threatening others a productive way to start the day. What's the commotion this time?
Yeah. Morning. I'm not entirely sure. I woke up early, so I went to the dining hall to help myself to breakfast when I heard Lyle and Cannon arguing about something. Why were you up so early anyway, Lyle? I haven't been able to sleep well, if you really must know. Lyle trailed off, but his gaze was tense. Sorry, I didn't mean to... scoffs. Anyway, I was awake because I was restless, but Cannon here was sneaking around my room looking for dirt, no doubt.
That's a damn lie. Is that so? Explain this!
Lyle produces a photograph of what looks to be a checker pattern. What is this? Indeed, what are you showing us?
It's a chessboard. I have a chessboard in my personal room, and the only way Cannon would have taken the picture of it was if she trespassed and entered my room. You're the worst. You were blatantly walking around with that thing tucked under your arm in the early hours of the morning. I didn't sneak anywhere, much less your personal room. I just happened to be around the corner when I saw the strange thing. So you admit you were hiding? Just a minute. What's this about a chessboard? That's none of your business. I brought it out only to discuss it with Say, no one else.
Missy sighed.
Don't be absurd. The existence of such a thing has been brought to everyone's attention thanks to your commotion. There's no use in keeping it a secret now, Lyle.
Fine. Lyle leaves the group to retrieve the item in question from his personal room. The rest of us gathered in the dining hall in anticipation. It's just a chessboard, right? Are there pieces, or is it just a board? After a moment, Lao returns, presenting the lacquered wooden chessboard. Oh.
Care to elaborate? What seems to be the issue here?
It's not strictly a chessboard per se. It doesn't come with pieces to play with, and there are markings on 2 opposite corners, but from those differences alone, I know what the real purpose is. It's the mutilated chessboard problem. What?
If I recall correctly, that's a type of tilling puzzle, no?
Yes, the problem is as so. Suppose an 8x8 chessboard has 2 diagonally opposite corners removed, leaving 62 squares. Is it possible to place 31 2x1 dominoes in such a way along the ranks or flies that all squares are covered? From the numbers alone, you think it's mathematically possible. After all, 31 is easily half of 62. However, the problem is impossible to complete. By removing 2 diagonally opposite corners, we're taking out 2 either black or white squares. Whichever is removed, we're left with a real estate of 32 of one type and 30 of the other. This is an issue since the dominoes will always cover 1 black and 1 white. If the remaining squares are uneven like that, we'll be left with 1 domino and 2 uncovered squares. At the end of the day, puzzles like this are pointless. They're not problems, they're hoaxes meant to frustrate.
In that case, do you believe you were expected to solve it since you were the ultimate puzzle master?
I doubt it. It came with neither instruction or dominoes. Just the board itself, with 2 corners marked, was in my room. Even if it were given to me to solve, whoever gave it to me must know that I would see through the problem straight towards the impossible nature of it anyway. So Lao had this complicated thing in his room as well. Oh, hang on. This moment felt oddly familiar, hearing someone had a strange thing in their room. I wonder if simply a coincidence or... Hey, Forte, can I ask you something?
What is it?
When I was shocked on the first day, you took me to your personal room to keep an eye on me. I remember you had sheet music. What was it of?
Oh, that. The sheets were actually select parts of the libretto? For an opera I have some disdain for.
Oh?
Indeed, the story of a man that, despite his success, makes a deal with dark spirits to get what he truly wants. I don't care much for the moral of it.
I see. His choice of words were rather not pulsed, but his brow furrowed deeply at the mention of opera. Could these things be indicative of something more? In their respective rooms, Lao had a frustrating puzzle, and Forte had sheet music that turned out to be for a story he doesn't quite like.
Interesting. I wonder then if the revolver in my room was presented in a similar fashion. To test myself with a precarious game within a game itself. What could that mean?
Don't you think it has something to do with your talent as well?
Perhaps. But conversely, there's a discrepancy among the items. Ashley's room item has nothing to do with her talent.
Yeah, Ashley received her friend Silva's helmet. In a way, it could have been read as a gift at first thought, but given their history, it might have just been a jab at the fight that occurred between them. And I can surmise what sort of room gift Cannon was given. Her camera.
I haven't made any effort to hide it. But yes, I have some rather mixed feelings about this.
Not elaborating any further, Cannon scowls as she stares at the device.
Say, did you also happen to waken in your room with a strange item? Yeah, I did. Would you mind sharing it with us?
I wonder if it's also something talent-related. Say momentarily withdrew into her own room to retrieve her item.
Here.
She produced a yellow skull and bones statuette. What on earth? What on earth? Is that real?
It can't be real. The shape is much too stylized to resemble anything realistic.
I guess you're right. Still, such a depiction of a skull, fake or not, sent chills up my spine.
It's kind of heavy. this thing is kind of heavy too. When I woke up, it was sitting on the cabinet at the foot of my bed, staring at me. It was it's like it was telling me something bad would happen. It's horrible. I didn't even know what to do with it, so I just hid it in one of my cabinet drawers. Say's item doesn't seem to have any outward appearance of being related to her talent. However, Skull and Bones statuette planted in a game centered on murder. I get the impression it was given deliberately.
Yeah, it can't just be a coincidence, huh? So Ashley wasn't the only one that had something out of place in her room when she woke up. It seemed nearly everyone here had something unusual in their room. Wait, all these strange things have something in common. Some degree disturbing, associated with friends. No, it's somewhat disturbing? I think all these room gifts, it seems like they're all meant to unsettle you in some way.
Interesting. It was quite disturbing to receive a revolver of all things, before the events of the killing game being revealed to us, no less.
Missy, what about the item you had last night? You said it was analogous to Sylva's helmet.
Correct. It has a painted past. The owner was to kill herself with it for betraying her family's wishes.
What? What a lonesome request.
So instead of following her family's blindsided desire, she took the dagger and nothing else as she fled from home.
Missy withdrew the dagger from her possession and turned it over in her hands carefully. She had a forlorn look in her eyes as she stared at it.
No way. There is no way I'm letting Missy allow another weapon to fall into the wrong hands.
Lao sped in to take the dagger from Missy, but Forte held him back with a firm grip. Why are you stopping me? I'm trying to prevent more destruction. Missy's weapons are going to do more harm than good. And all you can say with confidence, you won't let the... And you can... blah blah blah. And can you say with confidence you won't let the weapons fall into the wrong hands as well? Whoever fights monsters should see to it that they do not become a monster in the process. Lyle, I think you would do well to follow those words of insight, given your reactions to the events. It's not that I don't have any faith in you to solve the workings of our situation, but I don't want to see you turn against us just for the sake of an answer.
I'm not turning against you. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this forsaken game we're in. Ugh.
Lao hurled the chessboard across the hall, splintering the wood into several pieces.
Ah! Lyle, violence is not the answer. You have a sharp mind. Don't let rage and confusion blind your judgment. Then tell me, what's the point of these so-called gifts? Missy, you received a gun of all things, and now you've got your hands on a dagger? Say even had a skull and crossbones statue. What good could that possibly serve? Not to mention all the other awful gifts. This game has been rigged from the beginning to incite violence, and violence only.
Lyle, please settle down. We've gathered to talk this out. I understand you're frustrated, but discussion is the best tool at our current disposal. If we keep a level head, we're sure to find an answer for the questions at hand. We have so many brilliant minds here, why not do what we can? Lyle huffed. He crossed his arms and paced to the far corner of the dining hall, allowing whoever else to speak. Water. Water.
Well, all I can speculate, is perhaps signs of distrust were to be planted among us from the start. Since the gift might have stirred feelings of resentment.
If that's the case, what do you think Art's gift was? Maybe it was because of that thing he was the one to act first. It could be possible he walked into the mansion with pre-existing bleak feelings that were only exacerbated further by the situation we found ourselves in. It's possible that the angst and trauma he held was there from the start.
One could surmise that is a plausible route for his motivation.
The room fell silent for a moment. Missy and Forte were deep in thought, while Say and Cannon were their usual quiet selves. Lyle, on the other hand, just allowed the conversation to move at its own pace. Missy continued.
It's going to be difficult to reflect on the events past, and I believe it will be necessary for progress.
Sorry.
It'll be necessary to progress. I believe we ought to ask killing. What was the root of each occurrence?
Art did it out of protection, didn't he? As I understood it, it was done more out of fear.
Ashley was afraid too. She was afraid of Echo's safety.
Both of them must have thought getting rid of the potential mastermind behind our situation will stop the game completely. However, is there such a possibility of a mastermind existing within our ranks? No one dared to comment on such a thing. Regardless, I do not like this. Splintering the unity of the group with hypotheticals won't get us very far. Yeah. Besides, who would be so cruel to want to insert themselves into a game that could put themselves in harm's way? Well...
The idea is disturbingly masochistic. I suppose an amount of fate is required among us so we don't shatter what already limited and delicate trust has been built.
We got this far, haven't we? The most plausible mastermind would have been Cyrus, but he was ultimately just a pawn in the overall scheme. So much for his immunity. Another pause. Missy looked over to Lyle, who continued to sulk.
Lyle, have you a moment to collect yourself? Lyle, you can come out of the calm down corner now.
Have you calmed down? He lets out an elongated sigh.
Sure. Then please, your wit and assistance will be paramount to solving our predicament. I haven't doubted your skill for a second. However, I would ask that you cooperate.
Missy extends a hand in compromise. Lyle hesitates, but eventually shakes in agreement.
Make no mistake, I'm still suspicious about everyone here, Missy especially. Don't think I'll forgive you for the hopes we had to go through to figure out what happened to Cyrus. Oh, for the hoops we had to go through to figure out what happened to Cyrus. I don't expect you to accept any of my excuses, so long as we're understood to have the same goal, to escape our predicament. Whatever. Let's just get on with figuring out this damn killing game. If we think about it, the working goal we're supposedly meant to be committing such horrendous acts for is to earn something called the ultimate prize.
The prize is meant to be received at the end of 7 days of captivity. In that case, couldn't we just wait until the 7th day?
Was pursuing the so-called prize even on anyone's mind this whole time? Consider this. What could possibly be so desirable, yet completely unspecified, that we are provoked to fight to the death? We ought to solely focus on pursuing escape and resisting any pressure to act on the killing. That's the only answer I can foresee.
But as we've seen, Zero has deployed a number of things throughout the day to apply stress. Regarding the forced motive question, just the act of choosing whether or not to discuss it already has its suspicious implications, doesn't it?
And it didn't happen in Cyrus's case, since the killing occurred early in the afternoon. But if we didn't do anything like we did on the second day, something would have been employed later in the day to ensure we would act. Case in point, the disturbing music.
Then again, waiting out wasn't going to be an option to begin with. As far as we can tell, nothing made any sense. Missy furrowed her brow.
It's difficult to make concrete statements about our situation. The variety of strange things happening doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason. So, what can we even do?
A body has been... Everyone is here in this room, come on, she. Before anyone could respond, a ringing filled the halls. So, day 5! Another wondrous day within the walls. Today's force motive question is, do you believe in strength in numbers? That's a real head scratcher, huh? Nah, not really, it's pretty obvious, right? Unless we have any lone wolves out there. The announcement ended as quickly as it came. Wow, how on topic for you, Zero. Might you perhaps be listening to our conversation? That one's kind of vague.
It's not vague, it's nothing. Why wouldn't there be strength in numbers?
Cannon broke her silence with a snide remark. It was strange coming from her, considering how much she avoided us.
I'm inclined to agree that the answer does seem pretty straightforward.
I concur. Especially so since we are finding ourselves in the very scenario where it is beneficial that we all be present to discuss the game.
Okay, so we all agree that was completely pointless. Back to what we were talking about.
It really is. It's just like, yeah, okay, question of the day, whatever.
What do we think the purpose of the Ultimate Prize and the Preservation Project are as a whole? Missy, you said you wanted to involve yourself with this group. Can't you make heads or tails of this?
I've been trying to make sense of it since we arrived. All I can say is perhaps we found ourselves in an elaborate trap.
I heard Lyle mutter, "That's obvious," under his breath. Missy ignored him.
Echo, I believe you may be able to recall what I said to you about ultimate students for the first time.
Yeah. It was interesting what you said.
What those individual groups or institutions do with the students is beyond me. I have not heard any stories of success or failure from anyone who's had the luxury of being accepted. Anyway, don't take too much stock in the title, is all I'm saying.
What do those institutions do with the students? I mean, of course your talents would be highly coveted, but wouldn't the world be seeing constant new developments in, like, biological discoveries and technologies?
Excellent observation. Why haven't we seen those developments indeed? It's clear that, as ultimate students, we're at the crux of this game's existence.
How do you mean?
Who or what singularly determined the fact that we had ultimate talents?
Oh,
The Preservation Project. And Echo, you didn't seem to have any knowledge of ultimate talents, students, or the Preservation Project at all, prior to your experience thus far.
Well, that's true.
So I ask, how did you become a participant here? We all had to willingly sign up to be brought here.
I'm curious whether Echo's presence is a discrepancy we can bet upon. It seems glaringly peculiar, given the circumstances.
that much is clear.
In that case, I believe we've been uniquely blessed with the peculiarity of Echo's presence that could shed a light on our situation.
Missy thought hard.
I need more information. I have an idea on where to potentially fetch the knowledge I seek.
Say?
You know what? The reason for all this? Why it's so hard to figure it out? It's all meant to be beyond our comprehension and capabilities, isn't it? Why not just go along with the game instead of fighting it?
What? What are you saying? Suddenly a rumbling shook through the dining hall. It sounded like it was coming from the foyer. We darted out of the dining hall to investigate. What? No way. The previously impenetrable main foyer doors opened.
We're on day 5 and there's still 5 of you. That's impossible!
The voice crackled. Oh wait.
Test your strength. Explore beyond the doors as a group. Split up, do nothing, I don't care. Your strength in numbers. Can you remain a group in spirit as you wander the mysterious halls? Yes, the doors, once thought of as your only way out, has been thrown ajar. They've never been an exit. You all just assumed so. How silly is that? And, oh, what's this?
Ding. Facing opposite of the foyer doors, the elevator indicator lit up, showing a new floor available to us, the courtroom.
I'll even let you all take a little detour to the courtroom. Find the secrets of this wretched place if you can bear to face them. Yes, the game will go on regardless how hard you resist. Wahahaha!
What? Everyone was astonished. We were all fixated on the gaping dark hole that lay beyond the previously dangerous door.
Zero is challenging us to uncover the secrets of our own captivity, so be it. I'll be infiltrating Cyrus's room. He had knowledge of mine and Ashley's connections. It's likely he has access to much more information.
What? But the door that mysteriously kept us in has opened up. There could be information further in the building too.
Lyle pulls out the secret note he's been holding on to since discovering it on the second day.
This note has to mean something. It's clear that Zero represents one of the symbols. And has shown himself in the courtroom. So the same has to be said about Eve's symbol. Whoever is operating the announcement, Eve or Zero, has to be somewhere beyond the doors. It would be too obvious for Zero to be hiding in the courtroom.
What if it's simply an artificial intelligence behind the two personalities? Then what? Searching for something intangible and scripted to run the game won't relieve the overall secrets behind the walls. Cyrus knew things about the project as a whole. That kind of information can't be denied at a time like this.
Lyle, Missy, please! Arguing again isn't going to solve anything.
Agreed. I hate to suggest it, but perhaps this opportunity is the first motive question presenting itself in a testable way. That's what I was thinking. If we recall day 3, the additional motive of distressing music was implemented at 4 p.m. We can split up and investigate until 4 p.m., where we can rendezvous and exchange information, all while bracing ourselves for whatever Zero has in store for us. In that case, I'll venture into the unknown. If anything goes wrong here, you can bet I'll be the one to puzzle the truth together in the aftermath. Lyle stands squarely before the dim hall of the open doorway.
I suppose it's our best option. It's not the wisest thing to do given our already small group, but it would give us an edge in discovering the secrets of our whereabouts.
Missy nods as she makes her decision to remain within the main wing.
There are 6 of us. Therefore, we ought to divide the groups into groups of 3 so we can all keep an eye on each other in our respective areas. Breaking off into 3 pairs is out of the question.
Nice. Cannon, you're coming with me.
What makes you think I want to go with you?
As much as I miss your awful company if you didn't come. You won't let go of your camera, and I think it might just be a touch useful going down. Okay. Cannon rolled her eyes but didn't object further. I'll join Missy. Worry not, I shall not let anything go wrong. Besides, I trust Cannon to keep an eye on things for me. Sure you do. We decided on splitting between investigating beyond the foyer doors and remaining in the main wing. With only myself and Sei remaining, I looked to her to see what group she would go with. Sei remained still. I guess she was still waiting for me to make my choice first. Oh, okay, we're talking to everyone. I was like, do we get to choose our group? That doesn't seem like a thing I can do. Forte. What do you think you'll find? Who can say? I certainly don't know what to expect, but I'll do my best to assist Missy in her endeavors. Oh, I see. I'm not sure what I can offer to the investigation. Half a memorable experience in the overall scheme? Don't fret if you can't lend a hand. Keep in mind simply the impact we have on other people. We're important to each other. I approached Cannon, wishing to apologize for what happened yesterday. I didn't quite know what to say. Cannon didn't lift her eyes to meet mine as I tried to organize my thoughts.
Echo, hustle! Please, Echo, time is of the essence.
Cannon continued to stay silent. Damn, okay.
Echo, hurry it up, will you?
I know. I just need some time to think.
The worst action is inaction. We have to dig up this miserable place's secrets.
This miserable place's secrets. If Lyle's patience wasn't already paper thin, I just applied a hydraulic press atop it with my indecision. I wonder what everyone else is expecting. Okay, yes.
Are you having trouble deciding?
A little. I'm mostly worried that something bad might happen.
It's perfectly normal to feel fear. It means you're still human. Your senses haven't acclimated to the awful environment.
Say, did you have any preference?
No, I'll go with whoever. I don't care. You pick.
Okay. So whichever group I decide to go with, Sei will likely join the other.
Come on, you all! I'm being very generous right now. You don't want to waste your opportunity to go to waste.
You want what? You don't want your opportunity to go to waste, do you? Well, time's wasting. Zero's taunting voice run through the halls once more, his laugh cackling through the speakers. This feels like an important choice. Perhaps I should think carefully. What? God. Does this determine, like, do I have plot armor? Like... Oh no, I have no idea! I'm gonna flip a coin. I can't. Okay. Coin flip. Heads is, Lyle. Tails is Missy. Okay, it's heads. Into the unknown we go. Like that one Frozen song. Join Lyle and Cannon in exploring beyond the doors. Yes. Crazy. I'll go with Lyle and Cannon. It was decided. I joined Lyle and Cannon near the foyer doors. Sei joined Missy and Forte on the opposite side of the center glass table.
And that's that. We'll investigate to our furthest abilities and rendezvous here before 4 p.m. That alright with you, Lau?
Yes, ma'am. Lau had already begun walking past the doors before she asked. Cannon silently matched his pace. I hastened to keep up. We stepped through the doorway into the darkness. My eyes adjusted to the dim lighting as we were quickly met with stairs that tumbled down a dark length. Not a single word was exchanged between the three of us as we trudged down the steps, further away from the foyer's glittering hall. An anxious feeling rose in my stomach as I glanced back at the dying light. The other group was already out of sight. X. After some time, the foreign floor beneath us revealed itself to us at the bottom of the stairs. The hidden floor we gained access to stood in stark contrast to the previous floors. The lighting was dim, the walls dark and cool. Regardless, it remained decorated with delicate gold furnishings and a familiar service kiosk. An elevator hall divided the room into two equal halves, similarly to the main floor. Hey, it looks like we can take this elevator back up to the main wing, huh? Probably. But what's the use of going back now? We made a decision to split up and we need to investigate. Look for an exit.
Did that really need to be said?
Mal instructed the two of us, but before anyone could get very far, we could hear that the unfortunately now familiar speaker crackle.
So y'all decided to split up, huh? That's alright. No sweat off my back, figuratively speaking, obviously. Thanks to your fancy bracelets, I can still locate where you are. There's no escaping for you quite yet. Anyway, I have a special big motive for you all later, but for now, how about some fun little gifts? Not for everyone, mind you. These will be for Cannon and Missy respectively at the nearest kiosk. Grab it if you want, or leave it for someone else to stumble upon. I don't care. At this point, whatever you do is meaningless anyway.
Huh? I wasn't sure if it was just me, but I felt like Zero's tone was different. Why does Zero feel like, man, I'm so bored, these guys suck. I thought this was gonna be like a cool Danganronpa dramatic game, but these guys are just depressed. I've had enough of this. I'm gonna just do whatever.
Heh, I'll check back in with you folks later. Enjoy your investigation!
The announcement ended. Lyle went over to the foyer kiosk as directed. Cannon hurried to put herself between Lyle and the kiosk.
Not so fast. There's no way I'm letting you see whatever this messed up shit is.
How do we know it's going to be bad?
Everything in this place has been nothing but bad, genius. What makes you think this is any of your business anyway?
Lyle rolled his eyes and left Cannon in relative peace, going about his way to search for an exit. I stood by in curiosity as the kiosk printed a small sheet, blank face up. Cannon rips the sheet out of the receiver, balls it up in her fist, and stuffs it in her pocket without a glance.
I won't fall for any motives if I don't look at the things Zero's trying to tease me with, right?
I guess so.
Let's see. Here's a map of our current floor. Doesn't look like there's much here.
What the hey is that? What is that? What? Some cat got onto the map and scratched out the thing. What? Oh shoot, wait, this deleted my other picture. No! Screenshots! Good thing I have it saved somewhere else. Okay. So there's this thing. I don't know what this is. Trophy room, multi-purpose hall. Multi-purpose hall. This is where we came out from. Okay. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay. Two long halls paralleled each other at the opposite side of the room. Towards the back, opposite of the stairs, were two larger rooms. One the trophy room, and the other... What the... This other room is redacted.
Even so, we're here anyway, so we can just visit the room itself to see what it is.
We stepped away from the kiosk to explore the underground floor. As we passed the two side halls, I took a peek in. They were listed as multi-purpose event halls, decorating settings for large gatherings. The large rooms were sparsely decorated with a number of tables and chairs, and not much else. The event halls were pretty, but like much of the building, they lacked any sort of quality of life. Cannon and I wandered about, but not for very long. Nothing glaringly strange caught our attention. It was as if this place was never meant to be anything more than recreational. The entire time we explored, Cannon kept a safe distance from me as I pondered when the best time is to make amends. Lyle was waiting for us back when we started. About time you lot caught up.
What did you expect? You didn't demand we all travel glued at the hip.
Hey now. You're a rock star. The two glared at each other. A palpable tension burned the air. So, did you find any sign of an exit?
No. The hallway behind me just goes to the shared elevator. Not an exit in sight. But I haven't looked in either of these rooms yet.
One of the rooms is listed as the trophy room, and the other is strangely redacted.
Then let's check the redacted one. My interest is piqued.
The three of us approached the unlisted room.
Testing chambers? Bro?
There was a metal nameplate on the door, but it was scratched out, the laser engraving lost underneath the messy hacking.
Of course, the name is conveniently scratched away.
I mean, you can at least kind of read it. Lyle rattled the doorknob, but it was locked tight, our entry blocked by an active keypad.
See? Nothing but bad.
The keypad's light indicator was red, waiting for a 6-digit code to unlock the door. Yo, what if Cannon has a 6-digit code in her pocket because it was a gift? What's with the keypad?
How should I know?
Well, you disabled the trap on the main foyer's door, didn't you?
That's because there was a hidden panel in the wall in the main foyer. I just turned it off. Nothing fancy.
Is this any different?
Keypad is plenty different. If we input an incorrect code, it will likely shut us out permanently.
Lyle shrugged dejectedly.
Unless we find a code, I suggest we leave this door alone until we're certain something works.
Why don't we check out the trophy room? Maybe we can find some clues in there. Lyle grumbled, but started towards the trophy room on the other side.
I highly doubt it would be that convenient to find a code, but there's nothing left to lose.
Oh. You know, when they said trophy room, I was thinking like the shiny gold ones. This is also technically trophies, huh? Upon entering the trophy room, we were greeted with... Is that a bear?
It's not alive, it's a taxidermy bear.
I nearly toppled backwards at the sight. The room was filled with unmoving animals, posed in their most intimidating predatory state. Lyle and Cannon drifted in. I gulped and slipped in. Inside, there were displays of smaller animals, foxes, rabbits, and squirrels even. Towards the back of the room, there were hunting weapons, crossbows, rifles, hatchets. I'm glad this room was hidden from the start. I mumbled the observation to myself, but it didn't give much comfort. Even though the large selection of weapons was inaccessible, danger still managed to find its way through. I sighed and continued my search for the codes, or signs of an exit. What felt like an eternity passed. We turned the room upside down, looking for hints or clues for the keypad or otherwise, but all came up empty-handed. We sat down in one of the lounge chairs and took a beat. Searching and searching to no avail only proved to load more exhaustion on my already tense shoulders. What now? I mumbled to myself as Lyle and Cannon were just as aimlessly idling in the trophy room, their empty eyes falling on the miscellaneous decor. A crackling static in the air stifled the brief repose we found ourselves in, reminding us that we were still in the midst of the game's encompassing shroud.
Hey, just checking in with you all. Having fun exploring the new digs? I bet you are! I have 2 more fun little gifts for you, Forte and Say. Their soul is for the former, and for the latter... nothing. You're kind of insignificant, so such a gift suits a person, yeah?
Yo, bro, what the hell?
By the way, I ran out of water, so I'm gonna go grab that. Wow, you can listen to, what's this song called? Der Salmon Song.
Da war es noch nicht Nacht, da sah die Welt die Folgen schon. Die Weisheit hat ihn so weit gebracht. Beneidenswert, er frei davon. Ihr saht den kühnen Cäsar dann. Ihr wisst, was aus ihm wurde. Er saß wie ein Gott auf nem Altar und wurde ermordet, wie er erfuhr. Und zwar, als er am größten war. Wie schrie der laut, auch du, mein Sohn. Seht, da war es noch nicht Nacht, da sah die Welt die Folgen schon. Die Kühnheit hat ihn so weit gebracht. Beneidenswert, wir frei davon.
Anyway, we last left off, Zero was being a dick.
Enjoy this weird tune if you can. It's all in German, so it's nonsense to me.
Zero's voice dropped out, and the tune carried on softly. This makes me think that, actually, well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Because I'm like, oh, but both, I'm thinking about this, like meta-wise, which is the wrong way to think about things, but, both Missy and Canon were in opposite groups, right? But this time, Forte and Ray were in the same group because we chose to be with Lyle and Canon, right? But it feels very one-sided if a gift is presented to two people, but it's two people of the same group. Right? Or, I don't know. Maybe me and Lyle will get one later. Who knows?
A gentle haunting piano accompanying the drowning gentle vocals. I couldn't comprehend what was being said, but the atmosphere of the song created was unnerving.
Actually, I'll look it up since Forte isn't here to give us the explanation. Der Salmon Song. No, I don't need the translation. I don't have the time to read. Christ. Okay. I got nothing. Maybe Forte will explain it to us later. Wait, both the gifts were directed to Forte and Sei, but they're in a group together. Wow, Echo's saying the same thing that I was. Missy and Cannons were given individually. Zero even said it didn't matter that we split into two groups. So? Lyle's voice from across the trophy room startled me. So nothing. I was just wondering out loud why that was the case.
It's more likely he knows something we don't.
Well, I hope they're okay then. All three of them receiving something strange is kind of worrisome. I trailed off, watching Lyle pace restlessly up and down the room. I wasn't sure if it was just the silence between us, but it sounded like the music was getting louder. Lyle came to a stop in the center of the room and stuffed his hands in his pockets in frustrated resignation.
Damn it, this is ridiculous. Zero commanded we test our strength by opening that stupid door, just so we can make a mess of this trophy room. This whole game is just, it reeks of inanity. Nothing is connecting, nothing makes sense.
Being in a killer game isn't some puzzle where you jigsaw all the pieces together. I don't think there's any sense in it at all unless you've Unless you're some twisted sadist.
Has to be a reason for this. To put us all together and just as quickly tear us apart.
For something as malicious as this game, reason got up and left a long time ago.
You're talking like you're not a part of this.
I've been trying my best not to involve myself, period.
But you are involved. You're inextricably, unavoidably, indivisibly a part of this game. No, you don't get to say you're not a part of this. Weren't you the one who had the conclusive proof of the first killer? Didn't you push the last trial forward by realizing Echo hadn't seen an important message? What makes you think you can pick and choose what you want to participate in? How can you be so cold and unfeeling about all this? You can't have any good reason to constantly be turning your back to all this treachery when you are completely steeped in the involvement.
Kenan was dumbfounded.
Shut up, Lyle!
Kenan was shaken. At this point, the music had grown into an echoing drone, the murmur of the piano keys striking something fearful in my heart. Lyle and I stepped back. The tension in the air was heavy as Kenan's biting glare commanded all of our attention.
Who do you think you are?
Kenan's voice was a low growl. Her eyes were mixed with a stifling, chilling torment. Kenan, I tried to shake out something, anything, to her to quench her invisible fury, but my throat was dry. She darted towards the back of the room, and at that the lights went out. What the? Ah! Lyle? His voice cried out with agony. I tried to follow the voice, but it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing and lost my footing in the rich darkness. What's going on? Stag popped in and out of the speaker, but before any announcement could be made... Oh, no. I felt my back splitting in two. A fiery pain unlike any other tore my skin, dug through my muscles and split my bone. I fumbled to the ground, my limbs falling to catch the descent. And then... my body felt limp and consciousness escaped me. No shit. Wait, did we die? No! What? What? Kenan also lost. Well, I'm glad I saved, but what the fuck? Well, damn, we got all achievements. We're so good at this. Also, I don't know what this is. Because I can see on this one is Ashley riding horseback. I don't know. But dude, what the hell? Yeah, these are all the same. Okay. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Bro, so Kenan kills us if we go in the wrong... Personally, I did a coin flip, right? So, but honestly, I was thinking that choosing Lyle and Kenan was the right way to go, because if we're there, because like I think that what do you call it? I think that Missy, Forte, and Sei would have no problem getting along, and that if anything happened between Lyle and Kenan, we'd be there to like, you know, stop it. But I guess that's not happening. So what? Is Kenan... Wait, so... So is what's gonna happen... Okay, so I got another bad end, and Loki kinda... I kinda know what's gonna happen now. If fate is such... It is as such. But, if I go with Missy and Forte and explore upstairs, and then Ray goes with Kenan and Lyle, and the blackout happens again, right? Either Kenan or Ray one of them is probably gonna kill Lyle. I think that's what's gonna happen. So, It was nice knowing you. I'm sorry, Lyle. I tried to prevent this, but it seems like I have no choice. Okay. Because Echo can't stop the fighting. Pain. But I also don't think Ray would be able to stop it either. Which is why I feel like, oh no, we're doomed. Okay. Is this okay, splitting up? Come now, Echo. A choice has been made. The general consensus was that we were to split up evenly if we wanted to comb the building in a timely manner. Yeah, sorry. I'm just a little worried. I couldn't shake the remnant hostility between between Lyle and Cannon's argument this morning. There was a crackle of static before Zero started speaking again.
So y'all decided to split up, huh? That's right, blah 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 blah, okay. Fun little gifts, okay, blah blah blah.
Missy went over to check the kiosk. Similar to a victim report, the kiosk printed a small sheet, blank face up. What is it? Don't feel any pressure to share if it's unpleasant.
To be frank, I'm only expecting unpleasant.
Missy tore the small sheet from the print feed and flipped it around.
As if being beholden to her vexing gift wasn't enough, I have this to remind me of the game's treachery.
Oh. She showed us the front face of the sheet, a photograph of Darling, drenched in blood.
A mocking picture of her death.
Missy spat the words as Fortune and I took a quick look before turning our gaze away from the horrific sight. It's truly despicable. Missy stared at it a little longer before stowing the picture within her inner coat pocket.
We really must get to the bottom of this treachery. I'm revolted by how condescendingly this game treats lives.
Missy turned down the living quarters hall towards Cyrus's room. Hold on, I had a thought. Okay, so, you know how, like, our bad end previously ended with possibly Cannon? Like, we choked out a cannon? Like, was that you? Like, stabbing us or something? With presumably the stuff in the hunting... Yeah, whatever. But what if blackout happens and Cannon tries to kill Lyle, but because of the blackout and can't see, right? She accidentally kills Ray instead. What it... I hope that's not the case, because that would suck. Okay, it didn't occur to me until we arrived at this door that we don't have a way in, do we?
What do you mean?
Isn't the door locked?
Desperate times call for desperate measures, don't you think?
Missy withdrew Darlene's dagger and swiftly struck the doorknob off. What? You can do that?
I don't exactly have Cyrus's ID bracelet now, do I?
I guess not. Missy inspected the bore hole previously occupied by a doorknob and inserted the dagger, pulling the latch away from the jamb until the door clicked open.
And there we are.
Do you think this would be against the rules?
It wasn't explicitly stated. However, if it were, I'll deal with the fallout in the courtroom.
Also, like, with how Zero is right now, I doubt he cares. Missy was persistent. She opened the door and marched straight in. Terribly sorry for the intrusion. Jorge stepped in and I trailed along behind him. Why should it be like completely different? Oh wait, no, it's the same. Cyrus's room had a little defining feature to it. Oh, little defining feature in it. Similar to mine, Forte's and Ashley's in the design. The only thing setting it apart was the set of manila file folders on a bedside table.
Aha. It was only a hunch, but it seems I was right in presuming Cyrus had information about us.
Missy fanned the folders across the bed and began her search.
Here, grab a folder and see if you can find anything interesting about a situation.
Forte helped himself to a folder and glanced at the first few pages before seating himself in the spare chair. Are we looking for anything specific?
Anything at all, honestly. The more we know, the better.
I picked up a folder at the bottom of the pile, sat cross-legged on the floor, and opened the file. Confidential information. I found floor plans for the building. There were some general blueprint diagrams, nothing I could really make sense of. Not that they looked much different from the maps displayed on the kiosk. The only thing to note was a sheet stained with blood in the corner. Among the blueprints was a small booklet. Title read, Floor Plans Game L. On the inside page, 5 floors were listed in the index. Wait, 5 floors? From the top, we have... So... Right, okay, so we have been to all these. Well, technically, because we went down to the thing. And the redacted room is being covered with blood. Okay. Or the redacted room, which is the... What was it called again? The like, testing chambers or something crazy. Okay. Superstructure, trial grounds, infirmary. Oh. Living quarters, casino, smoke lounge, garage, art gallery. Activities, spa lounge, climbing center, chess club. Living quarters, dining hall, study, theater. Collections, trophy room, and redacted. The last floor had 2 sections. One was the trophy room, and the other was redacted. So Lyle, Cannon, and Say are probably visiting the trophy room on the floor below us. I started through the booklet and found basic information we had already known. All floors have kiosks to communicate. Bracelets are used for identification. Active hours are from... Nothing new yet. I flipped to the back, looking for the details about the 5th floor. Oh, it was torn out! However, when I arrived at the final pages, I noticed that they were torn out. Whatever remained of the page stuck out from the binding in a messy tear. I grumbled. Of course. The details of the floor beneath us are conveniently gone. I stared at the back panel and noticed something odd. There seemed to be an imprint of writing pressed into the back panel. It was barely visible, but in the right light I could just make it out. 251110. Oh, probably the code to testing chambers then? Maybe Cyrus himself wrote the numbers on the last page with a certain amount of pressure, resulting in an almost invisible imprint. These numbers might be important, seeing as the page before it was torn out. Or they could have just been a mistake, and that's why the pages were removed.
Have you two anything pertinent to share?
I snapped out of my concentration. Oh, yeah. I found floor plans that show a floor below ours. From the looks of it, Lyle, Cannon, and Say went down to the trophy room.
The trophy room? That doesn't sound too promising.
Well, there seems to be another room, but it was crossed out, so I couldn't figure out what else is down there. Also, take a look at this. There are some numbers just barely visible here. I showed Missy the impression of numbers on the back panel. What do you suppose these 6 digits could mean?
Code, perhaps? But I don't recall any sort of code-locked door in our immediate facility.
Then it's likely the code is meant to be used in the area where the 3 of them went.
Right. That said, let's finish our investigation before we visit them. When we rejoin them, we'll see what discoveries they have to report, and whether or not the code will be of use at all, after all.
No, they're gonna be gone by the time we get back because of the blackout. No! I wonder if it's possible, like, because we learned the code here, if we went with Missy's team, and then we see the room that needs the code if we went with Lyle's team. So, I don't think it's possible because it's not that type of a game. But like if we saw this event first, right? And then, like, I don't know, up to some certain point, maybe like a body has been discovered or something. And then like if we reload and then like go back to going with Lyle's team, like would we magically remember what the code is? That would be crazy. But I feel like that would only work in the case that they gave us like a number pad for us to like manually enter the code or something like that. But
But like Echo is ultimate memory, not ultimate time jumper.
I nodded and made a point to memorize the numbers before setting the booklet aside.
Forte, did you find anything of note?
I came across our class's dossier, namely student profiles about each of us.
Student profiles?
Did you find anything about me? I was still wondering why exactly I was involved in this game since I didn't explicitly have an ultimate talent. Oh, I've exhausted the files on hand. I didn't see your name anywhere. Oh, I see. I'm terribly sorry. I understand it's been bothersome to be here as an unexplained outlier. It's not your fault, Forte. I guess it's coincidence. Although I did come across something useful. These student profiles have an immense amount of background details. Important figures, significant others, fears, and other miscellany. But other than Cyrus, no one present has any background involvement with the game.
So all of us present are just victims of coincidence? It seems statistically improbable, given our rare talent expertise.
Yes and no? How should I explain it? To start, as we are aware, the minimum requirement to come here was to be an ultimate student that received a letter of recognition from the Preservation Project. Should they have accepted the offer for protection, there is a period of time between sending the letter back and, I suppose, being whisked away to the secret location. It seems in that period of time, there was a sorting method to create the class. Classes were to be composed of pairs of ultimate students. These pairs of ultimate students would have to be two people who were significantly involved in one way or another. For example, of the folks we did see from day one, Art and Lyle were apparently considered to be close enough for pairing off. Though it appears this roster would have included a few other students that would have formed pairs, but aren't present. One can only assume Cyrus himself crossed out the students that are absent. However, there are two students that aren't crossed out, which may require further inspection, and, well, it would be best if you saw for yourselves.
Forte revealed a roster with student names and talents.
Wait, what? No, not the twin! Wait! Wait! No, don't do this! Not the twin! No! 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 No way! Don't! Oh my god. Okay, wait, so pairs, right? Wait. So I think... Oh wait, I can't see this because I'm actually moving my face closer to the screen because I can't, like, zoom in. And I'm sure they'll talk about it, but I like to make conspiracy theories first. So... Hold on. Wait, fuck. It didn't work out. Okay, I can't see... Okay, so they're in pairs, right? And they said that Art and Lyle were a pair, right? Which means that everyone else is in twos. And it makes sense because Ashley is also paired with what seems to be what's their name? So it's not Silver. Yeah. Because I can't make it out, but there is an S. Right? And I'm guessing it's the same with Missy. That her pair was Darling, right? And oh my god. First of all, ignoring the twins for a second because bro. Okay, ignoring the twins for a sec. A Quartz radio host. Hello? Wait, but like, why is he here like that? You know? Also, 4. Okay, so it is 16. What? Okay, well, I don't like this development at all. I don't like the twins development at all. I think this is interesting that they're paired together. The, Zero and Sei. Well, anyway. There were 15 profiles shown on the roster. One next to Cyrus was clipped out, and 5 were crossed out with dark ink, bringing the total student profiles visible to us to 11. However, I wasn't on the roster, so it should have brought the number down to 9 since I was excluded.
Peculiar, as you noted, there are 2 extra students that we still have yet to encounter. But for some reason, it seems like we have already encountered them before. They look awfully familiar.
Yes, they are listed as being in association with Sei and Pandora from the looks of it. Does that mean they're also ultimate students? Come on, Echo, it's written right under their names. That is indeed the case. They're listed as ultimate radio host and ultimate cartographer. Akihiko Quartz and Gaia Esphere, respectively. Yeah. What? Wait. Like what? Like that goddess of Earth in Greek mythology? Gaia? Huh?
Yeah, a spear. Let's have a closer look at those 2 students.
Missy hastily moved the side of folders strewn across the bed and placed the student folders for Akihiko Quartz and Gaia Spear. Thonking. Akihiko Quartz looked like Zero. His clothing and hair were different colors, but his actual features were the same. And Gaia Spire looked awfully similar to Pandora. And even more damning were their school's symbols depicted along with their profile pictures. Well,
one thing is for certain. It's clear to us now that Zero's true identity is Akihiko Quartz. And we can conclusively put a face on the second mysterious announcer named Eve.
oh, okay, right, because I found out that Eve was female. Which is probably should have been applied because Eve is a feminine name, but whatever.
It seems Pandora must have known more than she was letting on, seeing as the true identity of Eve appears to be her very own sibling. That said, seeing as the students' associations have been revealed, it could only mean that Sei, knowing Akihiko, has some sort of further involvement with this game. There's no doubt. Sei must be the mole we are seeking.
My head was spinning. We were being fooled from the start? 2 people on the inside were connected to the 2 entities administering this game. Shouldn't we confront Sei now that we know that she might be up to something?
Doing so would prove dangerous. I would like to watch her movements to see what she's thinking. And as far as she's aware, she doesn't know we're onto her.
It's difficult to determine what is going on in her mind. She speaks so little. I did say earlier, it would be crazy if Sei went if Sei went apeshit, that would be wild. And I was like, no, I trust her. I trust her meekness. Look at me now. I'm a fool and a half. Then I think we should check out Pandora's room. She might have something hidden in there since she's a part of this.
Excellent idea. I'd still like to look over the rest of my files if you don't mind.
I'll go with you, Echo. I'm curious about what Art's notable gift was, if you would like to make a detour. I nodded and approached the exit.
Oh, just a minute.
Missy gave the dagger to Forte.
You can use a dagger to knock the doorknob off like you did earlier.
On second thought, I don't know if I want to leave you alone like this.
I'll be fine. I still have the gun on my person. I don't want to resort to firing it, but seeing as our situation is becoming more contentious, it may not be my It may not be my choice.
Felt a shiver go up my spine. Missy was taking the situation much more seriously, with a chillingly unfeeling demeanor. Understood. We will make haste in our investigation and return promptly. Forte and I stepped out of Cyrus's room and walked to the opposite hall to Art's room. There, Forte struck the doorknob, pulled back the latch, and opened the door. What is that? Wait, what is that? Oh, wait! Oh, it's a golf bag. Okay. The only thing in Art's room was a worn-looking golf bag. The leather bag was embroidered with the Campo piano name. Oh, this must have belonged to his grandfather. Art must have been reminded of his pastime golfing with him. It must have been distressing to see this upon waking, to say the least. Forte left out a heavy sigh. It's unfortunate, but explains his reaction to Pandora's question.
Now knowing she might be involved, do you think she goaded him on?
That would be quite masochistic, wouldn't it? And to what benefit? After all, she fell by his hand.
That's true.
Forte paused. Do you believe the flap of butterfly wings could cause a hurricane?
Huh? A little thing like a butterfly creating a disaster sounds probable.
It's a theory. Minute occurrences within similar initial starting conditions can lead to drastically different outcomes. This situation could very well be one of those drastic outcomes.
Are you speculating Pandora set this entire scenario off by purposefully inciting the first murder?
Who can say that was her intention? Besides, her interactions were never of ill will, were they? She was kind to everyone. So who's to say perhaps the flap of this butterfly's wings caused a storm that would eventually give way to the shining rainbow that would grace our skies?
That's a pretty optimistic outlook.
Looking forward to the eventual repose from this nightmare is all we have, isn't it?
Eventual repose.
I can only hope something like that would free us from the trappings of this storm. Though, why should we wait for something minuscule and out of control like the wings to dictate our fate? I'm keen on taking such matters into my own hands, if need be.
I'm not sure if I would know where to begin with such an endeavor.
Well, that's neither here nor there at the moment. Shall we move on to Pandora's room?
Yeah, let's check that out.
We left Art's room and visited the living quarters on the other side of the foyer.
Entering Pandora's room in the same fashion once again, Forte and I came upon yet another nondescript personal room. Only this time, there was nothing to be found in her room. Huh? Did Pandora not receive some kind of gift?
Perhaps she was involved. Because she was involved, there was no need.
But C has one, a creepy one at that.
Yes, an ominous skull and bone statuette.
The two of us peeked into the dresser, and were greeted with nothing but stationery and other miscellany. Wait, what if she was doing what Cannon did? Cannon said she received that instant camera, right? And she's been clinging to it basically since the beginning of this whole predicament.
That certainly wouldn't be out of the question. To recall anything Pandora might have had that would be grounds for suspicion? The note?
Yeah, that secret note. She showed it to me just before nighttime on day 2. At first I thought something was fishy, that maybe she was hiding something, but I pressed my fingers to my temple. I don't know. Pandora ended up suffering and the note fell into Lyle's hands. Maybe the secret note was her vexing gift? But if she was some kind of double agent, why would she nonchalantly share the note with me?
Who can say?
I sighed. The more we know, the better. I couldn't help but think the opposite. As we dug up more information, the more confused I became.
I could only hope whatever Lyle, Cannon, and Say found would answer the many questions. But at the same time, oh my gosh. But at the same time, I was afraid to uncover more of these secrets. Let us return to Missy with our findings. Returning to Cyrus's room once more, Fortune and I found Missy in deep concentration.
Welcome back. Did you two find anything interesting?
Art had his late grandfather's golf clubs in his room, and Pandora had nothing.
Nothing.
Echo speculates that perhaps the secret note mentioned in the first trial may be Pandora's room gift, in the same fashion as Cannon's instant camera. The room was empty. She probably kept the note on her person for safekeeping, or something. But when she left it in the pantry on the third day, Lyle had been holding on to it since. Wait, so there was only one note? Wait, no. Wait. Then what's the note in Lyle's? Oh wait, no, Lyle. I got the names mixed up. I thought Lyle was Art, and I was like, wait, oh, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Lyle's been holding on to it since, but it was in the water. What, did we leave it out to dry and then Lyle picked it back up?
We'll have to take a closer look at it when we rendezvous with Lyle.
Missy returned her intense glower to the mess of documents. Anything new here?
A disturbing amount of news, yes. Take a seat.
Fortune and I sat in the spare chairs and gave Missy our full attention. She sat in momentary silence, a fierce gaze transfixed on the folders.
I've been reading a history of involvement. The involvement of ultimate students in killing games like like this one.
Huh? Killing games? Plural? As in multiple?
Yes. It's startling to say the least.
In that case, that reminds me, in the folder I looked at, our game was labeled Game L. What do you think L means in terms of these multiple games?
I believe
in that context, L is the Roman numeral for 50, so our game is the 50th game. But 50 games?
a definite number to help enumerate how long this has been occurring. Let's see.
If 49 games have taken place over the span of approximately 7 days, at most with no break between each game.
That's 343 days. Almost a year's worth of this hell.
I don't understand. I believe that tracks. I remember hearing about this project sometime late in my junior year.
Why so many games, you may ask? These games were implemented with ultimate students in mind. Ultimate students would be prime subjects for rigorous tests and scenarios involving battling to the best of their ability. To overcome other ultimate students and come out on top, to be the best of the best, these experiments were used to determine who could carry the future. The preservation project and this killing game, they're one and the same. It seems we aren't just a 1 in a million occurrence.
But why? My voice cracked. So this place, it's just some kind of petri dish for creating an ultimate student that has no moral regard for what they're doing?
The preservation project has washed their hands of their concerns with morality. It's clear in this documented history.
What if it's fabricated, all fake only to stoke fear?
It's very possible. Fear is a powerful tactic. Cyrus himself, after knowing all this, had very little room to operate. He was under a considerable amount of pressure.
And eventually collapsed. I was shaking. Comprehension of the situation was the last thing on my mind, though fear chilled me to the bone. You see, aren't you afraid at all?
I'm mortified. However, knowing the darkness that lurks behind malicious people's intentions is nothing new to me. Calling the individual person simply a constitute to strip humanity in the amassing voting numbers. It's nothing but numbers. We play and live ammo. We play with live ammo. A game toying with the livelihood of wildly talented students, enabling a maddening battle royale to create a singular, albeit misdirected, towering ultimate student? Missy exhaled sharply. This must end now. Missy stormed out of the room.
Missy.
Forte and I chased after her.
Missy stood arms crossed at the elevator. She was embroiled in thought, her brow knit, her posture imposing. Are you in full possession of your faculties? You aren't one to charge forward like so.
I hate to say that I only have a hunch. I've little to rely on, but gut feeling lately
Wait, no, I can't read.
I've had little to rely on but gut feeling lately, and have nothing but instinct to justify acting upon them. I have nothing except...
She held up the photograph and pinned it to the wall with the dagger.
Nothing but a vengeance for bringing this establishment to the ground, into a burning hell for all the suffering it's put us through. I was so misguided, so blindsided, for thinking I wanted to be part of the preservation project. I've been played like for a fool.
Well, Missy, none of us could have known this would be our fate.
It's possible that the two conspirators must have known something from the start. Rather than confront the one remaining, we must attack the source.
The elevator chimed and Missy stepped in.
We're going to the courtroom.
This side is indeed longer than the other side. I keep thinking because I was timing it based on the gifts that they were talking about at the other side, the other group. And I was like, when is the music gonna start playing? And it still hasn't started playing. And I was like, yo, this is long. Only the monotonous elevator hum filled our ears as we traveled to the courtroom floor. We entered the dark circular room once more, this time without explicit orders to determine the culprit. It was quiet, the windows were pitch black, Zero was nowhere to be found. Missy swept in, looking for any indication of the announcer's holographic representation. Fortune and I filtered into the empty room aimlessly. I can't see a thing through these windows. It should be early afternoon about now, shouldn't it? Perhaps there are shutters covering the windows. If I recall correctly, they close after a trial. Forte ran his hands across the wall, feeling the creases that lined the foundation seams, running in miscellaneous ranks and files. Ugh. Forte tried prying one of the sides open to no avail. He knocked on the wall, resulting in an echo bouncing beyond the barrier. There's an empty space beyond this wall. It probably only opens when the student is being executed. You think Zero's operator is hiding where executions take place? I gulped. It's not a sight I wanted to think about.
I guess it would have been too easy to visit the courtroom after Zero encouraged us to investigate this area.
Missy stepped out of the elevator again. Oh, what? Yes.
The infirmary has nothing of note either.
Missy circled the courtroom stands once before settling at her indicated place. She leaned back and crossed her arms. A tense expression painted her face. Even if we found Zero, how were you going to get any information out of him? He must have known we broke into Cyrus's room, so he might be even more cautious.
If I can get him to start talking, we're over halfway there. It's about running a conversation long. It's about running a conversation long to allow us an opening, whether it be a contradiction or unknown fact. The more he talks, the faster his opinions will diminish. That said, we've entered the most damning areas with little to show for. I feel as though we've hit a dead end.
It's possible Lyle, Cannon, and Say have had better luck on finding information in their search. I don't know about that.
We can only hope they turn up with something of note.
The three of us steeped in a long contemplative silence. I sighed, thinking about meeting up with the others, wondering if they were just as luckless as we were in finding anything of use. I thought about Cannon and remembered. Missy, do you happen to still have Cannon's photo? The one from last night? I know I said I didn't want it, but...
Oh, certainly. I didn't have time to patch together, though.
Missy drew the two halves of the group photo from her inner coat pocket. I lined the two halves together and gazed at the moment in time that was quickly dashed. That's okay. I awkwardly stole soft looks from Forte and Missy. They seemed to understand that I felt remorseful for what I had done. I want to return it.
A body has been discovered.
Oh my god! It is actually! No! Please don't let it be what I think it is. No. Oh dear.
Quickly.
We rushed back into the elevator, hurriedly checking the button for the foyer. The foyer floor light chimed. The door slid open, after what felt like an eternity, and we were greeted with a bloody sight. In the foyer? What? What? No, wait, this is worse than what I thought! Huh? Blood stained the polished floors. The fresh liquid reflected upon the glossy surface, creating a haunting glow in the middle of the foyer. Cannon. Damn it! Missy and Forte bolted out of the lift, while I remained frozen in the elevator cab. A sickening, metallic odor filled my senses, and I felt a cold sweat form on my brow. Missy and Forte were huddled in concern over Cannon's body, but it was clearly no use. She was gone. But the body discovery announcement, it said it was in the trophy room. Did that mean the announcement rung Lyle? Was Say really behind all this? Above Missy and Forte's clamoring, I heard a strange sound. Dread possessed me. Missy! Forte! What? As the Forte's wait! What? As the Forte's chandelier came crashing down on Missy and Forte. What? What? They were completely crushed by the chandelier, their bodies lost under the tons of shards. Glass. I could hardly mutter a sound. I was shell-shocked. Glass and blood littered the floor before me. The glistening liquid reflected on the marble floor doubled the terror in my mortified visage. The nightmarish sight brought me tumbling my knees, dread oozing through every part of my body. My breath was falling out in pieces. My vision became blurry and red from panic. The elevator's doors came to an automatic close to hide the sight. The sight of 3 friends being brutally killed. Ray? A hand stopped the doors. Ah! Oh god. I felt a sharp impact compromised by bone. Cracks creaked through my system into blazing pain. Ah! How is this not the bad end? Something was sticking out of my shoulder. It looked like a bolt? Ah! The heat from the pain, the chill from the terror. I felt heavy and weak. I couldn't lift my eyes to see who had attacked me. My whole body crumpled without fight. No, you can see the outline. It is Ray. I mean, I knew from the hand, but my whole body... Okay, yes. Nothing. I did it, right? voice. I'm just gonna assume it's Ray. Actually, no, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. I'm just gonna talk in a normal voice. I follow the rules of this stupid killing game, so... Please get me out of here. The ultimate prize is freedom, right? It's Say?
Lucky, please. I know it's your voice, so listen to mine and help me.
Ultimate prize. Zero's voice. You don't want the prize. Zero's voice is weird again. No. Killing isn't the answer.
What?
After Say's remorseful cry, one could hear a pin drop. I could feel my heart struggling as my adrenaline rose. Killing isn't the answer. Then what were we doing here? This is wrong. It's all wrong. What? No way. No way! Bro! Hold on. What did I say? We were just the ultimate memory, not a time jumper. What is that? What was that? What was that? What was that? Bro, we really bad ended and then they were like, it's too bad of a bad end, so we'll restart you. What? What? I can't believe this. Right when I said we weren't a time jumper.
Come on, you all. I'm being very generous right now. You don't want any opportunities because time's a wasting.
I'm back here again! I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. What? Bro. What happens if I choose this again? I felt the sense of deja vu, the announcement urging us to split up, the importance of the decision. But everyone was alive? Did those horrible things actually happen, or did I imagine it?
Hey, come on, it's not that hard of a decision.
Echo, we need to get moving.
Yeah. I couldn't begin to understand what happened when I went with Missy and Forte. Regardless, I didn't want to experience whatever that was again. Instead, I chose to go with Lyle and Ken. Okay, we're forced into the Lyle group. Okay. I am astonished. I cannot believe that just happened. Like, I said we weren't a time jumper and then we did. What? Okay, so I'm guessing in my head, right, that whatever Ray saw, as in like whatever was given to Ray. Well, actually, no, wait. The body discovery happened before they ever played the music or said they were gonna give prizes or anything. Wait, so what? Then Ray just went batshit on her own? Okay, well, bye. Bye. I'll go with Lyle and Cannon. It was decided. I joined Lyle and Cannon near the foyer doors. Say joined Missy and Forte on the opposite side of the center glass table. Okay. Okay, but that's the thing. Here, I've already seen what happens here, is that I think it was Cannon grabs an axe and does the thing. I'm realizing also now that the achievement was an axe. Anyway. But yeah. But we can probably prevent that from happening because of the fact that we now know the code to the testing chamber, the redacted room. So, crazy. But what was going on? I rubbed my shoulder, reaching for the distant pain that haunted only my memories. I glanced back at the other group. Missy gave a small parting wave before turning down the hallway to do her investigation with Forte and Say. It's like nothing happened. I could only hope nothing awful would happen here. My eyes adjusted. Okay, I think this is maybe all the same. Okay. So the motives were given to the same people as before. I'll check back with you folks later. Enjoy your investigation. Okay, yeah. Cannon just shoves it in her pocket. If it were anything like Missy's motive, it was likely to be just as disturbing.
See, here's a map of our current floor.
It's the same with the blueprints. The other room is still redacted. It doesn't show up on the kiosk map.
Even so, we're here anyway, so we can just visit the room to see what it is.
Stepped away from the kiosk to explore on the ground floor. As we passed the two side halls, I took a peek in. They were listed as multi-purpose event halls, decorated settings for large gatherings. Large rooms were decorated with a number of tables and chairs and blah blah blah. Event halls were pretty, but much like the building lacked nice sort of quality of life. Ken and I walked about, but not for very long. Nothing glaringly strange caught our attention. Okay. Yeah. The keypad's light indicator was red, waiting for a 6-digit code to unlock the door. Wait. 6 digits? I stared at the keypad for a moment and thought back to a strange experience I had not too long ago. The floor plan booklet listed 5 floors on our game was meant to take place in. The details of the 5th floor, our current floor, were torn out. Yet on the booklet's back panel, there was writing pressed in, writing of 251110. 251110. What? The code. I think it's 251110. I repeat. What? Should I try it? It's not like we have any other leads. Are you nuts? No! Why not?
Echo, you say you're not involved, but knowing the code to a keypad on a floor we've never been to is pushing it, don't you think? This has to be some kind of trick. You're setting us up for failure in that room.
No. I don't know how to explain how I know. It's just, I have this strange memory. When our group was splitting up, I went with Missy and Forte first, and we went to Cyrus's room. It was there when I saw the writing of 6 digits.
Yeah, right. That's awfully inconvenient information, don't you think? We only split up once. Where did you possibly find the time and means to do such a thing?
I wish I could tell you, but I don't know. What happened earlier doesn't make a lick of sense to me either. I mean, there was a body discovery announcement, and I think it was you.
Stop!
Lyle's voice cut out there.
Echo, I don't understand you. First you turn everyone against Art, then you do everything to deny Ashley's actions against Cyrus, and now you miraculously know the code for the store we've never seen? Just, what on earth are you up to? Give me a reason to believe you're not involved. What's stopping me from believing you're all a part of the act, from not having any remarkable talent to sabotaging the trials in every which way?
Hang on!
What do you have to gain by behaving like this? Is it some kind of twisted ploy to provoke the killing game further?
That's enough! You really think I wanted this? Look, I'm just as frustrated as you are. It was never my intention to turn anyone against Art. The circumstance we were in demanded a vote to be cast lest everyone suffer the consequence. You really believe I'm an implicit factor in this game? Don't think for a second I wanted any of this to happen. I'm still at a complete loss of how I'm even here to begin with. You really think I wanted my best friend to go through the emotional turmoil she went through when she found out I was in the game? You think I wanted her to die protecting me? We're all in pain, and suffering isn't a competition. So I'm sorry I don't have the answers to any of your questions, but I'm doing my best to combat these desperate feelings. After the second trial, I saw how hurt everyone looked. Not just for my sake, but because we found ourselves in something horrible and inescapable. I never asked for this ultimate student nonsense. And maybe it was selfish to want to protect Ashley, but what did you expect? You wanted to protect Art, didn't you? Arguing like this isn't going to solve anything. I don't even know if the code will work, much less know what's in the room to begin with. And I don't expect you to trust me with it, but it's the only thing we have at the moment. Lyle let out a defeated sigh. I'm sorry too. I'm just trying to find a reason why the only person who gave me the time and day had to leave me so quickly. His voice dropped to a low whisper. I feel like I let Art down. Missed a big time.
He was misled by me, thinking Pandora was suspicious. It's my fault, huh?
That was no different from me. He was trapped with the impression that his friend's downfall was a direct consequence from his actions. No, it's not as simple as that. No one is singularly at fault. I won't speak on behalf of Art, but given the threat of danger, I'm sure he just wanted to keep everyone safe. None of us could have known we would end up in this scenario, and Art, least of all, would truly want to cause harm.
He strangled Pandora, though.
I know, there's no denying that. He did what he thought was right to try and end the game. It's hard to say what's right and wrong. We can only move forward with our best judgment learned from what we've experienced. We have to try at least, right? I'm tired, Echo. I can't sleep. Whether we try to be cautious or take a risk and test the rules, the situation ends up being the same. We're still trapped. Still trapped and doomed to the responsibility of our past actions. We can't change anything that has happened. Kenan stared at the floor absently. Yeah, but there's nothing left to try but this. I just hope you can trust me on this. Alright, try the code. I nodded and approached the keypad. I gotta do it? Oh my god. What if I don't remember what it was, though? Scrolling. Because I'm not the ultimate memory. Okay, 251110. Okay. By the way, just a curiosity. March 27th. Wait, 251110. When was August? No, it's not it. I was like, what if it's birthdays? Nope. Okay. The keypad accepted the code, and the sound of a latch being released clicked out. It worked! Another crackling in the air interrupted me as I grasped the door handle. Shoot, zero catches in the act? My heart was racing. Did I accidentally set something off? I paused and the three of us stood with bated breath.
Hey, just checking in with you all. Having fun exploring new digs? I bet you are. I have 2 little more fun gifts. Okay. Nothing, blah blah blah. Okay, right.
And the song starts again. But that's weird, because like, when we went with the other group, we didn't get second gifts at all. So weird. Okay. A gentle haunting piano accompanied the drowning soft vocals. Oh, Zero didn't say anything about us entering this room. Outside, neither Lyle or I were recipients of Zero's gift. That's a good thing. Come on, Echo. Let's see what's in there already. Oh, right. Shaking the thought, I pushed the door open with a slow creak. Oh boy. Okay. If they do the thing where it's like, hey, it was all just a game, I'm gonna throw a fit. I'm gonna be like, seriously? I already threw a fit at the twins, I'm gonna do the same thing if they do that. Shutting the door. We found ourselves in a hexagonal, eerie room with full-length capsule-like objects creating the centerpiece. Standing workstations lined the walls corresponding to the capsule objects on each wall. Miscellaneous monitors and controls filled each section. What was it called again? It was like testing something. I forgot the outer whatever. It's like you know I mean we know what it is. What is this place? We stepped further in, our footsteps echoing through the chamber. If I had to guess, considering our killing game scenario, one could say there ought to be a cold room to store bodies. You think this is where they are? Well, it would make sense since this place was hidden behind layers of precautionary security, though it's not a very conventional design, if that's the case. I inched cautiously towards one of the large capsules. There was a small display monitor at the foot of the closed capsule that read "Stable" in bright green letters. Spotting a small viewing window at the head of the capsule, I made my way over and peeked in. Oh. Okay. So is this where Eve and Zero are then? I staggered back at the sight. I recall seeing this person's visage when I was with Missy and Forte. What is it? Lyle ran to the window, standing at the opposite side of me, his eyes blinded.
Is that Pandora?
This document says otherwise. Same last name, though.
Cannon was holding a medical chart that was hanging near the stable indicator.
It's...
Her! My voice was barely a whisper. I stared at her, my vision twisted as I felt my heart racing. The other announcer Forte had discovered, along with Zero's true identity. The other announcer behind the killing game was right in front of me. Lyle paused and took a closer look at the person in the capsule. He took out the secret note he had been holding onto and inspected it further. Without a word, he started unlatching the capsule.
What are you doing? Are you gonna take that person out of the capsule?
It's the person behind Eve. There's a pin on her shawl that looks like the Eve announcer symbol and the symbol on the secret note.
She could be dangerous. What if she attacks or something?
Whatever, there's 3 of us and only 1 of her. Stay alert.
The final latch clicked and cool air rushed out from the containment unit. We watched in awe as the glass automatically rose. She looked as if she were asleep, a steady, barely noticeable rise and fall of her chest indicating her shallow breath. Then, her eyelids twitched. How? Her voice was hoarse but familiar. The formerly disembodied voice of Eve was now given a definite face. She reached out, but before she could do anything, Lyle stopped her.
Hey, what are you doing?
Please, I can't bear being in there a second longer. She murmured wearily as she struggled with enormous effort to pull herself up. Come on, Lyle, give me a hand. Lyle grumbled in dissatisfaction, but helped anyway, guiding Eve out of her containment. She crumpled to the floor, completely fatigued. Oh, attention. Why is it in French? Are you okay? Maybe I'll just give her Pandora's voice. Walked up. She could hardly shake out a response. Then I remembered. Here, if you're hungry. Reached in my pocket, and I offered her the jam Danish I had saved earlier. She generously accepted it, taking only a few bites before stopping altogether.
Pandora, what have I done to you?
A blank, somber stare blazed over her tearful eyes. You're Gaia's spear, right?
How do you know?
I don't know how to explain. I still don't know how to reasonably describe the same occurrence I had experienced earlier that caused me to know things I shouldn't.
Wait, what? Wait, who is this?
She's... Also, I thought we knew her name from the capsule because Canon... Or from the documents, because Canon knew, too, from reading that. She's...
It's okay. As Echo says, I'm Gaia Spear, Pandora's twin sister. You couldn't save her.
Twin sister? That explained the striking similarity to Pandora.
Save her? Does that mean that this note was from you in an attempt to contact her? What was your role in the involvement in this game?
Hang on, you wanted to save her? I thought since you're part of the game that, I don't know, you were working against us. With a heavy sigh, Gaia set herself up against the base of the containment unit.
I have a lot of questions. I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability. Welcome to the testing chambers. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Go, Lyle and Cannon.
Right, it was testing chambers. We gave Gaia some time to regain her strength, and she cautiously savored the pastry I had given her. She sat herself in a chair at the small workstation as we idly waited. Lyle was noticeably impatient, Cannon still and unreadable. So, who are you in the context of this game?
Unlike Zero, who controls the many aspects of the killing game, I'm just an overseer. We're able to oversee the entirety of the game from our captivity. Whoever is placed in one of these incubators has the consciousness removed from their body and incorporated into the technology of the facility. I was never originally part of this, seeing as this containment unit had a synonymous framework into collecting data from our consciousness and biopsychology. I was able to wedge my way through the basic functions. But I'm concerned. It was Zero's request to open the foyer doors. I think he wanted you to find me in this room. I'm afraid he has something in store for me.
She shuddered at the thought. If what Gaia said was true, even she wasn't safe.
This is a farce? A bunch of lies to make us believe you aren't a threat?
I'm sorry, I can't provide more details to convince you. You'll just have to take my word for it.
In that case, where is Zero?
His body is in one of the other units. However, he is in much worse condition.
Gaia pointed at one of the other units on the opposite side of the hexagonal centerpiece. Lyle and I walked over to the unit that was lit. The screen displayed critical in red. It was actually said the visage of Zero was in the unit, but his hair and clothing were different, just like the student profile for Akihiko. It's him.
Akihiko Quartz, otherwise known as the ultimate radio host. Zero, the despair program infected version of Akihiko, has control over malicious threats. I ceded control over general facilities, such as the infirmary, in an attempt to make contact with the participants. That note, it was Pandora's room. It was Pandora's room gift. I composed the note from Pandora and whoever could recognize the other emblem. Whoever could recognize Zero's, or rather, Akihiko Quartz's emblem. But I haven't had any luck, and I'm not sure Pandora figured it out either.
Huh? Gaia doesn't know who the other insider is? Sei's profile was attached to this Akihiko's after all.
Wait a minute.
I heard Cannon's hushed muttering.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Huh?
Why don't we just release him from the unit and be done with this game?
That is not advised. That's just Akihiko's body. The one operating the game is Zero, a fourth consciousness of Akihiko that has been merged with the despair program. I don't know how Akihiko's real consciousness is faring. I worry he's too far gone. If we release him, it's possible Zero can malfunction, but it could kill the host's consciousness.
So what? A small price to pay for all the hell he's put us through.
No, please, it's not him. It's the fault of the despair program, the preservation project, the ultimate prize.
What? Gaia's eyes were dark.
All of this, a charade conducted with appalling precision, is the purpose of the ultimate prize, a complete and utter hoax.
It's a hoax? Is it possible that, like, the ultimate prize, I'm like low-key basing this off of V3, but like, is like basically whoever survives the killing game are the hosts for the next killing game? Is that what's happening? I recalled what I heard earlier before I found myself back in the group split decision.
Ultimate prize is freedom, right?
Ultimate prize? You don't want it. What is the ultimate prize? Not a second after my husked question did a booming clunk sound through the halls. The lights went out.
No! Darkness, Lyle's gift, direct from his fears to you! Only murder will lift the darkness.
Oh. I see. The ominous short announcement cut out, and we were left to wallow in the void. The room was blanketed in black velvet. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. What? How is anyone meant to see anything in the darkness, let alone do something as calculated as murder?
Calm yourselves. He wouldn't cut all the power of his form if his former body is still in the containment unit.
Are you sure? Wait, that aside, Lyle, Cannon, are you okay?
There's no response from either of them. I, however, heard a sharp, haggard breaths beside me. Ugh. Sounded like he was having a fit. His voice was tight. Hell, are you okay? It's dark. I can't. Hang in there. A flash briefly bled through the darkness. My eyes adjusted to the brightness and I could see the silhouette of Gaia standing some feet away from me, holding the light.
This should help. A flashlight in an emergency kit below my capsule.
Yes, thank you. I took the flashlight and directed the beam towards the wall, allowing the light to bounce and disperse itself for a little more illumination. Come on, deep breaths. His breaths were broken, but he was making an effort to control his breathing. I tried to comfort him, rubbing his trembling back as he tried to steady himself. As Gaia and I gave Lyle time to recoup, I noticed something strange. Wait, where's Cannon? Cannon! I called out to her but got no response. Did she get lost? Damn it, she has to be up to no good. As much as I couldn't help but jump to the same conclusion, I felt there had to be another reason for her disappearance. Don't say that. As much as we all hated to see the truth in the first trial, Cannon still helped us. And she even gave me the group photo she took after Ash's trial. She probably went to look for the other three.
How could she possibly see in the pitch darkness? Why didn't she just sit still and do nothing like she always does?
I can't say. I just hope she doesn't go anywhere, do anything outrageous.
Sure, but there's no telling what could happen to her then.
Oh no, no. No! On the trial grounds. Okay. But there's no way Cannon made it that far. It can't be her again, right? Just as Zero said, the lights returned after the announcement of a body discovery, which means it's either Missy Forte or Ray, but all signs point to Ray murdering someone and going apeshit, you know what I mean?
You'll be granted a special period of investigation, then we will begin our class trial.
No way. I didn't want to believe it, but the game carried on to take another victim. What?
Yeah.
Gaia, do you know who was killed? Gaia shifted nervously.
I cannot see anymore. After being removed from the containment unit, I can only do as much as you participants can. That is, until I gain control from the systems here.
Gaia quickly made herself busy at the workstation, familiarizing herself with the programs once more. This can't be happening. So we have to go up there. I don't know what we'll find, but
another death. What else could occur in this damned place?
I didn't care for the indignation of his tone, but Lyle was right. At this point, it would be foolish to expect anything less than death. However, I just wanted to know that whoever remained was still safe. Let's go. We should try to rendezvous with whoever is left.
What about her? Can we trust that she doesn't try anything funny?
Gaia was deep in thought, her attention fixed to the workstation near Zero's.
Go ahead. I've been investigating this group for some time. Still much to learn from here. I'll do what I can to shore up information. Don't worry about me. I'll be on my own, but I know better than to let my guard down.
Gaia was focused on the workstation, data filling the monitors with lines and lines of who knows what. It didn't seem like she would be moving soon, so Lyle and I left her to look. Okay, be careful.
Thank you.
Where the heck would Cannon have gone? I am like, because the blackout was not that long, and you can't move much in the blackout, even if you're not particularly afraid of the darkness. Okay.
Come on! What is it? The elevator isn't working.
I can't wait around for the elevator. Let's just head up the stairs. Hurry! She better not be conniving with Zero after all. Lyle growled to himself, but I didn't reply. It was impossible for me to say whether or not Gaia was truly on my side or not, but after freeing her from captivity, I had a feeling she wasn't hostile. I sighed. Regardless, there were more immediately pressing matters to attend to. Making an about face, We rushed towards the hall and back up the stairs. Returning to the foyer, we were met with a troubling sight.
No!
Missy! As we closed in on her, the first thing I noticed was a large slash that cut into her chest. Her dripping body was held upright against the elevator door jam between the elevator cab and foyer, preventing the doors from shuttering. Shit. We rushed to her side, all while maintaining a cautious distance from her unmoving body. I reached for her glasses and noticed her bracelet. Lyle, before we jumped to any conclusions, I was concerned, of course, but I drew Lyle's attention to her wrist. Oh.
What's with all the fake deaths in this game? My heart can't take it. Why do you keep doing this? The small bracelet was still rose gold.
Oh. She's not the victim. But what happened to her? And why did the body discovery announcement go off? She's alive, right? Get her up and let's find out. Lyle kneed down, trying to wake her from whatever daze she was in, and I returned her glasses. Her eyes fluttered as she groaned, reaching towards the deep cut in her chest.
Ow!
Missy! Lyle? Come with me! Her eyes snapped open as she leapt into the elevator, clicking the button for the trial grounds. We gave chase and rumbled to the requested floor. My god. On arrival, we were met with another gruesome encounter.
No! No!
Forte's body was covered in blood, and Sei, stained with the liquid as well, was sitting on the floor in an emotionless daze, staring at him. She said nothing as the three of us surround Forte's body. His bracelets was tinged with a sickening bright pink color that indicated his death status, as if the pools of blood didn't indicate that clearly enough. What the hell happened when we split up? Astonishment painted Missy's face as she took in the scenery. We whipped around to glare at the most damning person, the one drenched in blood. What? Sei's detached expression told us nothing, or perhaps everything. I'm sorry, I have no idea what happened. You better not be lying. I'm not. Ugh.
Oh my god, please. Doctor. Missy flinched and tenderly tried to cover her wound.
Investigate as you wish. I won't stop you. I need to clean this up.
Missy tottered through the elevator into the infirmary on the other side, leaving us with the victim and Sei. So, care to share anything, Sei? Didn't think so. This is a mess.
No kidding. Is it really up to us to investigate?
We were just about the furthest away from the crime. How could we begin to infer what occurred 4 floors above?
It's only up to us. Does it look like either Sei or Missy are gonna fess up? They're covered in blood!
Yeah, you're right. At the very least, we were together with Gaius, so that solidifies our alibi at some point.
Having said that, Cannon was still nowhere to be found. Could it be? Then let's get to it.
Here's the thing. Okay, so... I need a sip. So, Cannon isn't around, right? But like, I don't think, like, who else would it be other than Ray, right? Like, there's no way Cannon could have climbed up 4 stories and like ended up here to do the thing and then leave within that short period of time, right? And it's not Missy because duh. So, what? But like, isn't that too easy? I don't know.
What is this? Okay, well, dagger first. Isn't this Missy's? Forte's body was lying his face up. The familiar dagger stuck in his abdomen. That's Darling's dagger. If the scenario were anything like the scenario when I went with Missy to investigate, I could only assume the dagger came from her possession. But why did Missy herself suffer a huge slash? Wound. It looks like he was stabbed multiple times before the culprit plunged the dagger firmly in one spot. Surrounding the dagger stuck in his body, Forte had several tears in his shirt, exposing the lacerations in his abdomen underneath. The lacerations were notably clustered around the abdominal area. Dude, bro. Forte is like the last person to deserve to die. Like, can I just say this? Like, first of all, Forte has done nothing wrong. Okay, this was completely unjust. Okay, anyway. Behind Forte's head was a sizable pool of blood. It's possible he fell backward and the back of his head split from impact. The thought was upsetting. Okay. Shoes, hands, question marks, confusion. Return. Sei was motionless and expressionless. She didn't dare look at anything except the body that lay before her. I didn't know where to begin with questioning her. I didn't want to suspect her, but it was difficult to think otherwise. She didn't appear to make any attempt in hiding her involvement either. I stammered for a minute before giving up entirely. So, what's the big idea, Sei? Saying nothing just makes you more suspicious, you know. Well, it certainly doesn't make her any less suspicious either. Sure, but blood makes a compelling case in favor of suspicion of murder. Thanks for nothing. Wow, so much discussion to be had. Okay. Any thoughts? That's the one. That Sei is the culprit. Seems plainly clear enough, but does that seem like something she would do? Well, who knows? It's likely that, while the other group was investigating, something occurred that provoked her. Oh, I figured you might know a little more about her since you two have been talking lately. It's nothing like that. She doesn't talk much, I usually just think out loud to her. As for how she might behave, I can't put a pin on her. So, excluding the obvious potential culprit, I'm up a creek. It was only understandable that both of us were stumped. We'll see what changes when Cannon shows up. Dead or alive, that is. Okay. The scene was gruesome. Despite that, there didn't seem to be much of note. Did you find anything? To say I have even half an idea what happened would be a stretch. There's very little to draw conclusions from, well, except for... Lyle and I looked at Sei. Forte's body, Sei's bloody state, an essentially locked room. It couldn't be more straightforward. Can't believe this. Is there even a victim report? Maybe if we return to the foyer, we'll find one printed from the kiosk.
Oh. I'd like to see the victim report as well. I'm displeased to say that I'm unaware of what happened here.
Missy returned to the trial grounds from the infirmary, a gauze dressing covering the inflicted wound. As Missy scanned the bloody scene once more, her downcast gaze paused to meet Sei's.
Sei, why don't we get you cleaned up?
You're being awfully casual with the culprit. Missy didn't respond. She offered her hand to Sei, who stiffly reached up to receive it. The two of them left the crime scene without a word. Were we supposed to stop them? Well, it's not like they'd get very far. I don't even know where to start on how strange this all is. Let's just get down to the foyer and find the victim report. There's no use standing around a dead body. Zero probably has to clean this place up for the trial anyway.
I nodded.
Lyle started towards the elevator as I glanced at Forte's body one last time. We took the elevator back down to the foyer once more. Arriving at the foyer, Lyle went straight for the main kiosk. I stepped out to follow, but stopped at a familiar sight. Oh. A familiar photograph of Darling was on the floor. It had a small puncture at the top of it. Huh? I've seen this before. It was the same photograph Missy received for her special gift, but this time I wasn't with her when she received it. However, I noticed that the wall near the elevator had a similarly small puncture that matched the photograph. Could it be? The two punctures in the wall and the photograph could be indicative of when Missy did the thing, yes. When Missy pinned the photo on the wall with Darling's dagger like last time. But if the photo is on the floor, a puncture is in the wall, and the dagger is in a different place, someone must have taken the dagger out of the wall. What did it mean, if it meant anything at all? Hey Echo, the victim report is over here. Ah, sorry, coming. I hustled over to Lyle as he waved the postcard-sized black sheet. The victim's body was discovered on the trial grounds. An estimated time of death is 1345. Is 1:45. What? Is that it? You're telling me this is completely useless? Doesn't even say cause of death. Yeah, it's all dodgy. I wonder if Gaia had something to do with manipulating the report. Huh? You think she had something to do with it? Well, I'm not ruling out the possibility. While Gaia allegedly lost her overseer visibility, it might be possible she had the capability of manipulating the report from the workstation. I grumbled at the thought of another suspicious act. Oh, that reminds me. Cannon is still absent. I hope she's okay. She must be. If she were dead, another victim report would have turned up. It's not very comforting. After a brief discussion of the victim report, Missy and Sei emerged from the living quarters, meeting us in the foyer. Sei's expression remained as somber as before. Missy's eyes were shifting with unease. The two of them might have cleaned up the mess from the scene before, but whatever was going on through their minds continued to darken their faces. The trial might start any minute now. Let's use our time wisely to get information out of those two.
Okay. Hey, are you okay? Did you get hurt or anything?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine? Sei nodded. That's good to hear.
Why do you care?
Well, you're safe. That's always good news. So she came out of the mess completely unscathed, unlike Missy, who received a nasty scar, and unlike Cannon, who was completely missing. What's going on? Do you have anything to say about being at the crime scene?
No, it should be crystal clear what happened there.
You say that, but... Sei closed her eyes and turned away, ending the conversation promptly. I couldn't bring myself to believe it.
But what? There's nothing more to be said about this, is there? She's asking for this. There shouldn't even be a trial for something as clear as this.
I just don't want to jump to any hasty conclusions, okay? We might suffer the consequence of a poor decision if we go through the most obvious. I mean, have you seen that other bad end? We had to be careful. The trial was our only chance to clear the confusion, even if it did look clear as day. Missy, are you alright?
I'll survive. Fortunately, the cut wasn't too deep.
That's a relief. What happened?
To be honest, I haven't the foggiest. I can hardly even recall how I ended up where I did.
Start from the top. What did your group do when we split up?
We visited Cyrus's room as a group to gather information. I used the dagger pommel to knock the doorknob off and unlatch the knock. Inside, we found files about the preservation project, the class dossier detailing our backgrounds, and some floor plans for the area you visited. After exhausting the files of information, we visited the trial grounds, thinking we could confront the one administering the game. However, Zero was nowhere to be found. We had hit a dead end. Figures.
Whoa.
Missy's story lined up with striking similarity with what she did when I explored the main floor with her Forte. If this was true, it's like I knew exactly what information was detailed, thanks to the strange occurrence I experienced.
While we were idling in the trial grounds, the motives directed at Forte and Sei came into play. Forte had a bit of a sorrowful look about him when he heard the song, and Sei, she got nothing. We had hit a dead end. We searched the most damning places we could in our area, and still yet nothing cropped up. That said, I decided to employ what I learned from Sei from the files. She has some connection to Zero.
Sei knows Zero?
Oh yeah, the only ones who knew about Sei and Zero were the ones who stayed in the foyer and investigated Cyrus's confidential information.
Yes, I pleaded for her to share what she knew, that she should admit it for the sake of escaping our enclosure. But rather than assisting, it appears she snuck the dagger from my possession and lashed out at me.
Sei attacked you?
I'm afraid so. I must have said something wrong to provoke her. At that point, all I can recall is toppling back from the sudden offense as Forte put himself between me and Sei. She made a threat to harm herself, directing the dagger at herself, after which Forte made a move to take the dagger, but seeing as she's unharmed, it was a false alarm. I probably hit my head or something, because I must have blacked out until you two came.
Missy trailed off. It was discomforting seeing her so unsure. As far as your admission goes, Sei was the last one wielding the dagger, the very same one that is planted in Forte's body right now.
That is correct.
There doesn't seem to be any other conclusion here, is there? This is essentially a locked room murder with only one possible culprit.
It would be difficult to contest otherwise. I wouldn't be able to sit with myself if I really did cause her to spiral this far.
Her voice cracked with remorse. I wanted to reassure her that it wasn't her fault, but I didn't want to lie and let anyone down. The situation was getting more and more bleak by the minute.
By the way, where is Cannon?
Wish we could tell you.
Looks like you didn't see her crawling around up here either. She disappeared while we were investigating the foyer doors. Can't say where she ran off to though.
I see. Her absence during all of this is quite disconcerting. Not to mention, I don't seem to have the revolver in my possession anymore.
Missy reached into her inner coat pockets and came up short.
You've got to be kidding.
So the revolver was missing. That, along with Cannon's absence, was cause for concern.
What did you two learn in the sequestered floor beneath us?
Well, the rooms below are the trophy room and testing chambers. We didn't explore the trophy room, but from the outside look of it, it's just a display area for hunting game. However, we found the physical bodies of Zero and Eve, or Akihiko Quartz and Gaia Esper, in the testing chambers.
Oh, so you've learned their identities as well.
Yeah, you don't seem surprised.
Those two student profiles were also in the class dossier. Why they were included when they aren't participants is beyond me. You'd think that kind of information would be better hidden.
Other than that, we didn't find much else of note.
I see. And none of you were near the crime scene at all?
No, when the blackout occurred, we were immobilized, stuck in the testing chambers until the lights returned.
There was a blackout? I had no idea. It must have hit when I was in my daze. Can't help but think I caused a snowball effect with Sei, resulting in Forte's death.
Missy grumbled under her breath. She was visibly trying to wrap her head around what we learned. After learning about the details of Missy's side of events, things were getting more and more tangled up.
Echo, a word?
After talking to Missy and Sei, Lyle and I shuffled off for a sidebar. I wonder what could have put everyone in such precarious situations.
Never mind that. We have a very clear culprit here, don't you agree? If we point out who it is right away, the answers will come spilling out.
I don't know if it's as simple as you think it is.
Don't get all contemplative on me.
Look, it's dangerous to make assumptions. I don't want to suffer needless blah 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 consequences if we can help it.
I get that, but don't discount a healthy suspicion. There's no use in blindly following someone's word and word alone, especially when one's adrenaline starts messing with the perception of the situation. Facts can get muddled up.
Agreed. Agreed. We've experienced it personally. Lion and I were on the same page. Although our approaches were different, the only thing we had going forward was our intuition. We have to put our heads together. We won't get anywhere if we don't work it together. I hope I can count on you for help. Likewise, but I can't promise anything. Where on earth is Cannon, though? Last I recall, she had been acting a little worrisome since last night. I don't think it helped her frustrations that you tried to take our camera. Leo shot me a dark look for a second before casting his gaze on her heavy eyelids. She's not the most trustworthy, okay? Running around doing who knows what. Though I shouldn't stir the pot, I suppose. I sighed. I couldn't disagree with Lyle's stance, but Cannon did make an attempt to cheer me up somewhat. I couldn't flat out accuse Lyle. I couldn't help but think her behavior was the result of me rejecting her photograph.
It's that time, folks. Class trial time. The elevator. Blah blah blah.
Okay. Wait, but is Cannon really just not here?
The four of us sulked into the elevator once more, the doors sliding to a close as we anxiously stood by for whatever discoveries we would make in the courtroom. We stood in the elevator cab, unmoving. Geez, what's going on this time? The door slid open once more. Oh! Cannon crept into the elevator. The doors finally closed and the elevator began to move. She was alive, thankfully. Cannon! Where the hell have you been? We didn't hear a single breath from her. Her silence was deafening. She faced away from the rest of us, completely unreadable. Cannon was alive after all. But her behavior from last night and her absence during this whole mess, it was worrisome. Cannon, I whispered, but she didn't react at all. Cannon made a haunting re-entry. Given what we knew about a revolver gone missing and Cannon's disappearance from the testing chamber moments before the body announcement, was I too late? Was this my fault?
Oh boy. Oh my god. Sorry, drinking.
She didn't turn. Cannon, I was cold to you last night.
You don't have to apologize. I ought to be the one who's worried.
I ought to be the one who's sorry. Cannon's voice was hushed. Huh?
I'm sorry.
But you don't have anything to be sorry for. I'm the one who tore your well-intentioned photo in half. Cannon? What did she mean, I ought to be the one who's sorry? Atmosphere was disquieting. No one said a word. We stoically reserved all our inquiries for the upcoming trial.
I'm so concerned, bro.
Endless and unfamiliar.
That's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? Like, cause it's setting up again, but I don't want it to be canon, right? But it's so obviously Ray that once again I doubt myself. You know what I mean? Another visit to the trial grounds.
Every trace of the crime scene had been removed, as if nothing happened. However, I saw the phantom image of blood painting the floor burned back of my eyes. The five of us stepped in warily, footsteps echoing the chamber as we habitually navigated to our respective stands in silence. Another trial. When we split up, our groups had discovered a slew of information that attempted to explain our captivity. But in spite of making these discoveries that we thought would help us prevent further danger, another one of our group has fallen. Oh.
It is unfortunate that I must greet you like this, but welcome back to the trial grounds.
A fuzzy hologram of Gaia appeared before us.
Oh, you're here too. Sure, whatever. Showing your face isn't really going to change anything, you know?
Yeah, do you know anything about what happened to Forte?
I can't say I do, but please, consider my presence as an asset to your discussion. Should you need any inquiries answers, I will do my best.
Jeez, this one's been nothing but useless.
If anything, I would posit that Zero will, at the very least, respect my testimony.
What makes you think you can pull the wool over her eyes? What if you two are colluding? Ha, you give her too much credit. At this point, she's nothing but an obstacle. Eve, or rather, as you know her now, Gaia, knows zilch. I'm the only one who knows for certain whether you all be voting correctly or incorrectly. After all, what kind of judge would I be if I didn't know? Freeing Gaia meant stripping her of her prize.
Huh?
But we're not here to talk about that. So let's get this show on the road.
Stripping her of her prize. Wait, so... Confusion. Is the prize not to host another killing game? I thought that was what... Okay, wait, no. So, maybe... I don't know. I don't know, man. Ultimate opera singer.
It's a real shame we never got to hear that bass baritone voice of his. C'est la vie.
We did! Wasn't he singing Ave Maria?
So you know what to do. I'm sure you'll get this one done real quick.
Zero chuckled to himself after his brisk opening statement. We all stared at each other from the circumference of the stands, our eyes locking onto the most suspicious.
Don't waste your breath on this. There's an obvious answer.
Is that so? Let's be the judge of that.
This case is going to be difficult, but we need to try.
Though I desperately wish this wouldn't happen again, the culprit must be found.
First things first, we can't ignore the fact that Sei was right in the middle of the crime scene, drenched in blood, presumably from the victim himself. It is ineffable, the sheer amount of evidence proving that you are at the fault for this.
Make your own judgment.
Fine. There's no way around the fact that no one else could have killed Forte. There's no way around the fact that no one else could have killed Forte, but I suppose I'll entertain you. Let's clear up everyone's alibi. When the six of us split up, the two groups were as follows. Missy, Forte, and Sei went to investigate the floors we've seen. Canon, Echo, and I went to investigate beyond the foyer's doors. Here is when Gaia's statement will prove useful.
Yeah. Me, Lyle, and Canon were together with her for the majority of the afternoon, down in the testing chambers.
That's correct. I have not left the testing chambers since my release. As for supporting Lyle and Echo's statement, I did not see anyone else leave the testing chambers. Nevertheless, I unfortunately took no notice of when Canon supposedly left.
Yeah, Canon, you managed to slip out unnoticed while Lyle and I spoke to Gaia. Where did you go?
I had to step out. Step out? And where to? Back to the main wing so you can sneak around and plot something of your own?
Canon in the main wing. If she was involved in Forte's murder, she never made herself known during our journey. The three of us didn't see a trace of her as we explored the rooms, and only the three of us went up in the elevator before Forte's demise.
So, only the three of you went up. Missy, is there anything else you can tell us about your group's exploration? Forte is no longer with us, and
Sei is obvious culprit number 1.
And Sei might be unreliable.
Doesn't the blood speak for itself?
Or,
Doesn't it? Yes, I said the wrong voice. Say, one moment. I hate to commit to a conclusion so hastily, so I would like to know what occurred leading to the events that caused my side of investigation to unravel so grievously. The three of us moved as one unit in the main wing for the entirety of our investigation. Like I said, we all entered the trial grounds together.
and?
Well, I cannot speak more plainly about what occurred after, though I wish more than anything it was untrue. But that wish is nothing but dust. The slash that had been carved in carved in that the slash that has been carved in proves this. Oh. Say turn the dagger on me.
Clear as day, Sei Kono is the culprit behind Forte Solo's murder.
Hold it! If you asked me to act right now, I wouldn't lay a vote against Sei. I was the only one present when she made her assault. I should know what her motive to cause harm was, and I would say it was not with murderous intent.
Sei still harmed you though. That action alone could be indicative of more. Case in point, the very poignant murder of Forte? Are you protecting her? What do you even have to gain from doing something like that?
Hang on. If Missy has an explanation, we should hear her out. I'm still apprehensive about voting too quickly, especially when we haven't yet established any rhyme or reason.
Indeed, my testimony is not driven by a want to gain anything except the truth. Would I not be endangering myself if I voted against Sei?
Ugh. I see where this is going. Knowing tiresome you all are. What? Knowing how tiresome you all are. You want to dig for a reason behind these sorts of things, despite seeing that the conclusion cannot be more telling. Fine. Let's talk motivation. Just cut to the chase, will you? It would be helpful. After all, Zero explicitly delivered motivations in different targeted ways over the course of the afternoon. Motivations. It could have caused Sei to turn the dagger against Missy, and possibly against Forte as well. And did hearing the other motivations cause someone else to behave differently? Hopefully in turn, we might also get an answer to Lyle's question of what Missy might have to gain if she potentially were protecting Sei. Discussion. Let's see what everyone has to say about their specific motives.
My motive? It was a photograph.
Ugh, we know that much. Care to expound on what the photograph is?
No, I didn't look at it.
Do you want us to suspect you? For all we know, you could have been planning something from the moment you received the photograph.
Lyle, hang on. If Missy said she didn't see Cannon around, it's not fair to call Cannon the culprit right away.
I still think there's something strange about her not being around when the lights went out.
Though she claimed that she didn't look at the motive photograph, Cannon's absence during a majority of this afternoon was concerning. Okay.
My motive, along with Cannon's, was delivered shortly after our two groups parted ways. The photograph, the bloody portrait of a friend whom the dagger once belonged.
I'm just looking for fluff text. I know it's not... you know. Missy withdrew the sheathed dagger she clung to after the second trial.
I admit, I was overcome with zealousness to confront the one we call Puppet Master, pinning the mocking photo on the wall outside the elevator with the dagger. How the dagger ended up in the trial grounds as the murder weapon, I can only suspect that Sei discreetly retrieved it from the wall and concealed it on her person before attacking me in a state of panic.
So we're able to trace the dagger's origin to you, but you claim to have left it as a wall adornment before entering the elevator.
Correct.
I still wasn't sure if I could write off the conditions of Missy's wound just yet, but Missy not initially taking the dagger with her into the trial grounds seems intentional somehow. Okay. Say, the announcement didn't direct any sort of gift to you.
That's right. That's true. Forte's Solomon song was announced first, and Sei's announcement of nothing followed shortly.
Did she react in a message in any way?
She didn't react in any particular manner, no. Nothing, it's only fitting for me.
Is that so? It's possible that Sei being left out might have left an impression of her. Let's see what everyone... Okay, yes. And Lyle, your motive...
It was a blackout, a result of my fear in the dark.
Darkness? I wasn't aware something like that occurred.
Yeah, but if you don't have any remembrance of it, it might have lasted for the duration of when you were knocked out.
I see.
What does my motive have to do with the case anyway? We already discussed that. Me, Echo, and Gale were all together in the floor beneath the foyer, nowhere near the trial grounds.
Well, we have to assume it affected the entire building, and that the group upstairs also lost their visibility.
The darkness occurring has to have some bearing to the timeline of events. Say, do you recall a blackout occurring?
Yes.
I can't believe I still have to ask, but care to elaborate at all?
It's unimportant.
Is that so? But during the moment before Gaia found the flashlight, it was too dark to even see my own hand in front of my face. How would it have been possible for anyone to do anything without visibility? Based on the murder scene, we had a glaringly obvious culprit, but none of us could understand why Sei would act in such a way. To make things more confusing, Sei's the only one without a properly delivered motive.
The timing and respective intensity for each individual motive, it must create some
yes,
in our headspaces as far as I can tell.
It's a little tough to follow which ones are and aren't relevant. Though, now that I think about it, what if announcing them was the purpose of the motive?
What? Announcing the motives? But why would someone else's motive affect anyone but the person it's meant for?
Well, I was thinking, I didn't receive a personalized motive either, but to hear that everyone got something that would try to provoke them to murder, wouldn't that be frightening? To hear that who has motives and a reason to kill, you'd feel tormented that others could turn on you. That's all I could think of. Sei received her motive last, at least, before oh my god! Sei received her motive last, at least, before Lyle's blackout.
In that case, we're back to square one. Sei is the culprit. You just explained a reason for why she would be motivated to kill, despite not receiving a personalized motive herself. She heard all the motives previous to hers and must have been shaken by the potential of everyone turning on her.
Discussion deadlock.
Well, it's possible, but no buts. If you need more proof, let's move on. With the advent of Missy's claim of Sei's attack in mind, the next topic is obvious. That is, the state of Forte's body.
Yeah, the victim report was extremely non-specific, more than previous. Hold on, I had a sudden thought. But actually, I don't... never mind. Because I'm trying to think of a way, if it's not Sei, then it has to be canon, right? I was trying to think, like, but how would canon even, like, get, you know, get to the scene of the crime, right? Because you had to go through the elevator in order to go down to the courtroom. Which means that Sei had to take the elevator room to actually be there, but that's impossible because Missy is stuck on the elevator. And she was like holding the door open because she was passed out there. So there was no possible way Sei made her way to the courtroom unless there was some sort of secret passage. Okay, so like that was my first thought, but like then I was thinking as I was looking, like glancing at the maps again, like there's no real like it's impossible for there to be a secret passage because there wasn't anything that could indicate that. Sort of? I don't... whatever. I'm just gonna keep going. But like, I'm just saying that it's literally impossible for canon to do it, so it really does have to be Sei, unless something else happened.
There were an innumerable amount of stab wounds in his abdomen, likely from the dagger before it was finally struck in his body. Stabbed, I thought... Canon quickly fell silent. Something you want to share?
Oh, that's right. Canon, you didn't even see the body, did you?
No, I didn't see the body.
Then is something wrong?
Nothing's wrong.
Why are you so shocked that Forte was stabbed? You clearly know something. Lyle, he's back. But please, Canon, if you notice something odd, we need your help.
Something odd. My help?
What?
I shot Forte.
Huh? Either what?
Cannon?
That's what you were up to.
Wait.
You better explain yourself. Not only was the revolver out of Missy's hands when you met up with her, you also had no alibi whatsoever.
Okay, revise of plans. Missy... Was Missy not propping the elevator door open then? Because if, in that case, if she was like outside the elevator, then that would make sense for Cannon to take the elevator and go down. And she would also have the chance to take Missy's gun, right? Okay. So then, if this is true, then that's probably what happened. Okay.
Better explain yourself. Not only was the revolver out of Missy's hands when we met up with her, you also had no alibi whatsoever.
I would hope Cannon isn't as contemptuous the person you think she is to deny information as critical as this when cornered. Oops. But I must know as well, when did you come to the foyer? And to what end did the revolver's last bullet entreat? To what end did the revolver's last bullet entreat to have finally been spent?
What? Okay. Cannon freely admitted that she caused harm to Forte, but to know why she meant to do such a thing caused an anticipation to ride in my chest.
I've been suspicious of Say for a while. I had either a strange intuition or just another strain of bad luck led me on. What made me act was finally seeing that mystery announcer in the testing chambers. Echo and Lyle discovered Gaia, the voice behind Eve. So naturally, the other encapsulated person must be Say's connection.
Wait, how do you know all this? I thought... Wait, what? But Cannon didn't ever see the pairing thing, you know? What? How do you know this?
What made you suspect Zero and Say had a connection to begin with?
Oh. Oh, that's why.
I noticed her reaction at the first Killing Game announcement. She was transfixed on that voice, as if she heard it before. It was a small detail, but I couldn't shake it. From day one, I've only ever been suspicious of her. By laying low, she was playing the long game, but that plan had to backfire eventually, right? So I slipped out while Gaia, Echo, and Lyle were talking. I had to investigate my apprehensions about her. Returning to the foyer, I moved warily. But I didn't find any trace of them on the first floor. The only thing I found was a photo on the floor and a puncture mark in the wall near the elevator. I just missed them. I noticed the elevator was at the trial grounds. I called for the elevator to follow after.
Oh.
Upon arrival, the doors opened and Missy was suddenly flung into the elevator cab with me. She dropped in, bloody, and her head hung low. I thought she might have been dead. I looked to see who our assailant was, and I saw Say and Forte in the middle of a struggle. Even though Forte had a dagger in his hand, Say was the one with blood all over her hands. He must have pulled the weapon away from her just after her attack. My suspicions about Say were confirmed. She was under our noses the whole time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Missy's revolver had fallen out of her coat pocket. I grabbed it and didn't think twice. I fired towards Say.
Right.
Well, I thought I did.
Oh no, and then a blackout? No way.
The lights went out seconds after, and I couldn't see where my shot landed. I couldn't run in and check either, since the elevator shut in my face and mechanically returned me and Missy to the foyer. I ran. A shot was fired. Missy was unconscious, and a blackout overtook everything. Does that statement help?
There we have it, a confession.
They have kind of the same squeaky voice. Sorry, but it's too late. What? Wait.
Wait for what? Is there any reason for us not to accept this as the truth?
Well, no, but Cannon said that she fired the revolver. A gun wound. Where? And that doesn't explain the lacerations. We can't ignore the one thing the Monokuma file detailed for us, so there has to be some relevance.
It's within reason for me to doubt that fact, aren't I?
Oh, I can explain that.
How?
Because I stabbed him in the abdomen after he was shot.
What?
Why? There's no use hiding it since you confessed. Truthfully, I couldn't believe it at first, but seeing how desperate she was, I ultimately wanted to help Cannon escape.
Huh?
So I witnessed Cannon shoot Forte from the elevator. He fell quickly, and I saw his bracelet turn pink. I realized that, because she wasn't with Lyle or Echo, Cannon would be most likely implicated as the culprit, so I did what I had to do. I stabbed Forte's body several times near the gunshot wound to conceal it, making it look like he had died of blood loss from lacerations rather than the shot. And since I was the only one at the trial grounds, the blame would be redirected to me. After all, Cannon wants to leave just as much as any of us. Why not give her the advantage?
Is Sei, like, trying to pin it on Cannon now? Then? Is this like a... Because, okay, here's the thing. If we talk about Danganronpa tropes... Tropes? Basically, in Danganronpa games, there's always like a weird formula to every single chapter where it's like, oh, every third chapter it's like a double killing, and like, oh, there's like a professional killer reveal at chapter 2 or something like that. It's like a thing, basically. Like there's a formula, low-key. And like one of the formulas is that chapter 5? Was it 5? Yes. Or 4, wait. Chapter 5, yes. Chapter 5 always had either indiscernible victim or a indiscernible culprit. Sort of like, how do I explain this? Yeah, basically it's like, oh, you don't know who died or you don't know who did it. Well, you always know who did it, but it's like in a really you don't know who did it, no matter how much you guess sort of scenario. Anyway, but like that's what I was thinking this was shaping up to be, because of the blackout. You wouldn't know if it was Sei or Cannon that actually killed Forte, because Cannon shot at Forte, but then the blackout happened, so we don't know if he actually died from Cannon's shot. And then Sei stabbed Forte, right? But then again, it was also in the blackout and after Cannon's shot, but we don't know if the shot actually hit Forte or not, and if it was ultimately Sei that killed Forte in the end. Like, yeah, yeah. Right. Like, I don't really believe Sei when she's saying that she saw Forte's bracelet turn pink and then like stabbed to hide that Cannon had shot Forte, right? Because the blackout happened. There's no way she could have saw Forte's bracelet turn pink, you know? Or I don't know. But like during the blackout, you can at least like, if you're trying to stab something, you can at least like feel around to be like, okay, it's somewhere here. They were in close proximity too, but I don't. Okay, whatever. But those are my thoughts. No way.
So Cannon became the culprit without even seeing her victim fall. Is that it?
Can't argue with that. I didn't even see whether or not he died.
But you're just gonna accept it?
All I know is I fired a shot and someone ended up dead. What else is there to say?
And unfortunately, as far as we know, the surrounding conditions of Forte's death are indisputable. And Sei is the only eyewitness. But is that really all there is to it? Given that I ultimately wound up in the foyer, it stands with reason that Cannon indeed visited the trial grounds, causing the elevator cab to go up and bring me back down after the assault. And you witnessed that I did not find the revolver on my person after I awoke.
I can't argue with that, but...
Listen to you, it's all been laid out on the table. I'm not hiding anything this time. You want to keep going with this discussion because the truth. You want to keep going with this discussion because the truth is hard to swallow. Isn't that it? Is that it? I have news for you. These trials are full of impossible to accept facts. I'm sorry for continuing this vicious cycle, so won't you just allow me to leave with whatever is left of my dignity? Just let me receive punishment already.
No, it's not that. It's not it at all. I just...
If there's something bothering you, just spit it out already.
I can't help but think there's something missing. I was racking my head for an answer, for something. This story just feels off to me. I just don't know why.
Everything is out in the open. What else is there to deliberate?
Nothing. Don't be a coward and just vote me off already. If there's no proof of another culprit, then you're just endangering yourself with an incorrect vote.
I'm sure there's something else we can talk about that can save you. Canon, don't you care that you could be executed?
Of course I care. But who am I to argue with these facts? They're impossible to dispute. It's my punishment, isn't it? It's only fair that I get what I deserve. I can't fight it.
I didn't know what to think. None of us had an inkling of what truly occurred on the trial grounds. Canon admitted that she shot Forte. Sei claims that the shot was what killed him. Sei masked the gun wound by stabbing Forte several times, allowing Canon a clean getaway. But since Canon unexpectedly confessed, there was no reason for Sei to keep secret the fact that she disturbed the crime scene, making it appear the way it did. All I can do is take their word as truth, right? Canon and Sei's testimonies were the only things we had to work with, yet I couldn't help but feel like there was much more to this. I was struggling to find a truth in this trial, but would it lead me to a dead end? A dead end. Missy said something like that when I went with her in Forte for the first time. We ran into a dead end of sorts when we were investigating the courtroom. We couldn't find Zero or any other hints. And then we were all killed one by one shortly thereafter. But something inexplicable occurred as my consciousness faded. I returned to the time before we split into two groups. This time, when I went with Lyle's group, I had information I never could have known if I didn't go with Missy's group first. I knew the testing chamber's code somehow, and that Pandora's incubated sister was Gaia, the ultimate cartographer. Was it possible that I needed to pursue this dead end? Thonking time? I grit my teeth. I had an absurd idea. The discussion is over. There's nothing wrong. Canon is the culprit. I see what's happening. I looked over at my classmates, who all had the same painted, startled expression at the finality of my decision. All of them were shocked except Sei.
That's right. Nothing is wrong.
Zero silently obliged, calling forward the vote screens to the other students. Everyone was dumbfounded, but with no other option laid before them, only one vote was to be made. Okay. Is this like the Trigger Happy Havoc? I don't know German, Canon.
Thanks for all your hard work,
The room shook as the walls behind Canon opened to reveal its dark depths. Canon herself simply turned from her place at the stands and walked into the shadow. This is it. I fled from the stand, my feet pounding as they carried me toward the hallway beyond the walls. What on earth are you doing? I paid no attention to Gaia's call. I was pursuing that dead end. I slipped in, Gaia's startled exclamation along with the others' shocked cries echoing through the halls, just before the walls shut. My head was thrashing from fear. Each breath I took was heavier than the last. I threw myself into an execution.
Oh my god.
Cannon! I cautiously stepped forward. A veil of darkness caused me to lose all my bearings.
No, what the hell are you doing here?
I blindly chased after Cannon's voice, each step taking enormous effort as I fought against all my instincts of self-preservation. This isn't right.
What do you mean? You all voted for this! This is my punishment, isn't it?
I was closing in on her.
That's right, this is your punishment. This is everyone's punishment.
Wait, what? Whirling machinery clicked into pace as bursts of light flooded the room. The powerful lights bled through my closed eyelids, burning the back of my head. With each flash, the sound of an object darting through the air hit the floor before us, each shot approaching our very location.
No, 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 no!
Cannon's cry pealed out amidst the sound of gunfire? Oh! All I could see between the firing flashes was the silhouette of her body convulse violently, each hit pulling her body apart. A sharp object nearly darted past me, tearing through my coat and breaking skin. Blood began to ooze from the cut. I heard Cannon collapse before me. I started towards the sound and tried to find her, guiding my hand through the darkness in vain. Pin pricks my hand. Needles. I felt around at the ground and picked one up. It was a small, near-invisible thing on its own, but when shot at high speeds, the needles became lethal. Another series of flashes fired up, blinding me. Between flashes, I saw the mangled body that used to be Cannon, now a disfigured bloody mess. Ugh. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth, and I began to choke. A sharp pain melted its way through my throat. Through my throat. Ugh. I buckled immediately. Pains of anguish overwhelmed my senses. If I was wrong about this, if I was terribly, absurdly, ridiculously wrong, then I just put my life in danger for nothing. But... following this dead end, there had to be something strange. I lost my grip on the situation. I only felt pain. The terrible sensation sank into my blood. An inflaming ache rushed through every inch of my body. It's happening again!
If there's something bothering you, just spit it out already!
I grasped my throat. My skin was undamaged. The only startling phantom pain of a needle that pierced my throat remained. I wiped the sweat from my brow, and met the gaze of concerned faces staring back from my exclamation. Oh my god, sorry, the ringing is really ringing. Cannon, alive once more, rivaled my panicked gaze with her own stoic expression just a few feet away from me. She was still waiting for our vote.
Are you okay?
Swallowing hard, I finally realized the purpose of these harrowing strange occurrences. They gave me a glimpse of everything that could go wrong. Somehow, I had managed to escape death twice. Why was I able to experience an alternate reality like that? I couldn't begin to fathom an explanation. I was trembling. My heart was hammering in my chest. But if this was anything like the moment before entering the testing chambers, I studied my breathing. There had to be something useful in that moment of time between coming to a consensus on the culprit and being executed. If I gather what I learned from the two occurrences ending in death, perhaps I can put together a picture of what could have occurred. Not gonna lie, Echo, you're losing me here. I was like, I could not catch anything that happened within that execution that was of any use. As far as the group was aware, the only clues we had to work with were found on the crime scene, and there weren't many to begin with. Forte's body had multiple lacerations clustered in one area, due to Sei hiding the gunshot wound inflicted by Cannon. He also had a small pool of blood near the back of his head. However, the other source of blood near the back of his head was what bothered me. Nothing clearly visible caused the injury. I didn't know how to explain the life-saving phenomenon I just experienced, but I knew I had to take the opportunity it gave me to find the truth. Look, I still don't know. Still don't think we have the full picture. Please, I can't vote for Canon.
So you're implicating Sei as well.
Not exactly, but her presence is important. Presence?
If you think something's missing, then just shout it out. We won't know what's going on in that head of yours if you keep stopping the trial for no reason.
That's the problem. I don't know where to start. I couldn't yet sway the group from the absurd notion that Canon would be wrongfully executed. I didn't have the means to explain how I knew such a thing. I just think we ought to continue deliberating the details. There's something bothering me. If you could just entertain me with this, I'd like to further address the lacerations. While Canon admitted she shot Forte, she didn't know whether or not it was the shot that killed him for certain.
I saw her shoot him.
But let's say that the shot itself didn't kill him right away. As far as I could tell, the stab wounds and the subsequent hidden gun wound weren't near his vitals. They were around his lower abdomen. And remember, the condition for living in the darkness was to kill. Canon, when did the lights go out? Oh, the condition for lifting the darkness was to kill! Dude! Oh my god. Oh, okay. Wait, but that just was... Okay. Sorry.
I went out seconds after I fired, and just before the elevator's door closed on me. The elevator was still working though. I couldn't see a thing, but I felt the cab move, bringing me back to the foyer without a hitch. After I arrived at the foyer level, I waited out the darkness in the elevator cab before running off to the atrium.
She waited out the darkness, and the darkness fell seconds after she fired. Lyle, we were just as immobilized in the testing chambers as Canon was in the elevator cab, and had to wait out the darkness as well, so...
That means Forte wasn't killed instantly. Sei must have taken advantage of his injured state, taken the dagger from him with little resistance and retaliated. He must have fallen weak from Canon's chance shot, and when the lights went out, Sei stabbed him, finishing off to lift the darkness. In that case, what you said about covering for Canon was a lie.
So, you really stabbed Forte to death?
Missy knows it. Canon saw it too.
Wait, saw?
I turned the dagger on Missy first. She had a scar to prove it. She has a scar to prove it. Forte would be next.
What are you talking about? I only saw Forte with the dagger facing off against me. Then when did Sei acquire the dagger?
If Forte didn't push Missy away in time, she would have fallen instead.
No, you can't mean that.
And why not? I planned the attack after I saw you pin the dagger into the wall. I took it. You were planning to attack. Why didn't you do so when sooner? You had a perfect opportune time when we were all in the elevator going to the trial grounds. You're asking why I didn't attack sooner?
What's wrong with... Oh my god. Why is it going so fast?
What was stopping you from doing so at every private opportunity?
I'm challenging her to convince me of your malicious intent. It's not something I wish to hear, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh. That's enough! We're not getting anywhere like this.
But this is a discussion. It's impossible to make heads or tails of it. We had a culprit pinned from the start, Sei. But we drew out the trial only for Canon to take ownership of a hidden gun wound, and now we really are back to square one. Sei met the requirement for lifting darkness and hid the gun wound so we would vote wrong. Neither me, Missy, nor Echo were at the scene, so basing our conjecture on the testimonies of the two most suspicious people it's impossible. Damn it. How can we possibly find the truth based on their word and word alone?
I understand Lyle's frustration, but burying all discussions so far, there has always been an obvious culprit staring right at our face. But something inside me kept resisting the easy answer. I simply couldn't accept Sei as the culprit. What? I couldn't accept Sei as the culprit. I had to think. Those strange occurrences ending in death. I learned something I normally would not have. With no tangible proof of what I needed to express, I put faith in the facts learned from my memories of the events. But hoping something would work out. I put my faith in believing no one here could kill. Not after what happened twice already. Just why did I experience those strange occurrences? In the two scenarios, my life was gravely threatened. And yet, I stood still here, with the memories of those events. After all, they had to happen for a reason, right? It was far-fetched, but I had to utilize what I learned, with hopes that the facts learned would guide me in the right direction. Stalking time. I have to think about what I've come to know. The information I learned when we visited Cyrus's room, it was about the killing game. The game was an experiment to see who would survive and win, to overcome the other ultimate students. In the game, participants were paired with other close students to create friction between relations. The game was set up to sow chaos and disorder. Sei was listed alongside the former student, Akihiko, now known to us as Zero. After Missy, Forte and I came to a dead end in our search, we discovered Cannon had been killed. Missy and Forte fell shortly after, and I, the last one standing, heard the voice of the assailant, Sei. She pleaded for escape, but in my dear death haze, I could recall Zero himself telling Sei, "You don't want the prize," that even after eliminating everyone, killing wasn't the answer. I was whisked back in time somehow, back to the decision that would bring me to this point alive. Those were things I learned before falling to my demise. Falling for a sparse moment, that is. Finding new life mysteriously breathed into me, I wandered a different path, utilizing the information I learned from my previous experience. And that information has led us, here to contemplate another murder. Foolish to think that the experience would be my last, as I would come to relive near death once again when our discussion became deadlocked. This time, I risked emulating that strange dead-end occurrence to pursue the thing I believed was missing from Forte's murder. It was a brief experience, but I saw the method Zero used to dispose of Cannon, small, near-invisible needles shot at high speed, and little else before returning here. Wait, because it's shaping up to be like, it can't be any of us, because what we're saying is that it's not Cannon for sure, and we're also saying that we can't make it, it's not Sei. It has to be whatever caused the injury on his head area thing. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the thing that was separate from the stabbings and the gunshots. So what, are we saying it's needles? Needles by who? What? Zero? What? That doesn't make any sense. Zero or Gale? But like... No, that wouldn't make any sense. Thonk. The truth felt so close, but I felt an apprehension rising in my chest. Sei, tell me, what happened after Cannon shot Forte?
What happened? I stabbed Forte! How many times do I have to tell you?
You stabbed Forte, but did you kill him?
Isn't it obvious?
It's not. Cannon claims that before she shot you, Forte was the last one in possession of the dagger. The lights went out shortly after, and from that point, no one can really say who had the dagger. And though the dagger was plunged into Forte's abdomen, giving us the impression of it being the murder weapon, I can't help but think otherwise. Primarily because of the scenario we found ourselves in. There was constant pressure put upon us with personalized motives spread throughout our exploration, that is, until Lyle's final personalized motive. With a heavy darkness to stoke our fear, we would be scrambling until someone acted maliciously from the previous set pressure. But I couldn't see even my own hand in front of my face, let alone begin to think of a plan to kill and get away with it. So to carry it out to fruition would be near impossible. If the entire building was indeed plunged into such thick darkness, I can't help but think, how could any of us have killed Forte?
That's interesting phrasing.
Yeah, what do you want to? Recall when our groups split. Zero mentioned something interesting.
So you all decided to split up, huh? That's alright, no sweat off my back. Figured it out, obviously. Thanks to your fancy bracelets, I can still locate where you are. There's no escaping for you quite yet.
Seems he is able to know our whereabouts within the building. In this case, he was able to locate us from our bracelets. Are you implying that Zero has taken moves to actively, though discreetly, participate in the game with us? There's no going back. Yes, I believe Zero might have had a hand in killing Forte.
Nonsense.
Have you lost your mind? Where are you getting this theory? I know you want us to entertain you, but this is a little much, isn't it? Lyle, please. I know it's a lot to ask, but I want you to trust me.
I'd like to hear where you're getting.
I'd like to hear where you're getting this funny idea as well, Echo.
Lyle's intense leer burned through me, but he fell silent and allowed me to continue. He must be observing my next unpredictable move, just like when I suggested knowing the testing chamber's code. Zero idly gazed back at me, a complete poker face masking whatever scheme he was plotting. I felt a strange sense of conviction that connecting an execution method with the mysterious pool of blood that was behind Forte's head would lead me to the answer I was seeking. I had to use what I learned from Canon's execution dead end, the fact that Zero prepared a barrage of needles. It's like Missy said, the more he talks, the faster his opinions will diminish. If Zero's readying himself for an explanation, this was my opportunity to draw something out of him. Zero, I want the truth. The truth that you're the one behind this.
The truth? Let's see if you can find it.
What? I'm confused. Because he's stuck in a pod, you know what I mean? He doesn't have a physical body.
You're making a ridiculous accusation, you know? How could I have possibly killed a student? I only operate from within the courtroom.
Zero is goading me, his voice is unwavering, but there's a statement somewhere that I can use. Yes, as far as we've seen, you can only operate from within the courtroom. But that's where the body turned up, isn't it? That much was obvious. The announcement summoned us to the courtroom, and there's no evidence of the crime being moved from one place to another.
What weapon do you suppose I could have killed him with? The only weapon available was dagger, so he admitted to using it. And I definitely didn't electrocute or use supersonic on anyone this time around. In fact, there's nothing in the courtroom that shows I had anything to do with this.
Location. It's true that there was nothing in the courtroom, but there are things beyond the courtroom walls, namely the tools used for executions that you clearly have some agency over. You conveniently omitted the cause of death because it would have implicated someone not from our group. Based on what everyone else knows, it sounded far-fetched, but to me, it was the only thing that made perfect sense. Zero seemingly had no power in the courtroom, proven by the fact that during the past 2 trials, the hologram's purpose has been purely cosmetic. That said, the machinery hiding behind the trial walls themselves could very well suffice not only as tools for executions, but for murder in and of itself.
That's always gonna be, huh? So are you implying I took Forte beyond the walls, executed him, and dumped the body back out? Why wouldn't I just execute him and leave his body with the rest of the punished students? He didn't do anything to receive an execution anyway. I'm not so heartless, you know.
You're missing a piece in your argument. Argue!
Echo, this discussion is going nowhere. What would Zero even have to gain from participating?
I have nothing to gain from intervening. And in my position, I certainly have nothing to lose.
If the ultimate prize is so desirable that even an arbiter of the game would want to win it, why didn't Zero simply eliminate us from the start?
Now brought up a good point. I haven't unearthed anything useful from Zero yet. And it's within reason that if Zero wanted the prize as well, we wouldn't have survived this long. So there has to be a reason why. Is it... okay. Is it possible it's because Zero wanted either Canon or Sei to think that they were the one that killed Forte? Like, as in, discreetly kill him and then make it look like that one of those two did it. Because Zero is technically not supposed to have a part in the game. Like, because he's not a part of it, right? I'm so confused. Though there has to be a reason why. I certainly have nothing to lose. Hang on. Nothing to lose. The location and method was clear to me, but the motivation stumped me. I had to concentrate. If Zero truly had nothing to gain by executing us all, why did he only now carry out a plan to murder one of the game participants? If he had nothing to gain, there must be something he didn't want to lose. Something he wanted to keep. Something or...
Someone? Did he want Ray to survive? Is that what it was?
Zero and Sei, they have some sort of connection. That very connection can become the motive I'm looking for. Canon noted seeing Forte with the dagger last, but just before the lights went out, since Sei is unscathed and the room showed no signs of a gunshot in the wall, it's clear Forte must have taken the shot. If Forte had the dagger the entire time, he could have used it against Sei, and if Zero were observing his offense against her, then he would have reason to consider Forte a threat to Sei. That had to be it.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, wait, I understand it now. There was also like a sort of hint too, because Gaia had told us that she had left the note for Pandora, you know, because she wanted to protect Pandora, right? So even though Gaia was also part of the preservation project, low-key, right? Like as like the host, right? And so is Zero, but both of them still have parts, like they're still trying to make sure that the person that they're partnered up with stays safe. Bro.
It's impossible for me to assert that with any certainty what exactly occurred in the courtroom. However, I can think of a reason why it happened.
You're right.
And it's not for the ultimate prize. Like Lyle said, if the ultimate prize is so desirable, why wouldn't Zero get rid of us all from the beginning? In that case, winning the ultimate prize has nothing to do with why Zero acted, although he isn't strictly a participant. Although he isn't strictly a participant, he is still involved. That involvement, there's something connecting us as the participants to him as an overseer. Lyle, you have something very important that will complete this picture. In the note. It reads, "Recognize one of the symbols depicted, and you have finally found me and are safe. Please do not speak of the note's existence, trust no one but yourself." Lyle discovered this note in the pantry after seeing Sei duck in there for a brief moment. They must have known something as early as the third day. No, even earlier, since Zero's emblem was shown on the second day. It's like Canon said, when the Killing Game announcement came on, Sei must have been clued in on the person behind it.
She's known this all this time and played us for fools by ducking out of confrontation.
Sei is the other insider.
Her student profile didn't explicitly document any involvement in the game, but her files were paired along with Akihiko's, the one we currently call Zero.
On the second day, when Zero summoned us to the atrium to present a special gift, this note must have been it. Based on what we know, it's now clear that Sei must have had some insight on who Zero is. However, instead of thinking Sei was a spy within our ranks, conniving with Zero to plot against us, Zero is the one trying to bridge the gap between the participant and arbiter. Bridge the gap between participant and arbiter to intervene with Sei's safety. Huh? Wait. But even if that's the case, why would Sei go out of her way to direct the attention of implicating herself as the culprit? Isn't that action in diametric opposition of what you're implying?
No, I killed Forte! He deserved it after all.
She would be forsaking her own safety by placing the blame on herself. The false culprit, causing us to vote incorrectly and inevitably causing us all to die.
Zero has nothing to do with it!
What Sei did to Forte during the trial was on her own volition, shattering the connection between her and Zero. If he killed to keep her safe, she completely threw the sentiment out of the window.
I'm the only culprit! Vote for me!
Well, Zero,
What do you have to say about all this? You'll never know the answer if you don't vote. If Sei confessed, what's stopping you from accepting her judgment as truth? You want to believe your friend, don't you?
What's stopping me? I want to believe that she could never do something like that.
That's it? Just like your completely out of this world conjecture about me interfering, you have no tangible basis to trust her either. Such irresponsible thinking could lead you to an execution, you know?
Zero wasn't going to be shaken so easily, but the fact that his arguments are lofty and just as intangible gave me some solace that I could turn the trial around. I could do so by focusing on the subject of his motivation. Say, I'm not going to vote for you. You're the only one who knows what happened for certain. So please, tell us why. Why are you trying so hard to make us vote incorrectly? You can't possibly want us all to get executed, do you?
That's exactly what I want. Complete execution.
What?
Even though Canon admitted to something she didn't do, I went with it for the sake of redirecting the vote. Regardless if you voted for her or voted for me, it was going to be wrong and we'd all face execution. And we would finally be freed from this horrible thing.
Say, you can't possibly be leading us to our demise. You can't possibly believe leading us to our demise is the right answer.
Why not? I hate it. I hate it. Endora is gone. Art is gone. Cyrus is gone. Ashley is gone. And now Forte is gone. Because of me. I can't stand any of this. The pain and suffering. It's endless. Zero killed Forte to protect me, but I don't care. I don't know who Zero is anymore. I came all this way to find the shell of someone I knew. Oh, when will this nightmare end? Or when can we escape? Even if we don't kill, someone dies and we're all still stuck. Or trapped. And I'm tired of believing in something that will never happen. I have nothing to lose and nothing to gain. Why keep going? What's the point of fighting? Everyone is slipping out of my fingers. And I'll be left alone.
Alone? Say, look around you. You're not alone. You say you have nothing left to lose, but what about the people standing before you? We're not enduring the pain, the guilt, the torment of surviving for nothing.
Endurance? Survival?
Please, we can figure this out Refute!
So what? Our endurance is worthless.
Say's spiraling. I need to convince her that she's not alone. That this fight is worth fighting. I don't know what I'm doing. Hello? Wait. Oh, I see. Ah!
Cycle will continue. It endlessly ceases to exist. I'm just expediting the process.
No! Oh my god! But a complete execution won't solve the problem. There's another way out. I'm certain of it. There must be, so please help me.
No, I can't. I can't stand it anymore. The fear, the blah 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 blah. Forgetting this, living in this nightmare. Let me go.
Forget. I want to stop this game too, but we shouldn't forget the turmoil our friends went through. Pandora, Art, Cyrus, Ashley, and Forte. We can't simply abandon our memories of them in the past. I'm not going to stop the game by voting for you. I'm not going to abandon my memory of you either.
Me? But I don't understand. After what I've done to sabotage this trial, it's hopeless.
No! Are you? That's not true! The truth of hopelessness was staring us straight in the face. There was no denying it. But I felt a desire to combat the terror that hung over us above all. After experiencing what Sei did to us out of desperation, I felt a responsibility to vouch for her innocence, the only way I knew how. Sei, you're not alone. You're here with us, as our friend. And you're not alone in feeling scared and hopeless. Everyone's trying their best to keep their head above the water. I don't know what will happen after this, or if we'll even make it out, but we have to try.
But I did a horrible thing to Forte. Isn't this ending what I deserve?
It's not your fault.
How can you know that?
I believe you. Please, I don't want us to go through anything like this again, So you're the only one who knows for certain who the culprit is. The game will surely be over after we uncover this last truth. After all, you didn't kill Forte.
How could I? Of course I didn't kill him. I was so scared. Echo was right about the motives. The fact that, little by little, everyone was being pushed some way or another into distress. I felt the pressure mounting. Who was to know what sort of motive would be delivered? I took the dagger to protect myself. I couldn't possibly know what was going on in anyone's head after those motives, could I? I wasn't even relieved that I didn't get a motive because I couldn't help but think about everyone else's, that everyone would be given a reason to turn on one another. And when Forte said he may take matters into his own hands, I feared for my life. I froze after I slashed at Missy, and he overtook the dagger. What Cannon saw was only half the story. He did appear to have the advantage over me, but it was just a performance. Performance for the only possible person in the audience. The lights went out.
Darkness, Lyle's gift, direct from his fears to you. Only murder will lift the darkness.
But what the? Forte and I were plunged into a never-ending darkness. Even though I hadn't moved, I couldn't even tell where the floor was. But somehow, he found me.
Don't move muscle.
And it seemed he quickly took action to meet the darkness-lifting condition. Finally, Forte had the dagger pointed at my throat. I could feel the chilling cold steel just inches away. Finally, I thought time had stopped. Forte was still as stone with the dagger poised for my end. He whispered something so low I thought I had imagined it.
A stage where every man must play a part, and mine a sad one.
Oh,
Then Forte just fell. When the lights returned, I saw his body lying face up. A small pool of blood was forming behind his head. And I looked up to see the trial grounds walls close steadily, and the Zero hologram with this awful satisfied expression. He made a gesture, like he was holding an invisible camera. Zero clued me in on who he was going to mark as the culprit, even though Zero killed Forte himself. Zero planned to manipulate the outcome of the trial. I could see the trial play out in my head. Forte's gun wound would have been the decisive clue. The pool behind his head probably thought to just be from the falling impact. I couldn't believe it. Forte was killed because of me, and Cannon was going to be framed because of me. I picked up the dagger Forte dropped. If the true culprit was never going to be found, I was going to make the trial easy and direct the blame towards me so the wrong vote and executions following could happen right away. Then, we wouldn't have to suffer a long trial. And this dreadful game could finally come to an end. After all, it's my fault Forte was pushed to do such a thing to himself. Killing is the only answer here. So he was forced into a corner, using me as bait to sacrifice himself to Zero. He went through those lengths for me? Why didn't he just kill me and be done with it? I couldn't understand what had happened. So I thought that if I can lead the trial to an incorrect vote, then the game would end without me having to do that terrible thing. And we'd be free from this trap. But Zero saved me.
He took you out of harm's path. At least, that's what he thought he was doing. Say, you knew that he was trying to manipulate the blame off you, so why did you still try to redirect the vote to yourself?
Because I have nothing else to look forward to. I ended up here for one reason or another, and all the signs have pointed towards demise. Because even after all that, whoever that Zero is, he isn't my friend anymore, and now I have nothing. Say, you must know by now that we're here for you.
Missy's right. We've been trapped, that much is certain, but we're not isolated. We have each other, and together we can help each other build hope for escape. You don't need to act alone.
Akihiko, we both wanted to save someone. You don't truly think this was the answer, do you? Manipulating a trial like this? It's unruly.
Akihiko isn't here anymore. Since giving himself up to the game, his conscience has been long gone. Being so disillusioned by the way he and his fellow Ultimates were treated, he dropped everything and let himself be consumed with despair. It's poetic, isn't it? He gave himself up because the game was the one thing he could cling to. It gave him purpose. In fact, Gay is also holding on to the killing game. Can you really trust her? After all, she oversaw the game just as I am, before you released her, that is. All she did was watch and let Pandora die.
You have no idea the sacrifice I went through. I see that the idea that you think I idled and watched her die.
Uh-huh. And what have you done since to prevent it? You didn't try to stop her assailant like I did you? So, do you think Gay is on your side? Spouting empty sentiment and rolling over, doing nothing but watch the game carelessly take lives. I'll tell you what. Your friend Gay here did something very interesting.
Don't you dare demonize what I did.
Excuse me? I never killed anyone in my game. You, on the other hand, why? You disgust me. I invited you to open the foyer doors so one of those fools could deliver your punishment.
What?
To the foyer doors so one of those fools could deliver your punishment. They have no reason to trust you after all. There are no rules, save for one. Those who kill should not get away with it. Let me give it one more try. Gea isn't your friend, not a chance. She has played this game once before, and will do anything to keep herself from losing going forward. And even from the winner's circle, she did what she could to gain the advantage. She's the one who trapped you in this ship. Ship? Even if someone won the game, there would be no one to go. You're completely sealed in. Left to die in isolation, confined in these walls. It's crazy, isn't it? In fact, trapping you all may have been a ploy for her to kill again. Why not? It'll prove once more that she's deserving of being called an ultimate.
You don't understand. I did what I had to do.
Oh, of course I don't understand. You're the one giving your hope to these people, yet all you've done is cause trouble. Unfortunately for you, I control what occurs in this vicious circle. And I'm using this power of the keep safe.
Keep me safe? You should have never brought me here in the first place.
I know, I was tricked. This game is a farce. I won the killing that game that preceded this one and received the ultimate prize. The prize of a lifetime of suffering.
That's the prize? The prize. Within a group of incredibly talented individuals, should someone defeat their fellow ultimate students and come out on top, their efforts and achievements would be highly prized, wouldn't they? To see who would come out on top. That was the experiment the Preservation Project was conducting. The project wanted to gather the very best for the best. The very best of the best, for the sake of the future, as it were. The Despair program has ruined whatever semblance of Akihiko remained, creating this Zero persona. Zero is the false name you ran under in the previous game, after all. It's no surprise to me that it's being used again under the guise of a killing game operator. Despite that, Akihiko's will to protect Sei persists in Zero's memory. Forte must have taken the risk to see whether or not the entity connected to Sei would act. I hardly recognize him anymore. His voice is the same, but I don't know who that is anymore. There's no trace left.
Oh, that's right, he's a shell of a former self. The game and all its terrors now inhabit this ultimate radio host. Aki wanted to erase the wrongdoing he committed in his game, and... Ready?
815165. 815165. 000.
Stop!
The hologram cracked in and out. The program was fighting itself right before our very eyes. What?
Your efforts are wasted! You gave yourself up to despair, yet you still try to deliver a signal of hope? You defied your own actions, the very self-preservation actions that saved you in the last game. What happened to selfishness? I'll bury you!
The arbiter we call Zero was fighting itself, its current form and a former form, trying to make sense of its own actions. What was Zero? What's happening? What's happening? Should I translate that? Oh wait, I can't copy. Just kidding. We'll never know. Hopefully we cannot control.
I have a last-ditch effort prepared, if he cannot just overcome the darkness.
The lights shuddered as we watched Zero's fight unfold. Heh. The Zero entity fought its way to dominance, greeting us with its haunting grin.
Well, I guess you caught me, huh? Ha! Fine, the jig is up. I won't resist since I've been thoroughly caught in the act by some triumph pope or whatever nonsense you want to admit. After all, I wouldn't be doing your efforts justice to keep fighting back after you went through so much trouble. It must be some rotten luck that got you out of this one, huh? Who are you, Echo? I don't know you. A talentless nobody managed to realize the trick I pulled off. By all accounts, you should all have been executed by now. If all went according to my manipulation, Cannon should be a pincushion, and the rest of you dropped into an incinerator. Although, what's stopping me from letting that happen? I'll execute myself and bring you all with me.
Don't you dare!
This is the last show with your host, Zero, signing off today's cast with Eternal Dead Air.
The lights boomed violently, oversaturating the trial grounds with a blast of glaring heat.
Damn it, no!
A tremor tore through the room. Sound of metal creaking filled the halls, and lights flickered dizzyingly as we all struggled to gain footing.
Everyone get down and cover your head and neck.
We all dove to the floor, each quake jolting us to and fro with ease. Oh gosh. Kathunk. The shaking came down to a low rumble, and the ground eventually settled into stillness once more. The lights returned to a dim glow, and the five of us cautiously rose to our feet. The trial grounds went quiet.
Where's that bastard Zero?
Lyle leapt to his feet, darting around the trial grounds for signs of the arbiter.
Are you alright?
A concerned, static-filled hologram of Gaia illuminated the room.
We're fine, no thanks to you.
Sorry, I didn't anticipate the superstructure would have yet buckled under pressure, but seeing as Zero overloaded the systems, the adverse effect of his self-inflicted execution may have sped up the process.
What are you talking about? That doesn't explain where you were and why you were never helpful.
Lyle, come on. We're all fine, aren't we? I helped Cannon to her feet, as Missy did the same with Say. Are you okay, Cannon?
A little shaky, but I'm in one piece. Thanks.
Missy, Say?
We're alright. That's a relief to hear.
So that's it, right? Huh?
Zero's gone. The game is over. We're done here, aren't we? So let's get the hell out of here.
Hang on. Sure, he's gone, but there's so many more unanswered questions. First of all, he said we're on a ship. Even if we get out, we're still stuck drifting out on sea.
If there's a wholly unknown testing chambers below, if there was a wholly unknown testing chambers below us the entire time, it's within reason that there's a helm hidden somewhere as well.
Yeah, was it? You said you were responsible for such a thing. Is this true?
He sighed.
I will answer your questions in due time. For now, I would like to ask that you all rest for a spell before coming down to the testing chambers. It's been a long few days for you all.
What, and let you jump ship through a concealed exit passageway while our guard is down? No way.
Lyle, I understand your desire to push forward, but a break would allow us to sort our thoughts. Please, I'm not going anywhere. I will await your arrival.
Gaia's hologram clips out as the rest of us shuffle idly. Lyle huffs and shrugs as he makes his way to the elevator. Looks like that was the end. There was no vote, no execution, just the end. Although Zero's destruction provided some relief, I still felt uneasy. There was still so much uncertainty that was lurking before us. I sighed. The rest of us followed Lyle into the elevator, and together we returned to the foyer. Us remaining 5 students left the trial grounds in the shadows for good. Is there more? Ominous and unfamiliar. Girl. Is there more? It's been quite a long time. Should I end it? And start again? Some other time? What the hell? But I wanted to try to finish this game today. You know what I mean? Oh my god. I don't know. This is why it's important when you list your game that you also indicate how long the game takes. Or else I'm stuck in an endless cycle of I have no idea. In the visual novel database, it says it's short. 2 to 10 hours. What? That's a fucking lie. Excuse me? And it also says, another one says it's about 7.5 hours. Then why is it taking me so long? Is it because I keep stopping to talk about stuff? Or is it like, because I just read everything out loud and it's like, dumb, and it takes too long? Oh my god. But like, thinking about it, it should be almost done, right? It's been well over the said 10 or 7 hours. Okay, I'll just keep going. It's fine. It'll be fine. Lyle, Missy, Cannon, and Say and myself. Only 5 of us remained. Our group, cut brutally in half by the game we were forced to participate in, found its final survivors. In that very same order, we trudged out of the elevator cab and returned to a foyer. I'm going ahead. Don't wait up. I want answers. Gaia had better fess up about all this. Hang on, Lyle. I want to talk to her first. Alone. Why? I just need to know why she gave me a talent. How could she know something like that? I'm not even aware of Why me? Please, I just need to know what's going on. Alright. But being an ultimate student isn't all it's talked up to be. It's a world of misfortune. I know. Lyle shuffled off towards the foyer's door's entryway. The rest of the students stood by as well. It seemed no one else was quite ready to go down. I wondered what was going through everyone's mind right now. Oh my god, talking. Say, are you okay?
I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know anyone cared. The only answer I could see was to have it all come to an end once and for all. If we died, then we wouldn't have to suffer anymore.
would be an easy way out, but through that suffering, we'll find things to live for as well.
I'm sorry again.
You don't have to be sorry. I understand it must have been frightening to be alone. I mean, I'm right there with you. But we're not alone now. We have me, Lyle, Missy, and Cannon. Say turned to me with a gentle smile. I returned the small gesture. We'll be okay. We'll make it out here soon enough.
It's strange. When you say we'll be okay, it feels like it could be true. What comes next?
I don't know. I want to see Ashley's father. I think I have a responsibility to tell him what happened to her. And after that? Well, one thing at a time. Let's just try to put all of this behind us for now and focus on escaping. Say nodded.
Thank you, Echo.
Thanks for what?
You don't have to, but you care about everyone. I can see why Ashley wanted to protect you so much.
Yeah. Cannon, are you okay?
I don't know.
Cannon bit her nails, a sullen expression taking over.
Maybe it's guilt or something, but something in me wishes I did actually kill Forte.
Why?
I don't want to sit with this feeling, this melancholy I'm feeling right now. I always told myself that I was just a spectator whenever I took photos. It was just easier to detach myself from the emotion of the subject. There's something more tolerable in seeing someone else experience what is occurring in the photo.
But it was thanks to you that we found the answer in those awful trials.
I guess.
And you didn't actually kill him with the gunshot either, so there's no reason to feel guilty.
It's not that simple.
I know, but you shouldn't wallow in those what-if feelings. It's too painful to just bottle it up. You helped us out a lot, actually.
I suppose, but I never wanted to get so involved.
I never got the opportunity to do so before all this, but I wanted to apologize properly after I turned your photo down.
Don't worry about it. In fact, just forget it. I didn't particularly like the photo anyway.
No, I shouldn't have been so harsh. I stuffed my hands in my coat pocket. Huh? Somehow I found a torn photo in my pocket. I lined the two halves together. Here, you should keep it. I know weren't really close with anyone, but... Well, I just hope you know we still think of you as a friend. Cannon carefully took the two pieces from the inside.
Thanks. Let's get out of here alive.
Let's see. So the game is over.
I can only assume. Vader probably knows more about the situation, though. It gives me peace of mind to learn that none of us would perpetuate the mutual killing game. That said,
she let out a weary sigh.
Even my fortitude has its limits.
You say that no one would perpetuate it, but Sei tried to further the game, didn't she? She went as far as to hurt you.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't feel malice in her actions?
Huh?
Fear is a fiercely powerful tool that shakes us out of our most rational thoughts. The threat of life strikes the heart of any primal existence, doesn't it? Chalk it up to a knee-jerk reaction. I posed a potentially dangerous question that caused Sei to react sporadically. Remember, she did have the dagger for a period of time before entering the trial. She could have taken any open opportunity if she were driven by malice. An odd move, but it was her move nonetheless. And my move would be to forgive it.
What move is next for us, do you think? Missy pondered the question for a minute.
No idea. We will reach land, presumably with Gaia's assistance, and once we're there, a myriad of options are laid before us. Do we rejoin family? Do we make moves to seek out the Preservation Project group? Do we attempt to find the next of kin for those things who died during the game? For those who died during the game? The future is uncertain.
Yeah. If we start small, we'll know where to go next, though. Let's focus our energy on escaping first.
I could not have said it better myself.
Are you going or what?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect.
I believe Gaia will be willing to talk, so if that's what you're worried about. She's been isolated in testing chambers for what I imagine must have been a long time.
Yeah, but do you think this all could have been avoided?
There's no use dwelling on that now.
What's done is done. We should push forward. Oh! What's happening? Congratulations. The rest of the class has been eliminated thanks to your tireless efforts. Oh, was this the previous killing game then?
So I did it, eh?
Yes, Zero. You won the ultimate prize. But may I ask something? Why did you use an alias?
Isn't it obvious? This game is all about distrust. A fake name to stir up trouble, of course. It's too easy.
I see. By utilizing that distrust, you've earned yourself the final prize, Zero. Or rather, Akihiko Quartz, the ultimate radio host.
I did it!
The prize is yours. You rightfully won your place and will join your friend in the winner's circle. You have become one of them. Well, you have become the ultimate prize.
Hold on, what are you talking about?
Join her.
That's Gaia. This is where she's been?
She's been with us, benefiting the world.
That can't be right.
And you will become another prized ultimate student alongside her.
No.
Hey, Gail.
Oh, hello, Echo.
I drifted into the testing chambers, spotting Gaia hovering over one of the capsules. A look of misery darkened her face. Are you okay? Gaia sniffed as she stared at the capsule containing Akihiko's body. It was impossible to tell if he was breathing, let alone alive.
Be fine. I was just recalling something. Where are the others?
Oh, they're upstairs. I wanted to talk to you alone. Gaia remained silent, awaiting my next sentence. But I didn't know where to start. She noticed my hesitance and left her place in front of the capsule. She gestured for me to sit at the workstation chair as she paced slowly in front of me.
You must have a lot of questions. But first, if you'll spare me a moment to share my story.
I nodded. I was curious to know what possibly led her to this place.
The Preservation Project's killing game, known as an endeavor to create the ultimate prize.
What?
Distrust is to be expected on day one. The roster was always specifically curated to create pairs, testing the bonds between people. The crux of the game relies on broken bonds, applying pressure and motivation to spark fire. From there, everything following will stoke the flames and catalyze. But seeing as so many of you still survived despite the remaining time, I wonder what went differently. Nonetheless, I must say I am pleased with the results.
Well?
I realize it's very different to find hope in things. In the darkest times, especially, is when our minds wander, thoughts led astray, distorted by fear. As a cartographer, I create maps for the places on Earth that are far greater than my own being. The vast plains, the pulsing sea, the tunneling caves. To search somewhere in the greater picture for an ultimate good, beyond my perceived world of existence. It's difficult. I realize Pandora and I are very different. She searched within individuals as I searched the world. However, we were looking to spark and inspire the same thing, hope. Despair will control your lives if you let the fear and darkness of your heart run amok. If you allow those inklings to escape, thoughts of terror will command the reins. How are you able to combat such intrusions? Well, answers may vary wildly. Nevertheless, there are strategies in resistance. So, I must admit something. The very thing that might be plaguing your concerns, your talent, the ultimate memory. I fabricated it in intent to foil Zero's preconceptions of the game's participants.
My eyes widened. I had no words.
The notion of intangible talent like that was meant to play the part of a placebo in your mind. A talent Zero couldn't test the abilities of, one only you could measure. I had hoped it would give you some peace of mind, what with your worries of not belonging.
But memory?
Not exactly. To give the technical term, you had the talent pertaining to memory. Well, if you had the talent pertaining to memory, you would have been properly deemed the ultimate monomonist. However, to give a succinct title would prompt Zero to test it. I would not allow it.
What kind of test would he have given?
The most immediately telling test would be speed cards. You are given a deck of shuffled cards in which you recite back all 52 in exact order as fast as possible. If you were an ultimate student, that fact would have been quickly dashed or proven with one simple test, and my counter-attack against Zero would have failed.
What?
That said, I was purposely non-specific in bestowing the ultimate memory upon you. I had hopes it would gel with Cyrus's falsified talent of charisma. I admit, it was an interesting decision he made with that one.
Wait. Although I had not been speaking, I felt breathless. So I was just a tool? I felt a stone's drop in my stomach.
No, a tool is a far cry from what I would call you. You exhibited a strength I did not expect, which was the ability to see through Zero's ploy.
Strength.
And more importantly, you saved your fellow students. You are a wild card. Or perhaps you do indeed wield a special ability. You maintained your constitution even under immense pressure and stress.
Stop! He was shocked and into silence at my outburst. Yeah, I understand that you must have been through a lot. I really do. But to manipulate us around in the game as pawns, isn't that too cruel? Isn't that the action in itself becoming just as bad as the people who trapped you here in the first place? Utilizing ultimate students as a means to the end? You're a product of their tests. You should know better than anyone to toy with people's lives. Aya clenched her hands together, and her eyes fell into a glazed state. I could see her straining to adjust her thoughts. She blinked slowly, and her gaze met mine once again.
I apologize. Being you all through this, it wasn't meant to happen. It's true, I failed to cultivate the hope required to withstand pressures from the killing game. I failed Aki in the end.
It's not that, I think you need to take a step back. People aren't just instruments to be molded for use. As far as I've seen, everyone here, ultimate student notwithstanding, has the potential to inspire hope. But we won't get anywhere by recklessly pulling strings, nor will we get any results by forcing a result. Gaia was silent and unmoving, as if she were holding her breath.
I'm sorry. I never understood Pandora's methods, but I think I see now what she was doing. Her ways of inspiring hope would start small and would crescendo and grow into something powerful. Why didn't I not see it until now?
It's too late to mourn the past. Perhaps some things are just meant to happen. After all we can do is take small steps forward toward the future, each moment after. Aya sighed and nodded. She fell silent once again. Her expression was tight, her head wilted, heavy with regret. I returned upstairs to give Gaia some time. After a moment, I ushered the others down to the testing chambers. When I came back, Gaia was back at the workstation, focused on the monitors once more. Missy and Sei lingered through the testing chambers, anxiously looking at the containment units and monitors. Sei stiffened up before Akihiko's unit, but instead of reacting in any way, she remained unmoving. Zero said we're on a ship, yeah? So where's the bridge? Let's dock and get the hell out once and for all.
We're on a ship. Wouldn't the bridge be near the trial grounds? Zero did say that the trial grounds was within its superstructure. HMC's Apothem is much larger than you've seen. The collection of rooms you are privy to was only within the quarter deck. There are a number of bridges scattered across the ship, as there are other rooms.
I don't care about the other rooms. Just tell us where the navigation station, command center, control room, whatever it is then. Oh, whatever it is then. We have to steer this thing toward land so we don't die at sea. Zero said you got us into this mess, so you'd better help us get us out of it. Kay was quiet. She had an apprehensive look in her eye, but remained typing at the workstation. That is, you will help us, right? Despite what she had gone through, Kia's intentions were difficult to read. I couldn't tell whether or not she wanted to escape. Kia's directed our attention to the several monitors and pulled up several images of
I can't see a thing in those monitors. What are you showing us?
Wait, is that?
Looks like some kind of squid.
Well, that only makes sense. We are sailing on the sea.
Yeah, but why can't we see anything outside? A feeling of dread froze my blood as I gazed at the near black screens.
There are no clear views outside because we are at the bottom of the sea.
What?
I scuttled the ship. I did what I believed would be the most beneficial thing for all of us trapped here.
That can't be.
The atrium and trial grounds had both revealed the changing sky to us throughout the day. Simple glass projections. The ship is equipped with bleeding-edge technology. It should come with no surprise seeing it as its engineer is also an ultimate student.
And how exactly did you think sinking us all was going to help? What were you really planning? To bring us to our deaths at the bottom of the sea? We've been fooled again!
It's nothing like that. This is how I prevented another group of students from falling into the hands of the Preservation Project's experiments.
Aya, tell us,
What is the Preservation Project?
I gulped. Even after all this time, I wasn't sure if I wanted to truly hear what the project was.
Preservation Project, It's a group that provides safe housing for ultimate students, protecting them from whatever could endanger them from utilizing the towns proper. That's what it is, between the whispers between the ultimate students outside these walls. However, the truth of the matter is that everything you previously knew about the project is smoke and mirrors. The project's activities, the safe house, the earthquakes themselves, it's a front for the project's true intentions, to create the ultimate student. Something of this magnitude and effect would obviously require immense resources. The people responsible for taking art under their wing lobbied for the resources necessary to pull this off. And the powers that fabricated this scenario are the product of ultimate students, just like ourselves.
How is that possible?
Thought manipulation. With the correct seeds planted, one known as the ultimate psionic was able to cause distress, pushing students towards the project's so-called safe house. The reach of their ability required two keys, something visual and something auditory. One of those keys must have been the letter we all received. There was a distinct watermark at the bottom of the letter. That must have been this visual key. And the auditory key must have been Aki's voice casting the project information out. Therefore, the reason why Echo wasn't aware of any of this was because they never experienced exposure to either of the two keys.
I was speechless. So, it was a mistake that I was included in this group at all. But after being here to help everyone, it would be cruel to call this a mistake. Lyle and Missy took time with Gaia to survey the setting we found ourselves in. The ship, HMCS Apothon, was constructed with the vision of housing ultimate talent students in swaths of great comfort. Preservation Project acquired it soon after its conception as the location for its experiment, a constantly moving location that would be difficult to reach by ordinary means. The conductors of the experiment were situated offshore to prevent loss of people in their own ranks. The game was to be remotely conducted with the proxies serving as the host. Zero occupied that service, offering himself to the side of despair after his own win. To combat the puppet strings, he has stripped the group of our whereabouts by taking control of the main asset and casting it far beyond their reach. Our underwater demise sat 3,000 meters beneath the pulsing icy pressure of the North Atlantic Ocean. The closest land was the shore of Greenland. The situation felt bleak, but Gaia reassured us that somehow she had prepared for this. She ideally wished to be able to save everyone. Regardless, 5 survivors was victory still in her eyes. Gaia's unrelenting search through the testing chamber's database revealed little about the Preservation Project's group. She was frustrated but determined still. Though she was a winner, there had been others that had been removed from the testing chamber due to poor health or experimentation overextension. Even among the array of winners, she had little company. The six of us were steeped in thought as Gaia continued employ herself in. But it seemed that nothing damningly confidential was saved on location. Exasperated at the lack of further information on the private group that held her captive, Gaia silently threw up her arms in defeat.
We should leave. There's nothing more I can do here. I wish to attack the land site and other subsequent lurking agents.
I nodded. Lyle managed to stay patient this long and readied himself in anticipation to aid proper escape. Missy returned again after a short visit to retrieve the personal files Cyrus had. Gannon was still as ever. We stood to exit the testing chambers, but Say remained lost in thought.
What about him?
It was clear she didn't know how to address her lost friend turned despair vessel. Gaia paused. Her heavy eyes cast a dark downward gaze.
There's no design at Zero. Aki is no longer with us.
Her voice was stern. Gaia started towards the... Wait!
What is it? We ought to board the escape pod and make a hasty retreat. It is unwise to stay longer than we need to.
I know, but don't you feel sad? After all, you're the one who had to stop him.
That was my decision. I can no longer take back my actions, can I?
I suppose not, but...
But what choice did I have? There are far greater concerns that need to be addressed. I can't be burdened by such feelings, not when there's so much to be done.
Yeah. Okay, I know you want to push forward, but why not take a step back and let yourself feel those feelings? I mean, you don't seem like the kind to wallow in emotion, but it would be good to acknowledge the fact that you've been trapped here without help. And now we can help you. Or at least I want to.
I myself must atone for my mistakes. I can't stop just because I regret my actions.
Her jaw clenched as those words escaped through gnashed teeth. Who was Akihiko? Mia's eyes softened, and her shoulders fell slack as she let out a slow sigh.
Just like all the others we've lost, he was a friend. A piece of me now gone missing. These parts of me have been carved out. The parts that Pandora called her sister, and the parts that Akihiko called his friend. Those pieces of me no longer exist. Death owns those memories.
Her eyes glassed over in a deep oblivion. Yeah.
It's a dreadful thing I forced you all into. No one else was meant to bear these horrible experiences except me.
You shouldn't have to fight through those feelings alone.
It's my responsibility due to my failure. Shouldn't I be the sole recipient of such consequences? I would let despair destroy me first, if it meant I was able to command its damage singularly to one and none other.
Yeah, all your efforts would be meaningless if you let yourself be killed before making any change.
Indeed,
such a loss would have been absurd if you didn't make a significant move to stop the project that apprehended you so.
And, well, I don't know what it means to you, but I still have this.
Oh, the watch!
So, don't let despair consume you yet. We're depending on you, just as you can depend on us.
The room was still. I could hear the blood pumping in my ears as Gaia pondered her purpose.
Of course.
Leaving the testing chambers, Gaia led us to the elevator. Similarly to the infirmary, the opposite side of the elevator cab doors opened to reveal a long, dark hallway. The six of us trudged through the industrial hallway in hushed conversation. Gaia led the way, I followed close, and everyone else was bunched together behind, as if they were still unsure whether Gaia was trustworthy or not. Gaia, I have to know something. Why did you nurse Ashley back to health just before her execution? You had to have known that she was the culprit, right?
I didn't wish to leave you two on poor terms.
What?
I observed, if I recall correctly, that you and Ashley were on little speaking terms just before she went to confront Cyrus.
Yeah, but...
It was clear to me that Ashley was powerfully driven, that nothing would stop her when she set her mind to something. And that something in this case was putting your well-being above her own. Why she did that, I of course cannot say. You ought to know better than I.
I do.
To soften the blow of the inevitable, I tried in all earnest to bring her back, to see a familiar face one more time.
The hallway seemed to stretch forever.
Echo,
Huh?
you are quite brave.
Brave?
In the past few days, you stood tall against the face of so much anguish.
What are you talking about? I'm not brave. I'm just trying to fend off these awful feelings. I can't stop thinking about what Ashley did for me.
Would it not be easier to cast away the memories of those past?
Forgetting what happened here would be depriving them of their last memory. I let out a pathetic scoff. Isn't it weaker to cling to outcomes that we can't change anymore?
I wouldn't go that far. The fact remains, Pandora was inspired. She saw something special about you.
Is that so?
Like a candle, the small flame creates a vignette of salvation to cut through this darkness, while all while steadily burning their wax bodies away. That said, the next torch waits even the slightest bit of fire.
We turned a corner and were met with a hashed door. I climbed into the escape pod. Interesting credits. Oh. The low drone of ocean water, rolling against the outer walls, filled the escape capsule, causing our small group to fall silent and tense. How long has it been?
44 minutes.
Felt like an eternity has passed. Say made an inquisitive murmur as she relayed the time, gazing at one of her wristwatches. She simultaneously caught a glimpse of the killing game bracelet. I turned the chain around and noticed mine was the same. Rather than reflect the previous rose gold, our bracelets had turned a hue of pure bright yellow gold. It seemed to notate victory from the game. No one saw any desire to make small talk during our resurfacing, as if conversation would distract from our escape. Exhaustion hung on everyone's face. Apprehensive eyes cast a dark shadow across the metal interior. Missy let out a sharp gasp. Hey, are you okay? Everyone was alert as Missy began to shake, her breathing broken. She looked like she was in pain.
No.
Oh no? What's wrong? Then everyone else started to react similarly.
My head is killing. No, please no!
What's going on?
Not this again.
I was horrified. Everyone was suffering right before my eyes. And as soon as their pain began, they all fell still. Wait, no way. I grabbed Cannon by the shoulders and shook her firmly. Heard small breaths escape. I looked at the others and to see that they were fortunately still breathing. They're okay.
This is the doing of the ultimate psionic. Their adverse reactions mirror the effects that took place when they were captured in the first place. We've been trapped.
Huh? How?
Not sure. The preservation project must be pursuing the wrecked ship. Zero must have sent a radio signal to the land site before I stopped him.
But how are you alright?
They must assume I'm dead. A regrettable assumption for them.
I was speechless. Just when I thought it was over, a new complication threw itself before I escaped. And me? Gail looked at me with raised eyebrows. She was surprised.
You're lucky.
Canon, Lyle, Missy, and Say were all in an unresponsive state. It seemed they were rendered unconscious. So, what now?
There's nothing we can do to stop whoever is waiting our arrival from discovering us. We're just going to have to resurface and see what happens from there. Prepare yourself.
Prepare myself?
Be ready for whatever happens. Do not be idle when we're discovered. It's inevitable. The best thing we can do is be prepared.
I nodded. It's true. We were going to be helpless to take action until we got out of the escape pod. I steadied my breathing and closed my eyes. I let the sound of rolling water fill my thoughts. And I racked my brain thinking about that evening. What?
Alright, thanks for the lift, and be careful with the ankle. I can't believe you insisted on driving even though it's broken.
No problem at all. Besides, my ankle is almost done healing, so it's no big deal. I'm just worried since I can't walk you to the door. Okay. Her porch light hasn't turned on. She usually turns it on. Ring ring. Oh, her dad? Whispered Stables. Hello, sir. It's Echo. I was just calling to see if Ashley got in okay. I couldn't reach her cell. Well, hello, Echo. Why, she's just fine. I believe she's busy with a small matter at the moment, but nothing to worry about. Oh, can I ask what's wrong? Nothing's wrong, nothing at all. In fact, it's all very good news. She was approached by a gentleman who is responding to an inquiry in regards to her horseback riding. It's a fantastic opportunity, that one. I wasn't aware she signed herself up for such a prestigious thing. I'm told that pro golfer Campopino fellow is going to be there. I see, that's great to hear. I'm absolutely chuffed. My girl is off to do great things, I tell you. It's a winding process, as I'm told, so it'll be a while before she'll be able to spare the time. I see. Please wish her luck for me. I have to give her a call back when she's free to hear all about it. Will do. I'm sure she'll be over the moon, talking your ear off with all the formalities when all the formalities have been taken care of. And Echo? Huh? I'm happy Ashley has a friend like you. Thank you for taking care of her. Not a problem. It's the least I can do. Wait. What? What? Why did you do this to me? What does it mean? No! So, we were resurfacing. Everyone passed out. No. Wait. Oh my god. Everyone passed out. And we fought back to... Bro. I cannot begin to tell you what... Okay. So here's the thing. We never really got a clear answer for it. But Echo has a thing going on where they can somehow like time jump, basically, right? Like they can
they can go back in time. Like, if they were to die, right, they can somehow go back in a time to a point before that happened and change it and prevent it from happening, right? So what if what the ending implies is that this is a big stretch, but somehow after they resurface, or when they resurface, Echo somehow died? Or like passed out? Or something? Because they said something like, oh, I thought back to the events of that day, right? Right? So it felt like a flashback, you know? But then maybe that was in part, it like, because something happened to Echo when they were resurfacing, they had like a jump back to all the way before the whole game started, and then somehow stopped it from happening? Is that even possible? I don't know. But like, it doesn't make any sense because like, from all that we learned is that it's been going on for forever, you know? Or for forever, for like 50 games. Oh my god, wait, that's why it's called Lapse. It's because the L is... Bro! The L is 50 Roman numeral. How dare they? How dare they do that? How dare you? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Anyway, if we were to talk about sort of thoughts, like aside from what possibly could have happened at the end, overall, I think, first of all, the game is really good, okay? Especially since apparently it was like a COVID-19 passion project by one person, right? Like, it's really good, especially like recreated in Ren'Py because there's no 3D features in Ren'Py, but like they were still able to recreate majority of the Danganronpa feeling. You know, obviously you're limited in what you can do, especially in a trial, like you can't do the bullet thing or anything like that, but like they did enough that it was like pretty good overall, right? I have only 2 critiques and then I only have good things to say, okay? Wait, was it 2 maybe one kind of critique that has been bugging me in my head, but like, actually 2. One is that I still don't get the note. I'm still confused. Were there 2 notes or was there 1? I'm still confused on that. It has to have been 2 notes or something, because there's no way Lyle had the note and then Pandora also had the note, so it has to be 2. Wait.
Come on, see, they kind of explained it. One note was from Gaia, and then the other was from Akihiko, right?
Is that it?
I mean, it's kind of like what they were talking about. Because one was meant for Pandora and the other was meant for Sei.
Okay, anyway, I only have one complaint. Which, and like, it's kind of a really, it's not that big of a deal, but like, the only thing that I was kind of upset on was that there was no like evidence or like information like tab like from the menu, right? There was a roster and profile thing, which was nice and fun, and that was really nice, but like there was no list of evidence, right? Like Danganronpa games had, because you weren't walking around collecting evidence. You only had access to a limited amount of stuff, right? And you just talked through most of what happened in trials. And besides, the murders weren't super complicated either. So, but like that's fine. I'm not really hung up on that. But like there was no inventory or anything, and like there was also no access to like the map or anything like that, right? So it's like choices would show up in bullets sometimes, and but we had no information, or we couldn't like look at that information whenever we wanted. Basically what I'm saying is,
because when you're playing a mystery solving game, right, obviously the player's mind is going to be at a different position than where the game is at. Usually the player is a little bit more ahead of where the game is at. Usually, right? Like, the game helps you work through and understand what the mystery is, but usually because the player is playing a mystery game, they'll make all sorts of like, oh, you know, I think maybe this happened, or maybe it was something like this, sort of thoughts, right? And whenever that happens, it's always useful to have something to look at, to reference, like an evidence list, right? Like, yeah. That plus also like the maps of the building would have been helpful, because so I don't have to screenshot it. Because especially that way, when you're trying to figure things out, it's good to have like a visual so you can piece together like, oh, this person was here, that person was there, etc. Yeah, that's like my one complaint, is that there wasn't any like list of ongoing evidence or ongoing things that were going on. But like, it wasn't too complicated in like the mystery solving and everything, like that part wasn't so complicated and to the point where you would need that. Because if it was any more complicated, then holy shit, it would be really hard keeping track of everything like that in your head, you know? Because you would always want to go back and reference and make sure, make sure that I got that detail correctly. Whatever, right? Yeah. Like the mystery solving wasn't super hard or anything, you know, but that's fine to me, because I think like the whole point of the game was to be more focused on characters anyway. So that was all fine. I think the characters were all fine. Everything was all good. Yeah. There wasn't any character that I thought particularly was like, oh man, you know, like, I think they're weak or bad or anything like that, so. I think in terms of like character development, not like progression, but like development, it did feel like some didn't get as much like exposition as others. Obviously this happens in any game because, you know, you got a lot of characters, you gotta pick some to have more screen time than others. It's just what happens, you know? But like, I feel like everyone got enough of a spotlight that it didn't feel like any one character got super left out or anything like that. So, but I mean, usually Danganronpa type games are good at doing that. Yeah. But like, for some things, we didn't get much of an explanation for. Though, actually, here's one thing that I wanted to check. So, because... Wait, it's not even listed here. Okay, never mind. I was like, is it listed that Lyle dislikes darkness or something like that? But no, watching sports and Dalmatians. Never mind. But because I was thinking about it, I was like, I'm pretty sure canon... No, it's not here either. What? No, Missy is afraid of needles. Never mind. Okay, I got it wrong. Because Canon's execution had, like, needles involved, and I remembered there was someone who was scared of needles. And I was like, yo, could it be that all their execution had to do with their dislikes here? But their dislike seems more like fluff character stuff than anything else. Okay, never mind. Other than that, I don't think what else. Because overall, like, first of all, holy shit, this game was way longer than I thought it was gonna be. I was thinking 5 hours at most, okay? And when I finally looked it up at the very end there, they said it was 2 to 10 hours. Okay. Definitely was not the case for me. But, well, nonetheless.
Yeah. I liked, like, sort of the focus that it had on characters' talents. Okay, now this is just my possibly outdated opinion, but I think, especially like very recent Danganronpa games, like the ones made by Team Danganronpa, like there isn't much of an emphasis on like their respective talents. Sort of. There is, actually, when I think about it more. But it's like... Is it really used often? Because I feel like sometimes characters have a talent, and it's just like, there, you know? But like, there isn't really anything that happens that like needs their talent, or something like that. But I mean, well, actually no. I guess you can say the same for Danganronpa Lapse. Never mind. Sometimes people are just pushed to the side. It's just how it is. The unfortunate wheel of fate. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say something like, oh, Danganronpa Lapse talked more about talents than the usual Danganronpa, which I guess is kind of true, because they had those existential crisis questions as motives, right? Which was also honestly like an interesting idea to take for motives, though I don't think it was very useful as a motive, but the things that ended up happening always like ended up being related to the question that was asked. So like it kind of set like a good like, oh, for this chapter our sort of topic is going to be this, right? Yeah. And like there was obviously like Danganronpa, like as the series, you know, there's opinions, there exist, but like Danganronpa, you like when like the fan game here focused a lot more on what it means to be an ultimate, and then also what having an ultimate talent entails, right? Whereas the Danganronpa games, like in like the actual official Danganronpa games, did less of that because they had like a more of a overarching world going on, and not that this one doesn't, because it sort of borrows from the original Danganronpa world, but also it's like it is pretty completely separate. It's like it's less focused on like hope, despair. Well, it is, but it's less like super focused on hope and despair. Like there was not any ultimate hope or ultimate despair, because I did not like that. Danganronpa, I don't like the whole ultimate hope, ultimate despair thing, because that's not a job. Okay, alright, well, that's it. It's been a long time. I shouldn't have streamed this long. I even told myself, I was like, hey, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna only stream like short, manageable streams. And look what happened. Look what happened! Yeah. But like, I don't plan to play super long games. If I am planning to play on a super long game and I know it's super long, I definitely break it down more. But I thought this one was going to be short. I'm just saying. So that was my bad. But I'll be better prepared for any other playthrough of games that I'll do. Yeah, so that's it. I'm gonna go eat something and then go on Twitch and stream because I promised to stream at 5 p.m. and now it's 7:31 p.m. because I needed to finish this game. Because I would have exploded otherwise. You know, because by the time it was 5 p.m.-ish, or not 5 p.m.-ish, it was like so clearly the last chapter in the epilogue. It was like right there. I'm like, there's no way I can stop now, you know? There's no way. So we continued. I'm sorry, but I will do better next time. Alright. Okay. Let me just double check that everything is Fuchi. And it's still going on? Okay, yeah. Alright.